And so it starts, and so it begins. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. The session commences, and so it starts, and so it begins. And so I start, and so I begin. I have started. Are you starting with me? The session has commenced, and your company is required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is MOYELE. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, holy, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Well, this is MOYELE. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy Odumegu Ojuku is another savior. So the East continue with their insistence. Holy, 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 holy Odumegu Ojukwu is another savior. As guys, I bring you this. I look forward to being ex-president of Nigeria. Aboki from Daura haven't destroyed the country now. He wants to pass on the responsibility to someone else to fix it. A bit like George W. Bush. This is who this guy reminds me about. George W. Bush then came into governance in America, stole everything, destroyed the country and the world, and then handed it over to Muggins called Obama to come and fix it. Rinse and repeat. I look forward to being ex-president of Nigeria, Aboki from Daura, raises the white flag in surrender. So he looks forward to being ex-president of Nigeria, but he looks forward to being the next president of Nigeria. 2023, I am ready to step into Buhari's shoes. TINUBU visits Owa Obokun. So this is more of a pictorial sort of piece, but there's some captions to it, so we just find out exactly what TINUBU said at the Oba Palace. So, still with the 2023 elections, and especially the presidency, El Rufai speaks on contesting for presidency. So, quite what El Rufai's position is, we'll find out just shortly. So, we'll find out El Rufai's position shortly, and then we'll find this out shortly as well. Nigerian security operatives arrest human rights activist OMOYELE Sowore. So is it time for this guy just to pack it up, pack it in, give it up, and move on? Because he's not getting the popular support and he's being vested upon by the Nigerian state. So what exactly is the purpose of Omoyele Sowore? What's that song in what's it called? Sounds of Music. How do you answer a question like Maria? How do you answer a question like Omoyele Sowore? They don't seek him here, they don't seek him there, yet he continues to foist himself upon the space. Nigerian security operatives again arrest human rights activist Omoyele Sowore. So quite what's led to this latest escapade, this latest interaction with the authorities, we'll find out just shortly. So now we go global, but we still stay Nigerian. No one has any idea what to do. We have been reaching out to the Nigerian embassy since last month. Nigerian students in the Ukraine, of course, abandoned totally, as you would expect, the Nigerian way. So still with Nigerian students in Ukraine, some Nigerians in Ukraine unwilling to return reject Buhari's planned evacuation. So which is it? They are reaching out to the embassy, but then they are saying that they've provided the evacuation, but they are resistant to that. So we find out whatever it is that is going on in that space just shortly. Back to the diminutive man in Kaduna State, the Akurukete of Fulani land. ICJ stopping military from wiping out our bandits. So El Rufai has the floor again, and quite what's led him to say that we find out just shortly. This now a recurring decimal, so we use this story as a test sample of exactly what is going on within this space. Nigerian businessman arrested with drugs worth 31 million naira in India. So this is something that occurs and occurs and recurs and reoccurs. It is just every single day there are just countless of these either love scam or drug deals. Some Nigerian being paraded as a trophy. They usually nail them down, and then you have Indian officials standing astride them. You know, like those old pictures where people used to go on safari and they shoot an elephant and then put their leg on the dead elephant and display their gun with a big grin. This is how they are displaying Nigerians in India now. Nigerian businessman arrested with drugs worth 31 million naira in India. So we test that space and we interrogate that space, and we really this now just I could or could not have brought you this story, but I just decided to bring you it just for the ridicule of it. Court okays for feature of Okorocha's Abuja property. So here is a guy that called a world press conference, no less, just barely a week ago, to announce that he's going to be the president of Nigeria. But his antecedents, that is just this is what we really know him for. Court Okes forfeiture of Okorocha's Abuja property. So there it is right there. Even Okorocha himself should be forfeited to the authorities, is my belief. So all of that and everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax. The two things you must be doing or you should be doing and you can be doing to help the platform is to be clicking on the like button and clicking on the subscribe button. And as you're doing the clicking, let me provide a little bit of a musical intermission. Put on your dancing shoes as we partake in another Python dance.
Mama Daura, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi go only do I more. O Mary Wonelizu Giroya Abakare Mama Daura Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi.
And there you heard it, dulcet tones from the East. Nnamdi wins the war. They continue to insist in the East, and they will have it no other way. And they will insist until it actually, they say, speak it to existence. So they're speaking it to existence in the East. Nnamdi wins the war. That's, guys, I bring you this. I look forward to being ex-president of Nigeria, Mallam Buhari, and Nigeria share that with you. I will say just off the bat, we look forward to you being ex as well, ex everything, as you look forward to it equally. President Mohamed Buhari on Thursday in Lafia said he was looking forward to when he will be referred to as ex-president of Nigeria. The president, who is on the last lap of his administration, also tasked leaders who take the oath of office, saying after swearing with the Holy Book, they must be careful not to abuse the trust of leadership placed on them by the people and God. He spoke at a courtesy visit to the palace of Emir of Lafia, retired Justice Sidi Bagay Mohammed I. The president reaffirmed that he has no intention whatsoever to stay beyond the constitutionally recognized 2 terms of office as a leader of Nigeria. The traditional ruler is on a terminal appointment. Constitutionally, we, elected public office holders, are not. I cannot go beyond 2 terms, and I have sworn by the Holy Quran that I will uphold the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And by the way, it's not the Holy Quran that is forcing him out of office, it's ill health. Because this guy, he would have, if he had the physicality, he would be president for life. Politics apart, whenever we are made to swear by the Holy Quran, we have to be very careful. We must make sure that we do not abuse the trust God has given us as leaders. I have seen former governors here, and I am looking forward to being an ex-president, he said. President Buhari thanked the people of Nasarawa State for a rousing welcome, expressing delight that the North Central State was wearing a new look since his last visit in 2019. He congratulated the past governor and senator representing Nasarawa South Senatorial District, Umaru Tanko Makura, and the incumbent Abdullahi Sule for the laudable initiatives and accomplishments in the state. Welcoming the president to the over 200-year-old palace, the Emir of Lafia thanked him for ending the problem of insufficient power to Nasarawa State with the provision of 330 kVA substation. The Emir, who is also the chairman Nasarawa State Council of Chiefs, told the president that the provision of the electricity plant has taken out 80% of our problem. Our people have never had it so good. Our people are back to their normal lives as entrepreneurs, he said, adding that the federal government's projects that were standing as ghosts in the state in the past have now become reality. The retired jurist listed the newly inaugurated CBN building in Lafayette, the Federal Secretariat, UBEC Smart School, and completed ecological projects, just to mention a few. So we have been saying that all of the developments that this Aboki has carried out in Nigeria has been for its own people. And we were talking about Kaduna State yesterday. Now we're talking about Nasarawa State, the home state of his wife. On arrival in the capital for his 2-day visit to Nasarawa, President Buhari inaugurated Lafia Airport. Listen to that. Yeah, is it for the goats and the cows that live there? Who lives in Nasarawa that they need an airport? Who lives there? I'm not sure that there's a human being in this is it. Oh, they don't have airport in important places. So Lafia, who is in Lafia that needs an airport? On arrival at the capital for his 2-day state visit to Nasarawa, President Buhari inaugurated the Lafia Airport, Vocational and Skill Acquisition Center, Modern Bus Terminal, and Shinge Bakini Abdullahi Kilima Road, executed by the state government. He also inaugurated the CBN Lafia branch building and a 330 kVA Akub transition substation executed by the federal government through the Niger. God, there is God, oh. Listen to this. He also inaugurated the CBN Lafia branch building and a 330 kVA Akub transition substation executed by the federal government through the Niger Delta Power Holding Company. So what has the I don't know what that means, but I'm sure Lafia is not in the Niger Delta to boost power supply in the state and its environ. So they don't have power supply in Niger Delta, or not a single bulb goes on the national grid. But the Emir of Lafia has told us now that 80% of his own kingdom is now lit up by Niger Delta company. This is it. This is it. Oh. I am ready to step into Buhari's shoes. TINUBU visits Owa Obokun. The national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on Thursday paid a visit to the palace of Owa Obokun of Ijesha Land, Oba Dr. Adekunle Aromelaron. News correspondents report that the former Lagos State governor, who was accompanied by Governor Gboyega Oyetola of Osun State, was welcomed by a massive crowd and supporters of the ruling party. It was gathered that Tinubu's visit to the monarch's palace was in furtherance of his consultation ahead of the 2023 general elections. Earlier, the APC national leader paid a visit to the palace of Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwese. Speaking at the palace of the Owa Obokun, the presidential hopeful promised to make the country prosperous if given the opportunity to become the president in 2023. Tinubu said Nigeria is endowed with both human and natural resources. saying the country only needs the right person to harness its potential for greatness. He said, Nigeria has a great resource base, both human and material, but we need to harness it to become valuable and move the country to prosperity. Our nation is endowed, and I promise if you push me forward, I will move it from potential to prosperity. The former Lagos State governor said youths have right to political leadership too, but will have to work for it by developing strong character and leadership traits. We are not saying it is not the turn of the youth. You will be president, but you have to work for it. You have to demonstrate the quality, character, and intelligence to govern people, manage people. On his visit to the monarchs, Tinubu said their support to become president is germane, saying after rallying President Mohamed Buhari since 2013 for the seat, he is ready to step into his shoes. We went around the country in 2013. We went around the country in 2013 to campaign for Buhari again in 2019. We stood with him and he won. He will soon finish his tenure. I am saying they should not leave the post. They should hand it over to me. I cannot demand it alone. I must seek your assistance. If monarchs in the region unite and ask for it, if we ask for the presidency gently, that they should hand it over to us, I am totally ready to take it over. I am competent, capable, and fit to pilot the affairs of this country to greatness, Tinubu said. So there it is right there, just the tone of the campaign. You can see what is playing that, and he's playing it excellently. El Rufai speaks on contesting for the presidency. Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai on Thursday denied reports that he's planning to contest for the 2023 presidential election. Governor El-Rufai stated that he just wants to finish his tenure in 2023, continue with his private business, and make money to take care of his family. The governor made the submission during the weekly press briefing organized by the presidential media team at the Aso Rock in Abuja. El Rufai disclosed that he would support any presidential candidate who emerged from the All Progressive Congress APC zoning structure in in the southern region. So there it is again. So there it is again. So for the people who are querying, there it is again. El Rufai disclosed that he would support any presidential candidate who emerged from the All Progressive Congress APC zoning structure in the southern regions. He said, I have zero ambitions. I just want to finish this job, get on with my private life, write another book, and make tons of money. The largest amount of money I have ever got in my life was from writing Accidental Public Servant. I have no ambition. I have never had any ambition. And if I die today, I am quite accomplished and happy because I never in my life, based on my humble background, ever thought I would even enter this building ever in my life. How? God has been very kind to me, and my outgoings in public service have all been satisfactory. Why push my luck and go for a job with a 90% chance of failure? So I am not an ambitious person. I am just a person that gets things done when given the opportunity. I have never desired to run even for this governorship. It was President Buhari that literally forced me to run. He insisted that some of us run for governorship just in case he did not get elected again. He felt that, we needed some strong governance. Those were the words he used. So I have no aspiration. The Kaduna State Governor stated that he would support any APC candidate that will have the interest of the country at heart, no matter the region he is from in the south. No matter the region he is from in the south. He said, I will support any APC candidate. I am satisfied he will do the best for Nigeria. It doesn't matter if he's from the southwest, southeast, or south-south. APC is what matters and the quality of the person. The discussion we are having is that the presidency is zoned to the south. It is not zoned to any particular part of the south. The south must have the first go at it, but we are waiting to see who the aspirants are. So there you are, El Rufai categorically denying an ambition for the presidency. The next headline, pretty much a repeat of that, so I'll just skip this one and go on to the next. Nigerian security operatives again arrest human rights activist OMOYELE Sowore. Human rights activist OMOYELE Sowore has again been arrested by Nigerian security operatives. Correspondents gathered that Sowore was arrested on Thursday in Abuja. Sowore was picked up when he was leaving the Court of Appeal. He is being taken to Abattoir Police Station, Abuja, correspondents learned. The reason for the arrest is not known yet. This comes a few hours after thugs sponsored by the Muhammad Buhari-led government attacked him and some of his associates in Abuja. The attack occurred at about 9 a.m. at Gudu in Abuja. The victims were on their way to the Court of Appeal to attend the hearing of an appeal filed by Sowore to challenge the ruling of the Federal High Court, which had declared one Leonard Ezemwa as the acting chairman of the African Action Congress. The attackers, who were in paramilitary uniform and a Toyota Sienna, suddenly blocked the vehicle conveying the activists to the court. The suspected thugs got down and asked the activists to surrender their mobile phones and money. The thugs wielded guns, machetes, knives, and other weapons. The assailants vandalized the windscreen and windows of the car and beat up 5 activists, including a woman. It was gathered that the attackers, numbering about 10, had targeted their victims and engaged them in a hot chase before carrying out the nefarious act. Our correspondents also gathered that the incident happened a few meters away from a police post in the area. So there it is right here, Sowore, and its never-ending travails with the Nigerian authority. No one has any idea what to do. We have been reaching out to the Nigerian embassy since last month, Nigerian students in Ukraine say. As the row between Ukraine and Russia continues, Nigerian students in Ukraine have said they feel left alone by the federal government as they do not know what to do. Speaking to CNN Africa, Anjola Oluwa Oro Phillips, a Nigerian medical student in Ukraine, said he and around 70 other Nigerian students are stranded with no way to legally leave, or that's LVIV. So that's in the west of the country, close to the border of Poland. Lviv is around 300 miles from Ukraine capital Kyiv, where explosions were heard in the early hours of today as Russian forces entered the country. There have been no explosions here, but earlier in the day we heard the siren test. Flights are cancelled and it is hard to get any taxi or Uber. Everyone is at the ATM trying to withdraw cash, but banks are not opening. Money is running out at the ATM and you cannot use app transactions anymore. Based on what I have heard from the Indian citizens, their government is trying to get free transit for them to the Polish border, Ero Phillips said. Speaking further, Ero Phillips said, no one has any idea what to do. We have been reaching out to the Nigerian embassy since last month. A statement released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says evacuation of Nigeria will commence as soon as the airports in the Ukraine reopen. So by the time the airport reopens, everything that needs to be done would have been done, or anybody that is going to go down would have gone down. So people are saying their people should go to the nearest border and then they will pick them up from there. You are saying they should wait under raining bombs for the airport to open. But then, of course, Buhari now, some Nigerians in the Ukraine are unwilling to return, reject Buhari's government's planned evacuation. Some Nigerian citizens currently trapped in Ukraine amidst the Russian invasion have ruled out the option of returning to their country, a report has stated. The House of Representatives in a resolution on Thursday called for the immediate evacuation of Nigerians, whilst the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyema, said the process will commence once airports in the country were open. But reacting, some Nigerians in Ukraine expressed cynicism about the federal government's promise to evacuate willing Nigerians from the war-torn country following Russia's invasion. One of them, Edidong Cyprian, said the promise was unrealistic as he promised his belief in past. Uh, One of them, Cyprian, said the promise was unrealistic as he promised his belief on passed on. That's his premise, they should say, but promise they wrote. So, as his premised his belief on past unfulfilled promises of evacuation, he was quoted as saying, I was here in 2013 during a similar crisis when they promised to evacuate Nigerians and they never did. So, this is the attitude of every Nigerian in Ukraine that they will promise and not fulfill. Cyprian describes the circular from the Nigerian embassy calling on Nigerians to be responsible for their protection and safety as appalling when other countries are making provisions on how to evacuate their citizens, providing phone lines to call, shelter, and aid to their people, and the Nigerian government is telling us, you are on your own. Let us tell ourselves the truth. There is no airspace. America evacuated her citizens a long time ago, and other countries. Now Russian troops are all over the Ukraine already. We rely on the prayer of Nigerian pastors and bishops to save us from this. The Nigerian embassy here does not want to hear the truth. Meanwhile, a medical student in Kiev, Treasury Chinyere Belgam, said the government's gesture was good, but I am a believer in Christ. Pardon me. Meanwhile, a medical student in Kiev, Treasury Chinenye Belgam, said the government's gesture was good, but I am a believer in Christ Jesus and I have to ask God for direction whether to return to Nigeria or not. But most Nigerians who are here on hustle are not willing to leave. They prefer to die here. It's like after God has lifted you one step higher, you want to go two steps backwards. It's like being demoted, but you need a lot of humility to go back because some people sold lands, cars, and the rest to come here and they have amazing stories. Similarly, Julius, a Nigerian living in Kiev, said the announcement to evacuate Nigerians was a good idea, but would not be heeded by Nigerians in that country. Considering the economy of Nigerians, I think a lot of people would look for the safest place here than returning to Nigeria, he said. They should do it, supply of aircraft, so that it becomes a choice for those who want to stay back or those who want to return. He said the situation escalated in the capital city on Thursday with crazy queues of malls as a lot of people moved to stock up provisions. So there you have it. Nigerians would rather die under the hail of our Russian bombs than return to their own homeland. And this is one of the reasons why they would rather die in the Ukraine. ICJ stopping military from wiping out bandits. Little man from Kaduna State. The Kaduna State Governor Nasir Rufai Thursday said the military was yet to obliterate bandits, now terrorists, operating in the northwest over human rights concerns that may evolve into legal battle at the International Court of Justice. El Rufai revealed this while speaking at the weekly ministerial press El Rufai revealed this while speaking at the weekly ministerial press briefing organized by the Presidential Communications Team at the Presidential Villa Abuja. According to him, while he had campaigned for the bandits to be classified as terrorists, there were some resistance on the grounds that they were void of a recognized leadership structure. The governor, however, expressed delight over the court ruling, which recently declared the bandit as terrorists and therefore made them fair game. He said, as far back as 2017, we saw the danger of this and we made the representation to the federal government to declare these bandits as terrorists. But they were advised that since they don't have a single command and control, the way Boko Haram, ISWAP, and terrorists have, it is difficult to declare them insurgents. But I am happy that, by the ruling of the Federal High Court, they are now declared terrorists and they are fair game because the military were afraid of bombing them and then facing ICC. The media, civil society always like to protect those that are at the receiving end of something, not looking at the victim of those people sometimes. No general wants to retire and then you go to the United States, they arrest you and they say you bombed civilians and so on. So there is reluctance on the part of the military, but with this declaration by the Federal High Court now, I think we can go after them. So there you have it now. So they wipe out the bandits. This is according to the little man from Kaduna State. So this is a story I'm bringing you, one of 1,000 of this type of stories that I could bring you, but this we use as an example to test case the narrative that is going on within this space. Nigerian businessman arrested with drugs worth 31 million in India. The anti-narcotics cell of Mumbai crime branch has arrested a 35 the anti-narcotics cell of Mumbai crime branch has arrested a 34-year-old Nigerian businessman and seized 192 grams of cocaine worth about 27 lakhs from him. The accused has been identified as Okeke Chinonso Goodluck, 34, and currently a resident of Karina Road in Marol. According to the police, the accused used to buy wigs from Mumbai and sell them in Nigeria, but the pandemic made him a drug courier. The police claimed the suspect was supplying drugs to local smugglers across Mumbai city and its suburbs. According to the police, the Kandivi unit of the ANC was patrolling the western suburb areas on Wednesday, February the 22nd at around 1:30 p.m. when the team found Goodluck's movement suspicious. A search by the police team led to the recovery of drugs. Deputy Commissioner of Police, ANC, Data Nalawade, said they have registered a case under relevant sections of the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substance Act. He said the accused was produced in court and has been remanded in custody. We are checking the syndicate and foreign links, cocaine supply links, and roots of the international links. So there you have it. If we go to South Africa, the same narratives with pretty much the same characters. So this is now a recurring decimal now, which we now have to address frontally. Let me just see. Hold on. What am I looking at here? Hold on. Un momento. Let's just see. Hold on. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I may bring you this if there's a video clip to it. All right. Okay. Let me just bring you there's no video clip to it, but this is just a neat little story. So let me just bring you it. It's quite a short one. Pidgin English was the lingua franca for the night. Four Nigerian medical doctors working same shift in UK hospital pose for a beautiful picture. Four Nigerian doctors from four doctors from Nigeria were working the same shift at a UK hospital, and they posed for a beautiful work photo. The doctors who work for the NHS all had on their scrubs and wore huge smiles whilst on duty in the UK, a shift with Nigerian doctors in the NHS. Pidgin English was the lingua franca for the night. One of the doctors wrote as he shared the lovely photo on Twitter. So there it is. Nigerians doing great and were still holding steady to their Nigerianness. So this now the final story, and then we come into the room to see if anybody is about. Court case forfeiture of Okorocha's Abuja property. So there it is, Iberiberism. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Thursday ordered the interim forfeiture of a property allegedly owned by former Imo State Governor Senator Rochas Okorocha. The property, according to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), is located at plot 1032 and 1033 Cadastral Zone A Takum Close off Machika Street, Amedu Bello Way, Gaki, Abuja. Justice Emeka Nweti gave the order in a ruling on the motion ex parte filed by the AFCC, and in which it claimed the property was acquired through proceeds of crime. Justice Nweti ordered the EFCC to publish the order in the national dailies to allow anyone with interest in the property to show cause within 14 days why it should not be permanently forfeited to the federal government. Justice Nwete adjourned till April the 13th, 2022 for consideration of the motion for the final forfeiture of the property. The EFCC further claimed that the property is reasonably suspected to be acquired with proceeds from illegality and corruption. It alleged that the property was developed with funds from the coffers of the Imo State government in 2018 when Okorocha was governor. The EFCC said the two firms in which Okorocha had interest, Abitsal Global Limited and Arch Visual Solution Limited, received 222 million from the state treasury to develop the property. So there it is, Rotato Okorocha and looting. And nothing changes and nothing will ever change in that space. Ajale Koko, I see you. And Thomas, I see you. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here. So let me come to you first, Thomas, and let me start you off with where I ended off. Rotas Okorocha for fitting property. So no surprises there. It's just another day in paradise for the Beriberism man.
One day,
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
man. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Jali Coco. Yeah.
Good evening. Yeah.
What first of all came into my mind when you read this last that I want to ask: did the senators have immunity?
I'm not
Do
even
you think
sure,
that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I couldn't say that for certain.
Because if the senators doesn't have immunity, this guy should be in jail. What is he doing in the Senate? Because I don't. The crime, the looting, the everything is around this guy. What is he
Senate
doing?
doesn't have immunity. Senate has no immunity.
Oh yes, so there it is. So they could pick him up, and they should pick him up.
So
You know,
why don't they pick him up if truly what they claim he has looted? Why can't he be picked up? Because I could remember, I think it's only the governor and the president that has immunity. Because
they've been chasing this guy all over the country, from Imo State all the way through to the federal level. He's just looting and looting, and he seems to just walk away with it, like a lot of them do. He's even announcing that he wants to be president. So
How do
does
you
this
know
mark
that?
the
How do you know that it's looting now?
well? When Emeka
This is just looking
Ehidioha,
at me.
okay, so you asked me, let me answer. When Emeka Ehidioha
Answer.
won do you remember when Emeka Ehidioha won the Imo State governorship? He told us that
Yes.
Okorocha looted so much that he was taking door handles off doors or taking doors out. He was removing light fittings and going to store them all in his warehouse. All these solar panel road lightings, all of the a lot of it looted the whole state and stored
Even
them in
toilet,
his
Chandeliers.
warehouse. Yes.
even toilet
Chandeliers.
commode.
If an incumbent, a governor that is leaving office can have that kind of character. If these claims or these allegations are truth, if a governor that is leaving office can have such character, then how dare you blame the common man who went to cut copper wire on the highway? Look at this governor sometimes, they are not ashamed. How can you be stealing solar panel because it's government property or you are leaving office? Then you will be. I don't know how true it is, so
But Ego, you can't be going around stealing copper now because the governor is stealing. What is wrong with you, man? You cannot be going around stealing copper. What are you doing? Are you confessing something? Should I phone the police? What is it? What are you talking about? Eh?
Two wrongs don't make it right.
With those
Two wrongs
plenty
don't
money,
make it
you
right.
still have such character. Don't blame me if I go and steal copper on that. Please.
Well, don't steal copper. You are too big
Ego.
for that.
But two wrongs don't make it right.
Prison doesn't fit you anymore. Ego, you are past that stage now.
Okorocha is still going to prison. You are telling us that past Okorocha is going there. All Jews of Kalu is going there. Obasanjo came out from there. I'm not past that stage. You know, you give me 200 billion. No problem.
Okay. How much would you go to prison for if you know you can get away with it? How much would you go to prison for, and for how long?
At least in terms of dollar, I can go to prison for like $600-700 million.
100 million, almost
Yes,
a billion.
700.
You're funny guy.
$700 million.
I think you will go to prison for $500. I think you would. Why are you pricing yourself so high? You want to $1 billion? Everybody will go to prison for $1 billion now. Look at this guy.
Can you see? He's not even mentioning. He doesn't even want to mention
700
naira.
million.
He's talking dollar.
Look at this guy.
He's not mentioning naira. Look at him. Somebody that is so proud of Nigeria. He's not talking about naira.
Why would I be
talking about
Nigeria?
dollar.
It's my country, for Christ's sake. Nigeria is my country. You want me to leave Nigeria and be proud of
Mention
America?
your
What are you
naira.
talking
Mention it in naira. How
Are you
much?
spending dollar in Nigeria? Mention in
don't
naira.
know.
I cannot go to prison in Nigeria, but even if I want to go to prison in Nigeria, I will need at least like 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 billions. You understand what I mean?
You are a real thief.
Rather than go to prison in Nigeria, it's better they just kill you, man. Can you imagine? You know, just let them just kill you. What can imagine? Imagine the prison in Nigeria. You might well just be dead.
Of course.
Back to the topic.
Prison, not easy, bro.
All right. Yeah.
You remember when the state government went to one of these property in Imo State and locked it up, and this same character we are talking about went there and forced himself in.
Remember, there's a whole street that he owns in that Imo State, one of the poshest streets. Hotel for his wife, next to shopping mall for his daughters, next to business complexes for his family.
But this man is telling you that to be a governor has made him poorer. That is the richest man in Abuja before he became governor. That is more poorer now. Defend that for him.
He's a punk.
Or counter that for him.
Yeah.
But man, this man, nah. For if a senator doesn't have immunity, this guy should be picked up. EFCC has been saying we are investigating, we are investigating. At least for them to came out now that they want to auction this property out, that means he has been automatically, in my opinion, is guilty of the offense. That means he acquired the property in a false pretense. So if they are starting this, so why are they not picking it up? And he should face the wrath of the law. He's still a senator in the house. This same guy.
Guilty of which offense? Guilty of which offense?
Corruptly enriching himself from the
the 2.9 billion.
No. They said he built this house using state money, 222 million, which he's used sent through his companies owned by himself from the state coffers to build the property.
We are hearing of the one of Okorocha. What about the investigation of 160 billion against Port Authority woman?
No, that's what are you doing? Are you doing what about? That's what about now. Are you saying because somebody stole money, then this one? Is it? What about? Don't do what about though. Eh? Let us catch this one first, and then we catch the next one later. So let us catch this one.
Let me just cite an example there. There was a guy here. He was arrested speeding, and the police stopped him. He said, "Oh, everybody is running at the same pace," and the police said, "He cannot catch everybody at the same time. You are the person that I focus, that I stop, but the man is claiming that all of us going on that street, we are going on the same pace." The police said, "My radar can only catch one person, so you are the person." The guy said, police said, I don't care. Everybody is a criminal, but if they caught you, you are the first person to be catch. So you are before of the victim. They can't run after everybody. So that is what is saying down here. They will catch Okorocha, then the next person will be next person, the next person will be next person. So one man, I think the guy has the big people backing him. They can't do anything to him. I just conclude that.
All right, thank you. So let me take you to the next talking point. I look forward to being ex-president Mallam Buhari speaking in Lafia. So he wants to go, and we want him to go. And if he wants to go early, I don't think anybody will stop him. If he says he's had enough today, would you stop him, Thomas?
Who will stop him? Nobody will stop him. He can take that his resignation letter, and it's not fit for purpose. So why is he even doing that? I want to be ex-president. What's he gonna be at the end of the day? The presidency is the highest is the highest position you can attain in that country. So the next thing is to go and settle down. Maybe he wants to be the president of America or president of.
If he wants to be an ex-president, that doesn't really bother me. What I'm concerned about now is that if he can provide 2 billion naira capital for elders, he should also provide 2 billion naira land for farmers. This is my position. Yes, across the country. Yeah? So everybody should be making his case the way it suits him. That's my position.
So if he wants to be the ex-president, there is nothing we will be at the end of the day. We are counting down for him. He has a couple of months to go. So, but if, as you rightly said, if he wants to fast track the ex-presidency, he can tender his resignation letter. Somebody else will take the position because it's not even fit for purpose. So I don't know why he's still there. So there's nothing he can do. So he should finish his tenure. People even praying like 2023 should just come like tomorrow. Let it just get out of the place. Let's know who's going to be the next president.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So it never ends for this guy, Thomas. It's getting almost embarrassing now. You're almost tired of feeling sorry for you. I don't even know let me tell you what the headline is, because I don't know how to feel about this guy anymore. Nigerian security operatives again arrest OMOYELE Sowore. So Omoleyele Sowore back to his old room in his old house, cell block H DSS facility. So he's been picked up again from court. And they have more than enough reasons to pick him up, by the way, because he flouted virtually all of the bail conditions outside of leaving Abuja. The only bail condition that he has not flouted yet is to leave the parameters of that city. So they've picked up Sowore again. So, I mean, are you tired of this guy just in and out of DSS facilities all the time?
One man, I watch live. Well, there's one guy called Dr. Chidi from Canada. I watch his live screaming
Yeah,
on
worship media.
so worship media. Yes, I watch his live screaming. I think the arrest is connected to Ned Nwoko. Ned Nwoko. He said that maybe it's a allegation of deformation of character.
Oh, right. The one that Jaruma is going through. You know, there's a woman called Jaruma that I got.
Jaruma, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you know, that's Regina Daniels.
One man, let's talk about why is Putin invading Ukraine at this time.
No, we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Okay.
So if it was, I said the arrest linked to the deformation of character, but what I think is, if somebody defamed him and reported to the police, I think the next thing is to tell the person, to invite the person officially. And if the person didn't come for the request, if he was invited, then the court can place a arrest warrant on him before being picked up. But you have to invite a citizen. But if the citizen refused to honor the invitation, then the court is the only one that even have the right to place a arrest warrant on the person. But I don't know. As you normally said, this guy, I don't know. One day they will just shot him because I don't know. They said he's going to.
Don't we shooting on him?
No, they've shot him before. They shot him with canister before, isn't it?
But what
They shot him with canister, the tear gas once before, isn't it? One lady, one.
He has been released, by the way.
Yes,
yeah.
But for them to be causing all this nuisance, they can invite him, and if he did not honor the invitation,
do you think Sowore himself is turning into somewhat of a nuisance?
With this one, I can't say it's any nuisance. This one,
you have started again. How can you be calling a competent presidential candidate nuisance?
No, I'm just asking. You know, because we've been in and out of this. No,
that question
we have been in and
is too timid now.
No, let me say what I'm asking. We have been in and out of this narrative with this guy just so many times, even within the last 6 months. He's picked up by the DSS, he's released by the DSS, he's in some court fighting some people, they are stoning his car, he's dodging some hoodlums, he's picked up by the DSS, he's released by the DSS, he's in court, he goes to another court to go and fight somebody else, and then he's picked up. It's tedious, it's tiring, you know, it's just, you know.
One man, what I want you to know about Nigerian problem is Nigerian government and Nigerian people. They want to put big baggages around this guy, so he will not even run for 2023 because for him now, I don't even think running the president for 2023 is in his own agenda, because he has enough baggages, he has enough load to weigh him down. So if he has enough baggages to weigh him down, he won't even attempt at all. Somebody that has been in Abuja for this while, is he going to be campaigning in only Abuja? Even does he have the monetary, even the financial capability to campaign as he did the other time? Because I remember he traveled, even I think he is the most traveled presidential candidate that traveled almost maybe 34
It
or
was
34
GoFundMe
states.
that fund him then. Now it was GoFundMe that fund him then, right?
Well,
He
I
can
don't
still do
care
the
if
same now,
he.
just that he's being restrained in
Yes,
Abuja
but
alone.
it's not
So he
only
should
him.
fight for, as a candidate, he should fight for his liberty. They should allow him go across this country. And that restriction, I think the court should put an end to it.
But he has
Eh?
not declared yet. Has he declared? He has not declared, has he?
Maybe because of the restrictions
And even
maybe
if he
this
declares, which party is he going to run under?
on
Which
the same
party?
AAC now. It can be
Yeah, but
AAC.
he's no longer a member of AAC.
Who told you
AAC
that?
now, well, AAC now belongs to Leonard Ezenwa.
But he's the
This
former
is
of the
the
party. You cannot
huh?
form a party
Yeah,
and
but
become
but that guy has taken the party over, and this is what the INEC recognizes. Leonard Ezenwa is AAC now, not Sowore, so he has to go and reform another party.
okay. Then he has to go and align with the Enab Zema. But what's his name?
No, both of them
Go
they
and
are oil
align
and
with him
water.
and work with him.
Both of
If
them
he
they are oil
if
and
he
water.
ever
They can't come
aspire
together.
if you ever aspire to
But I think he
to
can still apply to the party, and they can maybe they will let
that's what
him.
I'm saying. If he
Okay.
wants to throw himself in the ring again, he can
But
apply with the
one
party
man,
and
why are you
he
saying
will have
this?
their support.
Apply to the party that he formed by himself. Really?
Yeah,
He
but
has been thrown out now. he, he
yes,
has
the
been
chairman
thrown
of
out.
the party is Leonard Ezenwa now. So I don't think he can be the candidate outside of the chairman. So the
He
chairman.
has been he has been thrown out already.
But
He has
one man,
been
is he
thrown
not
out.
the founder of the party?
Well,
What's
I
this
don't know
man?
about that
What's this
though.
man saying?
But
He's
according to
supposed to he's supposed to be, but I don't know.
you
Or
know where
maybe
they
that
picked him
party
up
have
in
two fashion now. They have
you
two
know
fashion now, I think.
yes, when they picked
Yeah.
him up in court today, it was actually in court to fight to get the party back. So as it stands now, he's not in charge of the
Oh.
party. Yeah.
How do you know that was why he was in court?
Because I just read it out. I just read it out now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is Jake saying?
I don't know, Charles. Nobody can hear you, so I don't know why you keep on.
Charles.
Ajane Cook has not even said anything. So why are you attacking him? Oh,
He's attacking him. He's attacking him in advance now.
in advance.
Are you underground somewhere? We can't hear you.
Oh God.
One man, let's continue. So,
All right. Go on.
So Sowore, I don't know. I just pray that guy should just get out of that mess. Go back to his America. The family is there. The kids are there. What's he doing in Nigeria? You can't fight for Nigeria. You can't fight for Nigeria. Nigeria don't even. One man, let's be realistic here. People claim this guy is fighting for Nigeria. The people is fighting for, they don't recognize you, they don't want you. But woman, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, somewhat, because he doesn't have mass following for what he claims
I don't
to be
understand what
doing.
you are saying, Mama.
Okay. What Eagle, what Sowore claims he is doing, that is fighting for the people and is fighting to liberate them from the clutches, from the stranglehold of the oppressor.
Yeah.
That thing that he's doing, and people want to be rescued, but he doesn't have mass following. He doesn't have a mass of people backing him up and push. Nnamdi Kanu has 10 times the supporters now, so there's nobody behind him in this struggle that he claims is fighting for the people. So if the people are not with you and you are claiming you are fighting for them and they are kicking you in the head every single time the police see you, then what is he doing now? What is he doing?
I
Do you
completely
know what
agree.
annoys me most?
Yeah.
The last answers for people to be kicking Sowore out of NSAS. Sowore that we know that is the front runner.
The
So
people,
what are we saying here?
people just
They
don't
tell him, they said,
buy.
get away, we don't want you here. But
All right.
it's very annoying, one man.
And it's
This
getting to
guy
the
claims
ridiculousness. Nedun Oko
very
now is now
ridiculous.
throwing
He
you in
claims
prison.
he's fighting for people that he's fighting for, they don't even want him. So, one man, I said yesterday, people are saying I should not talk like that. This guy said he has crowd. He can't even boast of 40,000 votes in the last election out of 220 million Nigeria.
The guy is doing his best. Ola, can you get 2 votes to you?
It's not Ola that is talking, it's Thomas that is talking.
Thomas, sorry, your voice looks like
I don't think he go care. So everybody is just what this Yoruba,
no.
person.
Thomas talks like Ola. Each time I hear him talking, I'm thinking it's Ola.
Oh, okay, Thomas, let me move you on from that space to the space that Ego is particularly keen to speak on, to the Ukraine-Russian skirmish. We're saying skirmish is an invasion. But let's come at it from a Nigerian angle. So Nigerian students stranded in that space, some Nigerians in Ukraine unwilling to leave because, so there's 2 headlines to this. The one says no one has any idea what to do. We have been reaching out to the embassy for a month and we're not getting any response. So that is what the students are saying. But the hustlers are saying some Nigerians in the Ukraine not willing to leave. They want to tough it out. So the Nigerian narrative, but the greater Ukrainian invasion. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Ego, you will
go
have
ahead.
your time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thomas.
So even many countries, one man, the airport is closed for now. Many countries persuade their citizens to go to the neighboring country like Poland so that they can be airlifted back to their country. And even US has evacuated its citizens even earlier on before now. So Nigeria will not rescue anybody. They should know. The student there know, they should know. They should know Nigeria will not rescue anybody.
So are we waiting for earpiece again? Because the only time Nigeria was rescued was by earpiece. So are we waiting for earpiece again to send aircrafts to the Ukraine?
Yes, I read something like that today through the House of Representatives and the earpiece. I think they want to collaborate together to go there and rescue them. But even now,
I thought Buhari already said they should defend themselves.
Earpiece cannot even...
They said protect yourself. That was the government position, protect yourself. What does that mean? The Nigerian students should protect themselves against Russian jets and nuclear weapons.
So one man, even if they want to do something earlier on, they should have done it. Ego, you will have your time, please. Let me finish.
Hold on, Thomas. Just carry on, yeah.
Please. So if Nigerian government is really trying to help them, the other countries have evacuated their citizens earlier before now. So if they said people should take care of themselves, they should take care of themselves, because Nigerian government is not the one that sent you there. And Nigerian government now, they have never. The last time something like this happened in South Africa, I think is the earpiece that single-handedly traveled down there to evacuate people there to Nigeria. So Nigeria will never rescue anybody. So
Thomas, why are you talking like that? How can you be supporting the government? That you are saying Nigeria should take care of themselves there? That you are in the same position with Nigerian government? Is that what you are telling me?
Are they going there to rescue anybody? Talk now. Let's face it. People, sometimes, woman, we like to deceive ourselves. This is the reality. Even though it is not right to leave them there stranded, but this is the reality on ground. No one. There are some people, even from some Australian citizens, they told them to go to the neighboring country like Poland. They should go there by land, then they will go there and they will evacuate them to their country. But even Nigeria doesn't even, I don't think Nigeria have the might and even the willingness to go there and rescue these people. That is what we say now, you are your own or your lewa. So just try to protect yourself, guard yourself. I saw some news there, even some people, even the citizens now, they are carrying weapons themselves. They are carrying weapons to defend.
People are starting to volunteer. They are starting to do is this on conscription? They're not even being conscripted, I think people up to the age of 60, they are lining up to defend their country, but really they are lining themselves up to be slaughtered. It's just like holding a bow and arrow, or holding a stick to somebody holding a machine gun. That's just the fight now. They should just
One man,
give that country up and save their lives.
one man. Presently now, 59 people has been reported dead, 180 injured.
They've seized Chernobyl, which is the power source of the
Yes.
country, so they can switch it off. They can switch that country into darkness immediately. They've seized the airport, so the president should just cede the country and hand it over to Putin.
And even one man, from Monday till now, they have had the attack is almost 203 attacked. From Monday till now.
And nobody had. So I think somebody got. I think Alexander Akashek got it here. It says Ukraine have called the military reserves from age 18 to 60. So I saw that as well. Thank you, Alexander. So yes, they should just give it up now. What do they have? So Americans are talking about sanctions, but they're not saying that they're not going to do the sanctions to switch the financial system because of the sort of money that Russia commands in the financial space. It will impact on business in their space. So they're not going to do that, and that is what impacts them the most. Energy prices are starting to skyrocket. So they are going to manage the sanctions so it doesn't affect when Americans start to pay twice as much petroleum. They will say, where is Ukraine and what has it got to do with us? So nobody is coming to their rescue, so they should just surrender that country and give it up already. Just go. They're better off than Russia anyway. What sort of a country is
but,
Ukraine?
but one man, nobody will want to do that. Nobody will want to do that.
But it will fall now. It will fall by tomorrow if it has not fallen already by today. So why take the casualties? Why take the casualties now? They cannot fight back.
And they don't have the power and the might even to fight back.
They've surrounded the country. They've taken over Chernobyl, which is their power source, the electricity source. Yeah, what more? They can switch off the country into darkness and savage them if they want. They should just surrender.
But one man, why is US not intervening?
Because it's not what the economic. If US intervened, Russia will not back down, and it could spiral into a nuclear conflict, which there will be no winners. And the financial burden of taking on that fight is already reflecting in the financial market, in the energy prices, in the price of money, loans, and transactions. So it's not what the collateral damage to go and rescue Ukraine. They'll just surrender it now, but they will shore up places like Poland. But they are just going to. They will do sanctions for about 2 months and just quietly let it go. They took over the Ukraine, the Crimea now, and nobody did anything. They are slowly rebuilding USSR back. This is what we are saying.
Woman, even is affecting the fuel here as well. Our fuel is $1.60 now. It's going to $2 plus now. It's affecting here.
So do you see now why the West is not going to go after them? Because it's going to impact on your life expensively. So.
But what of the life? What of the life of the people in Ukraine?
So the Ukrainians should just surrender the country to Russia, and then that way they save their lives. It's not punishment to be under Russia now. Russia is a wealthier country. Their systems are better. So what they don't lose anything for being part. They used to be part of Russia, so they just go back.
And they speak the same language.
Yeah, so just
Yes, but what's wrong with this Putin? What's wrong with him?
Nothing is wrong with Putin. The problem is always coming from these are European and these are American allies. You don't. Russia is not a country you just talk to the way you like. Let me tell you, Russia can strangle the entire world. Russia supply gas to US, Europe, everywhere.
Germany,
Whatever you are doing in Russia will affect everywhere. So Russia is not just a country you think Russia is Iraq or Iran or wherever. When Putin talk, the world's supposed to listen. That's my position. I'm not within to go and destroy any country. But they should not just look at Russia and just push Russia aside. No part of this world can do it. Not even the US.
Hey, woman.
Because they supply, everybody will lose. They supply the world. They are the highest suppliers of gas across the world to Europe, America, even to China.
Are you from Edo, Ego?
I'm from Delta, one man, please.
So what is this armed robbery that is taking place in your hometown? The armed robbers are going from bank to bank, just robbing it. Nobody to stop them.
Which side?
What is going on with you guys?
When was that? I've not had that.
Today now is at in your region.
Edo or Delta, woman.
Edo and Delta, is it not the same thing?
They are different.
In Edo, they are different.
It's in Uromi, a place
called
Uromi. Those are dangerous areas now. Uromi is Edo State now. Those are the area Anini came from now.
Yeah. I'm watching them on my screen now, actually, just on the road, the crossing roads with bags of money. They are passing traffic, actually. It's unbelievable. They are passing traffic as they go about robbing.
That's Edo Central. But you don't know those armed robbers. Why? Armed robbery job is not a tribal something. So it's
really?
All right.
Armed robbery stuff is never a tribal something. It's something that have to do with gun. If you are good, whether you are Yoruba or Igbo, you mean business, you are part of them. That's all. Whether you are Fulani, they don't care.
All right.
But there are those who specialize in it.
No, all Nigerians are specialized in doing it. It's happening in Yoruba land. Bank busting is.
No. I wasn't saying it especially that it's Edo. I'm just saying that these guys, they say for 2 hours or more, they were just going from bank to bank, killing people and
where are the security forces?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
You see, we don't have country. Let's just continue when it gets to my turn. I will talk something because we don't have security. Look, the bad guys have discovered that Nigeria doesn't have security.
Ego, do we have security? Do we have security? What are you saying?
So that's why they are growing.
My brother, Midwest, Ego, the security men that's supposed to be fighting all this crime you are saying, they are carrying bags, following politicians, following e-money, following it's woman. Very ridiculous.
And they are also part of it. Do you know their police? When you catch...
Let me finish, my brother. I saw police following e-money, carrying bag, following Bob Whiskey, following Davido.
Which one is Bob Whiskey? Which one is Bob Whiskey?
Bob Whiskey.
From Tombolo to Bob Whiskey. What is
going on here?
All right.
You want to bring in?
Ask Ego, talk about your country now.
I'm talking. Nigeria is the best country, better than America.
Better than America. It's still insisting better than America.
Nigeria, better than America.
The governor of the state here, the governor of the state where I am here, we met him in the shopping mall. No security, nothing. He enters car, he drive himself. Really?
It also happened in Nigeria, Mr. Man. Not so Osinbajo going to the market, divided 30,000. Was he carrying security? How many people was with him?
Oh boy, Osinbajo going to market without security. I bet me put that one aside though.
How many security was with him? There's
Now, so
it
you they
happens.
talk,
It
Hey,
comes
boy.
in
Midwest,
law.
James,
Once your people love
James,
you, you will move like that.
I
When
don't
Fine
want to
Midwest,
Boy, the
argue.
governor of Ekiti State, he
Midwest,
Nah,
was
don't
na
going
follow
police
without
am
officer.
security in the
argue.
whole of Ekiti State.
The head don scatter for Nigeria, no follow am argue. Midwest,
I
No.
beg. I don't want to argue that one.
Head
Ego,
not
ego is
scatter.
of
What we see
another.
here is
the head don
reality.
scatter for there.
You know your
Ego is of
problem.
another
Your
planet.
problem over there, you guys that are over there. When we tell you the truth here, you always try to,
You don't understand how many groundwork where he do before he appear there. You know, you say just come and go market. You know, men we don't did there. Where they don't plan the whole thing. Say he go show. They arrange everything. Guy safe come. He go just wake up, go market where he not plan. You know, as Nigeria be in a high profile. Person if he catch that one, he don't reach forever.
how many US governor, US vice, they waka alone.
Oh,
My brother,
oh,
I'm
Okay.
forget all this. Nigeria is a
oh,
great
oh, oh,
country.
oh,
That's
oh,
my
oh,
position.
oh, all right. Thank you, Ego. So thank you, Thomas. Let me go on from you, Thomas, to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you straight to your boy, Omoyele Sowore. He is just I want to tone now. Okay, I mean, if you have access to this guy, just tell him just to, he has done his best, and the records, the history books will remember him for what he has done. But enough is enough now. Okay, I mean, just continuously being beaten by the police. Nobody seems to care. Everybody mocking him. Just is enough is enough. Sowore
One man,
again.
he will beat you
Hold
wherever.
on now. Sowore again. Catch and release. Tomorrow will be the same thing, and the day after. When is enough for your boy Sowore? Adanle Koko.
One man. What has he done wrong that they have to come after him?
I'll be beating him.
I'll be beating him the way you are describing it.
He's making the
What
place look untidy. He's making the place look untidy. Is making.
ẹgbọ́n ọlọ́dàlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ káàkiri.
No, he's making the place look untidy. Ó ti ń ṣe bí ìdọ̀tí náà. Ó ti ń ṣe bí ìdọ̀tí náà.
ọlọ́dọ̀tí ilẹ̀ káàkiri. Look, Nigeria is a lawless country. Sowore has not done anything wrong that deserve him to be molested like this, the way the Nigerian police or Nigerian security officers go after him. And the most disgraceful aspect of it is that when they go after him, they take him to court. When they get to court, they don't have anything against him. What kind of senseless abuse of power is that? I mean, they just have to, when it's Nigerian security officers, when are they going to learn? Never learned anything. They have taken him to court several times, and they come back losing at the court. Attorney General himself took him to court. He lost. And, Sowore is just there doing what God has sent him to fight for the right of the people. And he's doing it at its best. He's doing it the best that, is the way it is done in other parts of the world, in advanced countries, in America, in Britain. People are allowed in a well-organized society to demonstrate and protest against government action, government abuse of power and stuff like that. But it's only in Nigeria that you see somebody on the street fighting for the right of everybody. And some Nigerians that are supposed to, support him, if not fully support, at least commend him for doing the right thing. But instead of that, they want to chastise him and call him names. It's just unfortunate. It's a wrong society for human being. Nigeria is not a good society for a human being. It's not a good society for human being at all. And that's why you see somebody like Sowore being molested every time.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Buhari is now saying he cannot wait to be ex-president, and I'm suggesting that if he wants to expedite that and go quickly there, we will happily take that resignation letter. But Buhari now saying that just the weight of the position too much, and enough is enough. So what are you making of Aboke from DAURA saying again that he's not going to seek a third term?
Well, we have to wait until then. Actions speak louder than voice. So that Quran is talking about, he vowed by the Quran, he sworn by the Quran and the Constitution that we adhere to every profession or every tenet of the Constitution. But what that as he adhered strictly to every tenet of the Constitution? Did the Constitution give him power to arrest? Violate the right of Nigeria? Send the army out to go and kill NSAN's protester? Send the army to the east to kill people in the east that because they're chanting for what do you call it? Because they asking for self-determination. So he has never adhered to the Constitution in the first place, or all the tenet of the Constitution. He just talking. Maybe he doesn't even understand or know the implication of what he's saying. So we have to wait for him until when he hand over power. And this is the second time that he has said it in the public that he cannot wait for him to leave office. So it shows that he doesn't have the physical strength, to manage that office. That's why he's crying that he want to leave. He want to leave. The other time when he said something like this in the public was that he cannot wait until he cannot wait to leave the office because he worked hard for 5 hours or maybe at most 7 hours in a day. I shook my head. I said, Nigerian president saying it loud in the public that he worked 7 hours a day in a country of 200 million people, in a country that is saddled with all sorts of problems like insecurity, and some economic problem, political problem, and all the kind of problem that the country is going through. And this man is saying he's working between 5 and 7 hours. And this is telling us something. He's old, he's not physically strong, he doesn't have the energy for the enormous responsibility that office.
How do you think Buhari is briefed? Because most presidents, they get memos, they get short memos on important matters, and then their advisors talk them through it. But how do you think Buhari is briefed? Do you think he reads memos, or do you think they tell him what is going on? And what language do you think they use to communicate with him?
I wouldn't know one man, but what I know is that in a country like ours, that is multi-religious, multicultural, multi-ethnic society, president should be able to read everything that comes to his table from the beginning to the head, so that they can have the clue of the situation in the country. You understand what I'm saying? It should be able to read. It should be able to read everything. Whatever that is not clear, or whatever you feel you have to give direction, then we give direction immediately. President must know what is going on in terms of the security of the nation. That is number one. If he doesn't have the security brief that tells him the security of every part of the country, that means it's not fit for purpose. It's not supposed to be in that position in the first place. So He must be able to read. He must be able to give direction to solve problem immediately. Because when you get memo on your table, you read it, then you give directive immediately so that to solve the problem immediately. That is how the country can move. The one that you need to call a meeting to meet some people, you just give directive so that you can keep the country running. And imagine him saying that he worked 5 to 7 hours. So this is telling us that somebody that is, what can we do? There's nothing we can do about it because the man is old. It's weak. It's not mentally, it doesn't have the mental capacity to carry the responsibility of that office. It doesn't have the physical ability to carry the responsibility of that office. And that is telling us we cannot vote somebody like that into the office again. We are not going to move forward as a nation. Like TINUBU, that we can see the way he walk and the way he talk, and these weak people, these old people cannot manage that country. That office carries a lot of responsibility. And president, yes, what's the question?
No. What do you think his legacy would be? How do you think history would record and remember Mallam Buhari? How do you think his presidency will sit in the history books? Where would he sit? Will he sit with the Abacha narrative or with the Obasanjo Goodluck Jonathan narrative?
No, it's with Abacha. Disaster and brutality. That is what the legacy is going to leave behind. Disaster, brutality, economic woes.
Don't forget the word horror, please. Horror and death.
What you say?
Said horror and death. Don't forget that.
sorrow, tears, and blood. That is what the nation will remember. That is the legacy is going to leave behind. Do you know how many people have been killed in that country for the past 7 years that this guy assumed office? In terms of, man,
it'll be conservative to say 250,000 people. I think it will be a lot more. Attributable either to bad governance, looking away, directly killing by security operatives in the southeast, the insurgency or the endless savaging in the Middle Belt Plateau, Benue, all the bodies that they constantly just line up in the northeast,
do you know?
250,000, I suspect, or more.
It's going to be more than that.
Through ineffectiveness or directly as a result of our security operatives, the SARS just shooting people because they have no. I think 250,000 people or more would have been killed by this guy, directly or indirectly.
Do you know how many people that have been displaced around the country? Benue State alone have over 2.5 million people, displaced people. Do you know how many people been displaced in Borno State? Do you know how many people displaced in Sokoto? Do you know how many people displaced in Ogun State?
Ajale Koko, what of those that they even see Guadele kill themselves, the Shiites?
Yeah. And look at how many people
killed them.
Yeah. And do you know how many children, children that have been sold off?
That's what saddens me the most, the children, especially the female child.
Female children.
In the north. Oh, God, man. I don't
that
like
been
to think
sold
about them.
out.
Yeah.
I mean, that country, a lot of our people are bastards, man, that cannot see. They don't feel the pains of others. They don't feel it. And that is our problem.
That is why they say Nigerians, that the majority have some form of mental health problem. Why would you not have mental health problem living in a place like that? Even thinking about it, it depresses you, I think everybody in that country suffers depression. Yeah.
A lot of people don't feel the pains that other people are going through in that country. They don't. Some of our people in the West, we see the situation going in the north. The killing, as if it's not their own problem. The killing of Igbo in the east. So Hausa people will see it as if it's not their own problem. We are protesting in the south here against NSAS. They are protesting in the north pro SARS. What kind of country is that? I mean, this man will be remembered for sorrow, tears, and blood, for brutality, for all bad of things that you want to think about that we've never seen in the history of that country. This is what it's going to be remembered for. And person like him that is old, that doesn't have the look. A president in the situation that we found Nigeria like this must not be a person that sit down in the office 3 other days. He must be able to go out to inspect project, to look at things, to see things for himself and make sure that things work in that country. Because a lot of politicians, all these politicians, they are corrupt people. Even though they will package something and bring it to your table and see if things are working, it's not working, and they will not let you know that things are working. The president must be able to go out. The president must be able to read newspaper and look at things and read people's opinion, know what is going on about, watch TV, listen to the news, listen to the pains of the people, and then take action. Give his ministers the responsibility and have a way to appraise them. Anybody that does not, they must have objective. Anybody that failed to achieve all those things, you fire them. Put people that are competent in position of authority to make things work in that country. But weak people like TINUBU to come and be the president again, president that cannot walk around, it's going to be the same disaster, man. Look at Governor Zulum. Look at the job that guy is doing in that state. He demonstrated and show it to everybody that as a responsible governor, you must be there to see things for yourself. You must not sleep in your house while you have your people in the displaced camp all over the place. He have some of his people in Niger State. He have some displaced people in Chad. He have some of them in Niger, and he have some of them in his state. This guy have to travel and have to go and supervise and distribute food for them and cash by himself. He does not really delegate. He has some job that he delegates to people, but some critical job that will make life better for the people, that guy will be on the street and risk his life most of the time.
You know, half the panacea, half the healing is just that personal touch. So when Governor Zulum turns up in some IDP camp and he speaks to the woman and carries her child and then explains to her what he is doing, that is more than the money and because
it's more than the money.
Because she can then see that somebody is in charge who seems to care and who seems to have a plan. So she can put hope in that. So it's not just somebody sending some trucks to go and throw rice at the gates and run away. So that person, and this is the criticism of Buhari the most. The disaster happens, they have to even beg him to make a comment about it. Never mind, go and visit the place. I'm not sure that he has ever visited a place of incident to show a public face to say, this is the country and I am standing with you. You just say, be your brother's keeper. We will catch them. Just some nonsense from Femi Adesina. That's all you get after 10 days of people lambasting that you have to talk. Look how long it took him to speak about the pandemic. Look how long it took him to speak about NSAS. When the pandemic broke, every president was at the front of cameras fleshing out plans to their people. And Buhari, they are telling us is fighting pandemic with our body language. You know, it's just ridiculous, man.
For example, the Zoom was just given an award today by Christian leaders. It's a Muslim, but the Christian leader said, this man has done what they have never seen before by any governor. They are not religiously related. They don't. I mean, Christian and Muslim. But you see, Christian leaders coming to give this guy award that yes, this is the kind of leader that they will support anytime, any day, and they will honor him. I mean, so what we are saying, the position of president is not an easy position. With in that country, whoever that we are going to vote to assume that something must be very energetic person, a person that can walk, a person that can move, a person that its mental alertness is very high and can solve problem quick. Not all these slow people. People will be talking and be slurring. People will be walking.
Ola is just reminding us. Remember when he was describing Angela Merkel as the Chancellor of West Germany and talking about the strength of the Deutschmark, the Deutschmark. I don't think a 20-year-old German knows there's anything called the Deutschmark.
Your PVC has expired.
Hold on. Yeah, it was talking about the Deutschmark and West Germany. You know, the president of Nigeria.
And not a president that will be talking, we're going to hire 5 million soldiers. They're going to eat a corn, not be all those kind of
but Echo gives you protein now. What are you talking about? Echo, the yellow one. Yeah, the yellow one now. Yes,
you give your soldier agbado. You give them agbado. We give soldier strength to fight.
The yellow one now. Yellow ogi is full of protein now. What are you talking about? Yellow ogi is full of protein now.
Ajaleboko, your PVC has expired.
Your PVC has expired. All this kind of this thing. I sent the video to one man. One man didn't want to play that video.
No, I play it. I think I downloaded it. So if I have a
you didn't play it. You didn't play it.
I don't know. I will do that at some point today. So
okay.
But don't worry about that now. Is the idea that we need, not we are not.
Are you sure they've not paid you like this?
I don't know. Hold on now. We're not after Wole now. Do you want an English speaker? If you want an English speaker, then let's go to Wole Soyinka. He's the English speaker. We want somebody that has a plan.
I don't know why you're talking about Wole Soyinka now. What's the point?
Because they are querying that the guy is not speaking English in the manner. Thomas and Ajanle Koko, they are mocking him for not speaking English. They want English speaker.
You mean TINUBU?
TINUBU, yes.
No. I mean, the issue is not just speaking English. The issue is what Ajanle Koko just said to you. The guy is not healthy. We need somebody who is hot and good.
Are you his doctor? You cannot say that now. That's defamatory, you know.
Man, is Nigeria not sick? So when Nigeria got another sick, everything will be okay. So it's a march.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is sick. Let's put TINUBU there.
I don't know why some of us will just open our eyes and we just want to spin things around. You look at this man. Did you see a picture of him sitting down with Oni of Ife and other people? The way he sits, the way he's bent over.
No, he's a frail man now. He's
why do you want a frail man? Why do you want a frail man? You just use the word frail. Why do you need a frail man?
No, he's frail in terms of body structure, not frail health-wise.
It's frail, but not just in body
alone. Slithery sort of paperweight sort of physicality.
The TINUBU we used to know is not the TINUBU we know right now.
Look at that.
TINUBU is frail, not just frail physically, even mentally he's frail. Look the way, just listen to the what he says sometimes. I mean, Ajanle just mention some of them here.
Irregularly goofs all the time. Goof.
He goofs. I mean, look at what I mean. The thing is, we need
50
somebody who is up
million
and
youths
doing.
to recruit.
We just talk about places whereby we have IDPs, we have people with issues. I mean, you see them here when you have your hurricane. You see the president going and visiting people, even going to their houses to talk to them. No, we need leadership to come down to the level of people. Not that you'll be speaking over their head and then you'll be like this one we have there currently right now. We even really even send condolences to people. He will wait several days, several months before he will talk. When people were slaughtered in Sokoto State, he never went there until maybe because he said he had something doing over there. He had to go to Sokoto. In fact, he even cancelled it too. Still. So what are we talking about?
The intelligence service on ground told him that he will die if he goes there. So what is he going to do there?
That's what they said. They said he should not fly over that place.
Okay, let me play you two video clips. One, the one that Jan Lekoko is insisting that I have not played, so I'll play you that. But let me first play you one. This is TINUBU. So let me play you TINUBU then and now. So this is then, and then we'll come to now. So this is TINUBU then.
To have a private sector partnership, either BOT or BOO in our infrastructure development. Need companies that are ready to invest in some of the highways and bridges and toll them. We need a huge interested party in telecommunication. Our mass transit program is on course. The metro line is being discussed already. We have attracted the interest of World Bank once again. We think we're evaluating between the light rail that is less disruptive and destructive to the right of way. We are looking at this corridor of the existing railway track to really, according to the study already conducted.
So that was TINUBU, governor of Lagos State. You see how slurred his words are and how frail his body size was. So that's TINUBU then, and this is TINUBU now.
No. Don't
I disagree with one man.
We kicked him out, I guess. You see, one man has not really told, but we don't expect him to tell us the truth whether he has given a punje or not. Because this way,
one man cannot do that. One man is from Oyo, he cannot do that.
Because he's from Oyo and do so what?
What do we eat? Cassava, àgbàdo, corn, and the morning, yam in the afternoon. It's growing here.
Family member, 2 family members, knock on all doors and make sure that new registration, because they may not announce to you on time,
The PVC you have has expired. I know intimidation. Cowards dies many times before they're dead. No intimidation, no blackmail, no money sort of an insult that will get me angry to the extent that I will say no more, I don't want it. No. I've read somewhere in a Greek philosopher who say if you want to wrestle with pig, you're ready to get dirty. And it will be poop. I am ready to get dirty. Your children's West African examination fee is paid by us. So that no one, no matter how poor, is left behind.
Oh man, you're so mean. I couldn't hold it.
Person not a misstep. What is funny there?
I can't hold myself. Oh man, you're very wicked. In fact, you're ruining TINUBU the more.
Okay. So let us address that. That is Ajanle Koko and his
You're very
friend.
wicked, one man.
No, that's not me. That's Ajanle Koko. That was Ajanle Koko's video. So that's Ajanle Koko and his friends trying to do a hatchet job on the Yoruba man. So let's go through it one by one. So he said that there's chronic unemployment amongst the youth in Nigeria. There's a mass deficit in security personnel. So what he's saying is that the two can solve each other, employ a sizable amount of our youth unemployed into the security deficit and then you train them, and the diet in the military structure is usually carbohydrate based. And he jokingly said, well, we just feed them what we have, which is our yam and corn. So that I don't think anybody can fault that is stumble.
Yeah, so that they can have yam heads in it.
No. But fundamentally, is it wrong that there is a chronic unemployment amongst the youth? There's a mass deficit in security personnel, and he's saying the two solve each other. Is that not a plan? That is a plan. That is a plan. So I don't know why he's being mocked because he stumbled words here and there.
No.
The central idea. What are we talking about?
One man.
What was the other one that he said?
PVC is expired.
Your PVC has expired. Yes, of course, he knows that the PVC has not expired, but
he knows, and he said it.
Yeah, but what is the message that he's sending? He's essentially sending the message that hurry down to make sure that you have your PVC
and
it's in order. Is that not the message? Is that not
that's not the message? Did you listen to what he said? He says they might not tell you that your PVC has expired. That's what he said.
Yeah, so go and validate yourself is essentially what he's saying.
What are you validating?
We have just validate. Just make sure that you're ready.
One man, don't make case for this man. You're just trying to make case.
Man.
You should come on.
What he was saying.
So he's saying 50 million instead of 50,000, and then we should crucify.
Okay, we agree that. We agree that that's a good way of approaching
one man is
unemployment.
a tribal bigot too. He
No,
like TINUBU. He believe in Yoruba.
How am I a tribal?
One man
should we
was
gun him
pushing.
down because he said 50 million
No,
instead of
nobody's saying
50,000?
that.
No,
We should
not
gun
that.
him
What
down.
you're saying is,
What we said is that you always push it now, even when they are telling you that this man is frail, he's not what this
How is
presidency.
it frail? I played you a video when he was governor of Lagos State. He has the same body structure then as at now. He's always been a slight, frail-looking sort of guy that talks in a slurred and a staggered manner. That was him when he was in his full pomp, in his 40s. Now he's in his 60s. Still the same person, the same speech pattern.
60s?
He's not been able. If you watch TINUBU, you know he's not an eloquent speaker though.
Yeah,
He doesn't really talk.
Never has been. So what?
He doesn't really talk.
We're
He
not
talks very
disputing
slowly.
And his party men and Sarah reporters, they are putting
one man.
One man, can I come in?
Sahara reporter.
One man.
This is why he keeps on getting a beating all the time. This is why he keeps on getting a beating.
One man, breaking news. Breaking news. Sowore said he wants to declare himself as the president.
Declare himself as a candidate.
No, as the president. Oh, listen to it's here. He said it's here.
The guy is
the
guy is from another planet.
What will you call that? That is treason.
That's what he said.
So
he said he wants to declare himself as the president.
No, that would be treasonable offense because we did not elect him as a president.
Thomas, why did you see this news?
He said he wants to declare himself as the president.
Where did you see that news now?
You know that was what got Abiola jailed.
Let me play.
Abiola won an election. But you said, hold on. He has not won an election. He has not won an election. So Thomas,
Abiola didn't win any election because the INEC have to declare you a winner before you can call yourself a winner.
Oh, forget that. You see all this whole thing again. We're explaining it again. Abiola won that election.
Look, Tinubu fits Nigeria. Nigeria is on a drip. Look, when Nigeria is on a drip and there is no good hospital, can't we use native doctor and native medicine?
Tinubu fit that gap. The point.
Are you listening to this, please? Can you please
listen to this? Go on.
Yeah. Of the future. Very soon, they're afraid that Sowore will declare. I'll become the president of Nigeria. You can't stop me.
Do you hear that?
That's what?
I didn't hear anything there.
I didn't hear.
Their detention, when they're tired, they came and called me that I should be going home. So I'm heading home. Now, no reason to worry. We know why this is happening. They're afraid of the future. Very soon, they're afraid that Sowore will declare. Yes, I'll become the president of Nigeria. You can't stop it.
No, you said Sowore will declare and become the president of Nigeria. That's what he said.
Look at what Thomas is carrying propaganda.
You say, when they call you a yam,
It's not from Oyo. Have a lawyer. I cannot do that.
It's not from Oyo. You're not from Oyo.
Don't we all understand English here? I mean, you just play something to us where he said they are afraid that Sowore in the future might declare himself as president. He only made it's just a supposition. He just put it forward that this is what these people are afraid of doing. I mean, they're afraid of him doing.
No.
He just said he's going to do it.
They will declare.
Hold on. Thomas can play it again, but what I heard was that they are afraid that Sowore would declare and become the president. So declare to run and then win. So if you play it again, that's what you said. Yeah.
Or even declare him a winner.
But listen. I had today, because I was on Worship Media, I had him when this guy, Dr. Chidi, interviewed him after they let him go from this arrest that he was recently arrested today. So now they asked him, he was asking me a question. He said, Chidi said, there's something coming up very soon. He might have to declare to run for president. That's what he said. But this one that Thomas is now spinning here again, I'm like, okay, where did you see this from? So,
Thomas
he wants to.
Thomas is
I
a
think
yam
what
head.
I think what he wants to do is he wants to declare to run for presidency.
No, that's what he said. That's what we heard now. You
No,
know,
I don't
Thomas
know. I don't know what
Thomas. All right.
I'm a devil's advocate. Devil's advocate.
Look at that. Now he wants to spin it. Look at this guy. Let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It says, honestly, I do not see anything funny about an aged man losing his balance and stumbling over. It saddens me that folks mock him for that. So this is just the thing. And thank you, Alexander, for the super chat. And by the way, yes, an aged person, a man in his 60s stumbling his feet, is not something that is unheard of. And even a man 16 years old stumbling and falling, this is something that still occurs. So long as you're on your feet, you have the possibility of tripping over. So I'm not quite sure how they are picking satellite things and trying to paint a narrative.
I don't.
We are all gonna get old one day, isn't it? One man, we're all gonna get old.
One man, Biden stumble now. The same Biden, he stumbled, isn't it?
Biden. He was falling off the steps when he was climbing the aircraft. But they will tell us
one man.
I'm
not the kind of person that laughs at people's misfortune. What I'm trying to say is that while we're laughing, for me, while I was laughing is because you were making your point, the point you were going against. That is what I'm trying to say. This is the man. Hold on. This is the man you're saying that is okay. Look at how he's tripping and falling. Not because he's tripping and falling. That's why I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you're making your own point with your videos or whatever you're playing here.
No, that was Adale Koko's video. Now he wanted.
I was laughing more because one man is defending TINUBU. One man was defending him, but he now contradicted himself by showing a video that was showing the man slurring about and stumbling. You know,
let's give him a trial.
You're confirming the mockery. You're confirming the mockery.
Let's give him a
showing
trial.
That video. You're making it worse for TINUBU.
Who's speaking here?
Let's give TINUBU a trial.
Yeah.
Give TINUBU a trial.
Yeah, let's give him a
trial.
You
wait for another 8 years of your life.
Because let me tell you why.
So Nigeria is a China and error.
My brother, I want to give you an example. Look, my brother, listen a little bit. The election that brought Jonathan to power was one of the most free and fair elections you can ever imagine. The one that brought this same man, this Oro and blood and this man that is ruling us, called Buhari, it's also free and fair election. Like in my state, I will use my state as an example. You see, when those state people want to die for Baseki to come to power, today they are slaughtering our people. We have never seen him in any place addressing anybody. He doesn't care. He doesn't even talk about that. You understand me? So you don't know who is going to help Nigeria. Those guys you say that are young, are they not part of the children of the politicians? You look at a 14-year-old guys slaughtering their girlfriends. Whom do you trust? So let's give him a trial. That's just the fact. A lot of things is wrong already.
It's 8 years of our existence again.
We don't know. Maybe you get in there, we just repent and tell you, oh, well, look, I'm not taking anything away again. Let us feel this.
How are you convinced?
Get out.
How are you convinced that he's going to do badly? Rational mind.
So let's give him a try. We don't know who is good, man.
Let me answer that question. Let me answer that question with this. This is how I'm going to answer that question. The state at which Nigeria is right now, the one that we have there currently right now, has bastardized, messed that country up. And the person who's to fix that country, it needs to be somebody who has his senses all to himself.
Okay, like Jonathan.
Hold on. You say what?
Like President Jonathan.
Well, I'm not talking about Jonathan. Don't get
Buhari.
Hold on. Would you let me speak, please?
Okay, sorry.
I'm not mentioning anybody's name.
Okay.
I don't have any candidate right now. But what I'm just saying to you is that we need somebody who is vibrant mentally.
But you don't have anybody.
Hold on, I can give you. But I'm not endorsing any of them. I can give you.
Right.
Hold on. I can give you people that are possible good candidates, but I'm not endorsing any of them.
Right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: that anybody, except people who are not vibrant, who are not mentally and physically there.
We're waiting for
we need somebody who will be able to move around. This one that is moving around is not because he wants to become president.
Right.
As soon as he gets in there, I tell you, let there be fire in Igogo. Let there be fire in Sokoto State. He will be in Aso Rock there, be telling you or be telling people that, oh, I'm sorry. Like,
why are you saying he's not?
I'm saying this because this man does not have the rigors of standing and going around and talking to people.
Yeah, but you don't need rigor now. It's an insulated life for the president. He will go from his bedroom into the presidential helicopter, who will then deliver him at the space. He will take the photo opportunities and get back into the helicopter. So what
is this what you know for certain that's going to happen? You and I don't know for certain.
No. Does the country not facilitate for that? Does the structure not facilitate? Because Buhari did not avail himself for reasons of not caring and not being able to for physical reasons.
One man, you and I don't know what might happen.
Yeah, so why are you then saying it will not happen?
But for me, I go by antecedents. I don't like repeating the same.
Rational mind, your names. You haven't got the names.
No, yeah, hold on.
I will go there if you want me to go there. Now,
yeah, no, we want you to go there.
If we're talking about people, I see. You see, the president, vice president, is a candidate that we should look upon. Yeah, that guy is. He has it. He has what it takes.
He has what?
He has what it takes.
What does because
he has what it takes.
Grammar.
We know because
who has what it takes? Who?
Oshibajo has what it takes to be a president.
Okay.
He's been there. He can.
That is
That
is your own choice.
You know,
no, that's not my choice. It's just something I'm giving out there, putting out there. I will never say I want to support
rational mind. You know, Oshibanjo was sampled on change.org. They were after 1,000 signatories, and as the last time I checked, which was 3 days into that post, they had about 800. So they couldn't even get 1,000 people to sign up for we want Oshibanjo thing on change.org.
Okay.
In 3 days.
Are people aware that there's a petition online that?
People will be aware. I mean, the people who put it out would have spread it wide. I came across it. I'm not an Oshibanjo man.
I'm not aware of you until you mention it right now.
There you are. So
the point is,
this guy carries.
Let's ask people on this platform. Who among us on this platform knows that there's a petition on change.org besides one man?
I do know. I know about that.
Well, there you are.
You know.
And this so come on, man. The Oshibanjo doesn't have the carriage that you think he does. You know?
I didn't know.
Either you know, you don't know. That is up to anybody. But what I'm just trying to say is that Oshibanjo is one of them.
Right.
Then we talk of Moghalu. Moghalu is one of them. Moghalu is one of them.
Let me just quickly say something here. Babangida came in when he was young. Jonathan came in when he was young. We still have a lot of young governors. What are they doing? You just have to ask. Just look at your situation and pray. Maybe let's do the trial.
Is it Yaya Bello?
What are they doing with their age? You're dealing with Nigeria. Nobody that can fix Nigeria. We that is here talking, somebody will come and repair what? What is not even in existence. So forget it.
Nobody can totally
repair. Go there and repair. Repair what?
But we're talking about
repair
people
what is in existence.
At least we're talking about people that.
But Nigeria exists now. What are you talking about? Nigeria exists.
It doesn't exist. He exists on sarin, some people on power, not on ground. What is going on?
What do you mean not on ground?
One man. Once we elect Tinubu, there will be sarin that will be going around him. He's not going to deliver anything. He may likely deliver. But one thing is this, nobody should boast of young people. Jonathan was there. Can we remember? Even, look, one of the world best economists was with Jonathan, this Ngozi Awala. What did she achieve for Nigeria? Is she not serving the whole world today? Nigeria is not even in existence. If that woman want to talk, say, you will be tired. She went to Ministry of Finance. They were having 60 cars, about 300 drivers. How can 300 people be driving 60 cars? Are you the one that is going to fix that kind of country? My brother, we should be praying for someone that have the mind to say, Nigeria doesn't exist. Let me just divide this country. Or go back to confederation so that we can have a country.
Is this today we'll be praying, my brother? Is this today we'll be praying?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pray. This is not a matter of prayer. That's the thing is for me.
You see, people like James and Charles and what's that other chap that always says that thing? They are already fixated. The mind already made up that Nigeria, they don't want it. So they don't want anybody to solve the problem of that country. They just want the country.
How are you going to solve the problem? What is this?
You don't want it solved, do you? You don't forget
Awolowo laid foundation for the Yoruba never to suffer.
Ogbemudia lay foundation for the Midwest people not to suffer. Look at where we are today.
Okay, so
who is going to solve our problem?
We are where we are.
You are looking. Look, let us tell ourselves the truth. You are looking for a Yoruba president, and that is the fact. If I ask you who you will say you are Yoruba.
How is that a bad thing? How is that a bad thing?
Yeah, they planted Nigeria for you. They planted Nigeria for you. It is not even your ancestors are not even happy to see they even call Nigeria. So why are you going to succeed?
How do you know what my ancestors want or don't want?
How would they be happy when they were forcing resistance and trying to protect their children? They were killed, and now somebody imposed a country on you. You are saying peaceful Nigeria. What can you boast of? They are slaughtering Nigeria in Ukraine. What is your government saying?
Who is slaughtering Nigerians in Ukraine?
Something Nigerians are dying. They're sorry to say they are in serious trouble. It's okay. Boast of one thing. Who is going to repair Nigeria? You think when you put up Simba Jordan because he has a PhD, we solve our problem?
We know what you are doing, so don't do it. Who is slaughtering Nigeria in the Ukraine?
Okay, sorry. Nigerians are there in serious trouble because there is a war going on there. Superpower is operating there.
Oh, right.
So every nation.
So hold on. So the Russians are in the Ukraine looking for Nigerians to kill?
No. This is war. Bullet doesn't respect anybody. So therefore, every country that loves
the Indians, what about the Pakistanis? What about the Ukrainians themselves?
The Ukrainians are already they are doing the rightful thing to defend their land and trying their best. They are not running. They are running away.
This guy, you're just bouncing and off the wall. What are you talking about?
Hold on, rational mind. This is what this guy does all the time. He wants us to come on board on this train of they are in the bushes killing us. We have to come together and savage the Fulanis and break up the country. So he doesn't want to hear anything apart from that. Now he's telling us that Nigerians are being slaughtered in the Ukraine. Don't do that now.
Okay, one man. I apologize for that. It's a miss of tongue.
No, you said it. You said it for the purpose of impact. It wasn't a miss of tongue. It was.
But you didn't even allow me not to land. Every time you turn me left, you turn me right. Let me explain something to you.
All right.
One thing you have to have in the back of your mind: Nigeria is not in existence.
Okay.
You understand me? So nobody can repair Nigeria. If you are going to vote for who will repair Nigeria, you are wasting your time. So we will continue like this. The structure is not of ground to fix anything. We don't like the country. If an Hausa man campaign now again, you will say, no, Hausa have ruled. It's time for Yoruba. It means you are campaigning for your nation. Igbo man will come out here and say, oh, no, these people will be ruling, we will be cheated. It is time for an Igbo man president. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Something that is not going to work. Instead of to use our brain to say, look, let's discuss something.
How do you know it is not going to work?
We elected somebody from South, and he was with one of the best economists in the world. What did he deliver? Why are we forcing ourselves? The woman is not heading the whole world.
What do you mean?
But he was opportune with us.
What do you
Nothing. Because the country is useless. It doesn't exist.
No.
It doesn't exist.
Why don't you not do this? Guy, don't do this now. Because this is not what we do here. Thomas, please, you have to just not do that. James, don't do that. I said not to do that, Ali. James, don't do that. Because that is not what we are doing here. We are not buying that propagandized narrative that you hear in all those Eastern platforms. That's not our story here.
You have to stop that.
Yeah. No, don't. Hold on, please. Let me address it. Can you hold on? Don't do that because that's not what we are doing. Oh, they are in the bushes. Da. We're not doing da. Good Lord Jonathan, he was a relative success as a president because he had an excellent team. You know this Akiwumi Adesina, he has a template for agriculture under Goodluck Jonathan that was working so effectively. You know what this guy did? He gave cheap mobile phones to farmers right across the breadth of Nigeria so that they had direct access to fertilizers, which was then just, there was a boom in agriculture under this guy. This Madam Okonjo-Iweala that you're saying, she recalibrated the Nigerian economy, redigitalized it, brought on board the auxiliary economies like the black economies and the film industries to recalculate the Nigerian economy to emerge it as by far the biggest economy in Africa. So don't say that those are solutions to real problems. So don't come and do all these blanket statements that you hear from the Eastern yam-yams. They're not yam-yam here.
I don't represent. I don't represent the Easterners in
Yeah,
your
but
platform.
don't yam though. Don't, we're
I
not
speak.
yamming.
I speak. Just allow me to at least to
One man,
express
don't label
my
us,
own
so please.
opinion. My own opinion here.
Just face
This
James
is my
now.
own opinion, please. It doesn't have anything to do with Easterner as or maybe any other person. But we need to be sincere. The problem we have as in Nigeria, we don't want to tell ourselves the truth that this thing is not working and it's not going to work because of the structure that is on ground. Since we are afraid to tell ourselves the truth, we are trying to cheat or try to outsmart one another. So by saying, oh, an Hausa man, I think it is time for Yoruba. Igbo man is complaining it is time for Igbo. It is because we don't see the dividend of Nigeria. So everyone is trying to outsmart one another. And that is the foundation that the British laid for us. So it is our, we have to tell ourselves the truth. All these ones that we are saying, if we like, we vote TINUBU. The TINUBU will only pick some Yoruba, some Edo, some Igbo. And these ones are the two elect in Nigeria. The wealthy people and the common men. And the wealthy people
is that TINUBU's antecedents to prick along tribal lines?
What I mean is this. I did not say he will only pick through two people. When I mean tribal, please let me clarify myself.
Yes.
There are two tribes in Nigeria. The wealthy people and the common men. TINUBU will always go to every tribes and do with all those wealthy men in the tribes and leave the poor to continue to poor, just the way we find ourselves.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? What are they? Oh, no, hold on. You cannot just make blanket statements like that. What has he done in the past that has led you to make that assertion?
No, listen to me. I don't think TINUBU can solve Nigeria problem. Everybody believes Jonathan will do it.
Why not?
Everybody believes Buhari will do it because he's a national man.
No. You can't make glib statements and then quickly move on to build on it.
Okay, what make you to feel? What make you to feel that TINUBU will fix Nigeria problem?
No, you said he couldn't fix it, so you back
he
it
cannot
up.
fix it. To my own opinion, to my own belief, this is mine. If you believe he can fix it, you can talk about it.
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on the fact that Nigeria is not in existence, nothing works in Nigeria. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth.
How so?
Nothing is working.
Nigeria not in existence?
Nigeria is an artificial country. We don't love the country. Why are you crying for Yoruba president? If you love your country, why are you crying for Yoruba president? Why are you crying for Yoruba president?
Artificial in what way?
Why are you crying for Yoruba president?
I'm not crying for anything.
Why are we saying they must zone? Have you seen a place where they say you must zone? Have you seen a place where they say you must zone a presidency to another people?
And they all do it. This is the.
I think we understand what they mean by artificial. Let's just not
look. One man, we understand the fact. Why are you not saying? Look, your elders are saying we want a Yoruba man to be
but
president.
Midwest.
Let me ask a question. We want Igbo to be president. The Northerners are saying we want an Hausa man to be president. Then what is Nigeria?
Hold on, Midwest. You just said a few moments ago, a few minutes ago that let us give TINUBU a try. Was it not you that said it here? When we're talking about
we give him a trial, but it's not going to solve.
Why are you not dancing around? I don't get it. It's nothing about me. I don't like when people are not consistent.
How we frustrate,
you're not consistent. You said let Nigeria go down. Let us separate and like you just said. Now you're talking about, and you said a while ago that TINUBU. Let us give TINUBU a chance. When Ajale Koko and I were saying that no, TINUBU cannot do it. He's frail and blah blah blah. And then you're now saying
you didn't get my. You didn't get my. Let me clarify. If you can allow me to clarify you.
I don't know what else you want to say.
If we give him a chance, he may succeed one way or the other to try his best to change Nigeria. But the problem is that Nigeria is not. Listen now, Nigeria is not even in existence. Even if TINUBU lay foundation, another tribe they will come in and they will destabilize everything because this Nigeria is artificial. So everyone loves his tribe first because Nigeria is not giving the dividend of progress and prosperity to anybody. So we just there strongly. You understand me? So you try to get my word. We give him a chance. Let's hope maybe it will help us. But even if he lay foundation for good, under man will come in, will tell you this is what I want. Look at where we are today. How many years in democracy? Obasanjo try his best. Jonathan try his best. This guy will tell you I've done my own part.
Was progress made under Obasanjo?
He was opportunist. He was selling oil 150,000. Money was in everyone. He corrupt everybody. What kind of progress?
No
I
progress.
asked you a
He didn't
question
make any
now.
progress.
It
He
didn't make
didn't
any
make any
progress.
progress.
Okay,
No progress.
was progress made under Goodluck Jonathan?
No progress. That's why we're in this situation. That's why we voted
right.
Buhari. No, did
Okay.
you think that be clamoring for you? If it was there was progress,
right.
they wouldn't have
Okay.
been crying for Buhari.
All right. That's your subjective view, but
Yeah.
that's certainly not a view that I
Thank
share.
you.
You
You
know,
can also try another person.
You know, but
I
thank you.
just want to say, Midwest Republic, stop shift shaping. You know, it doesn't make one honorable. If you're going to stand by something, you stand by something. If you are defeated in your argument, let it go. And when other people try to say something when you have the floor, please give them chance so we can all learn. So why I think Tinubu cannot bring hope to the Nigeria is because those who are part of the problem can never be part of the solution. So that is mine.
All right, but they say it takes a thief to catch a thief, but then there it is.
Thank you very much, Mama.
You know,
I say thank you.
You know, but it's just maddening the way James and Tony and even Charles I can excuse because Charles is still, we can still, bring him up, but they just do, and then when you try to narrow them down, they just push it some more, as though that's not what we're doing now. But Adanle Koko, back to you.
So my own conclusion here, Nigeria is in crisis. So a country in crisis need somebody at the top of affair who can manage and solve and find solution to that crisis, so that those crises will be something of the past. And somebody to do this must be very energetic, mentally fit, physically fit, and a person that understands the broad aspect of life, and a person that knows what is going on around the world, a person that is in tune with what is going on in the country and as well as what is going on around the world. And he can use his wealth of experience that he has gathered for many years, put it into play to solve the problem. But these old people, it is clear, we can see it, except we want to continue to deceive ourselves, except we want to continue to defend indefensible. This man is weak. Is weak. Somebody that is weak, as we can see him, cannot do the job well for us. We need somebody that can do the job well. He cannot do it well. He cannot supervise people.
Why do you say he cannot supervise?
He cannot do it effectively. He cannot do it effective.
No, why do you say that?
One man. Old age are setting. There's
limit. What do you mean old age? What do you mean old age?
Can he even debate? Can he start a debate?
He doesn't need debate. He doesn't need debate.
Let me tell you one man.
What are you talking about? Doesn't need debate.
A person to be in the top of affair in Nigeria should be able to sit down and work for 16 hours at least.
Why?
A day.
Why?
Somebody that works for 16 hours will die. You don't need that. How can you work 16 hours? How are you going to survive?
If he's working 16 hours, then it's not effective. He should not even be working at all. The Nigerian president should not be working more than 1 day a week. If it's effective.
What is the current situation we find ourselves? What the current situation Nigeria find itself?
Maybe you need a break, one man.
What do you mean?
Cup of water.
No, because Babangida already gave that template. He said if he becomes the civilian president of Nigeria, that he would never, for 1 day throughout his administration, he will never leave the golf course. Do you know why he said that? He said he will just to do one piece of work, to have the very best of the very best, irrespective of tribe or religion, taking crucial portfolios, and all they need, he'll set them the task of the agenda of the country, and they go and execute and report the processes. So that's just it now. You don't. If you
talking nonsense. Babangida is talking nonsense.
What does he need to be doing?
Is that the way your own prime minister work over there? Is that the way your own prime minister or my own president in America work?
But Boris Johnson is always drunk. So don't worry about that, because
is that how it works? Is that how it works?
That is how he should work. How else does it work?
That is how it should work, but is that how it works?
No, you don't micromanage as a president. You don't micromanage.
Hold on. One man, you're just trying to I mean,
do you micromanage as a leader of a country?
You don't micromanage. At the same time, you micromanage.
So why would you then be working 16 hours a day?
It's a bit of both. You micromanage and you don't micromanage.
No, you don't.
If you understand what I'm trying to say,
you macro manage. You don't micromanage.
Macro, whatever. However you use the word.
You manage in broad strokes.
You need to supervise your ministers.
Yes. But you have to also give them the confidence and the space.
Of course, definitely you will. Yes. That's why I said you don't have to macro or micromanage.
Let me give you an example. They need they want to build a high-speed road from Lagos to Abuja. They want to build it. So you appoint the minister for works that is capable. You tell him that this is what you want as one of the achievements of your administration. So you tell him, then he sets about getting the modalities. Once he has that modalities, he comes to your office, he shows you a modeled plan of it and the costings. You then get the finance minister to get the money. Once she gets it, she tells you the repayment structure. You then tell the works minister then sets about to recruit the constructors. You go to the groundbreaking, and then you go back to your golf course. When they are 25% done, or 10% or whatever, you just fly in, you kick the ground like you know what you are doing. You say, okay, good, carry on. And then you go back to the golf course. You don't every single detail. You don't need. So you get the right people to do the jobs, you know, and
so
that's
you
it.
Expect us. Okay, you expect us to use the taxpayer money to pay that president that doesn't sit in the office to work, that doesn't go out to inspect stuff.
He does go out to inspect stuff.
How many times did you see Obama moving around to go and inspect road?
No, now
hold on.
How many times did you see Biden going to go and inspect road?
By appointing the
right people. No. He met a developed economy and advanced society.
No, that's not what
that's what
it is. You understand
what you understand the situation. We are in a crisis.
You see, I wish it's as simple as one man said it. Oh, you just put a word.
How is it?
It's not as simple. No, it's not as simple.
Why not?
It's not as that.
What's the complexity? What is the complexity?
A lot is involved, and you're just calling your Minister of Transportation and giving you a plan of what he's going to do, how he's going to do it. I mean, it's more than that.
Okay, so describe how
you know people that sitting on a project.
How do you mean?
You wouldn't just say, okay, Minister of Transportation, go and give me a plan. This is my plan. I want to build a super highway from Lagos to Abuja, and then it brings me something. No, you have to consult other people.
Consult other people. How do you mean?
It's the same thing.
You have to consult. He won't just bring you a plan and then you just dive on that and say, okay, yeah, this is what I want. No, you need to consult with other people, maybe other advisors that you have to give you advice on that.
But you've already done that to arrive at the decision that is an agenda plan.
One man.
I don't know.
One man.
It's not
one man.
You're building complexities into something that is not complex.
So you buy that idea of that stupid man that destroyed that country. You buy his idea.
I buy it wholeheartedly.
And we should be paying
if
him.
If the president is not on the golf
taxpayers' money,
why
he play golf? He play golf every day.
Did you see how Obama? Okay, Trump is another example. Trump never left the golf course.
When he's on vacation, when he's on recess. When he's on recess, that is when
he was always at Marilaga or something.
When he's on recess, that is when he go to play golf.
Ajane Koko. In the Ministry of Work and Housing, you have inspector department, and they have to give report. That is all. So
what are you talking about?
What my saying is correct. They are not going to go in head.
They don't micromanage now.
Why are you turning around and spinning? We said Nigeria is in a crisis. We are in a crisis right now.
It was founded upon crisis. It will remain in crisis because it's not in existence. So don't waste your time. Tell me when he has never been in crisis.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I just continue. Just go around this.
So,
imagine if we had Tony and James on the same session. I'll be banging my head against the computer by now.
Man, I finished my thought on that.
All right, thank you. Let me take you to the Ukrainians and the plight of the Nigerian students there. So evacuation seems to be the narrative. The government promising that when they open the airport is when they are going to evacuate them. So by the time they open the airport, the crisis is over, so they can buy their own ticket. So I don't know quite how that is evacuation. The students say they are trying to contact the embassy. They are not getting the response. But the 419 boys in the Ukraine says, we will die here, forget your evacuation. So the Nigerian narrative in the Ukraine, Ajanle Koko, the two sides of it.
Well, the fact that they have called Nigerian embassy and they did not respond, that is enough to tell them that they have been abandoned by their country. They have been abandoned because the purpose of embassy there is to take care of the interests of Nigerians in that country. So when that country is running into sudden war, and your citizens are calling the embassy and they are not responding, that's to tell them that they've been abandoned. So the best thing for them is to find a way out in any way they can, whatever they can do to save themselves and not wait for Nigeria to come and help them. Nigeria is not going to come. Even if they're going to come, according to their response, they're going to come late.
One man, even when there is no war, Nigeria embassy will not even rest. I've seen where police arrest some in Nigeria, in Germany, put the person in prison and tell the person, call your embassy. I know they are not coming. And really, the guy served 30 days. They free him because he was owing money. They just control him. They find out they gave him fine somewhere. They pick him from there and say, look, if you don't pay this money now, you start serving 1 month or 2 months in jail. Then if I want to call Nigeria embassy, he called. Nobody came. Germany was not even in war, not to talk of country where they are fighting.
All right, Midwest, let's stay in Ukraine for now. Let's stay in Ukraine for now.
So, Ukraine EU, the advice I will give our brothers over there is that they should find their way out. Everybody in that country, they are running towards Poland. That's the west side of Kyiv. They are running there for safety. So that you join them and not wait for Nigeria to come and save them, because by the time Nigeria come, according if they are going to come after all, only God knows if they still be alive. So they should not wait for Nigeria. Nigeria in the first place did not bring them there. They find their level there. So in terms of, at this time of war in Ukraine, they should find their way out. A country that you will go to embassy to get, what do you call it, passport, is a tug of war to get passport, to renew your passport. You know, application for passport for renewal. Before you can get that new passport, renewal of your passport is a tug of war. So talking of when there is crisis, you think that they'll be responsible to come and help you. No, they're not going to do it. But they should just find their way out, because the situation in Kiev or in Ukraine is going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Russia is not going to let Ukraine go. Russia is moving, they are moving in, and they will change the regime. They want to have their own man to be at the helm of affairs there, and they are going to destroy the military infrastructure of that country in such a way it's not going to constitute threat to Russia. And they are serious, and they are not going back. Putin has told.
How long do you think it will take for that country to fall?
Oh no! I tell you, 72 hours.
Yeah, by tomorrow it should have fallen.
Tomorrow and next tomorrow is gone. They don't have what it takes, you know, to challenge Russia. So Russia already.
I want to tell you one thing. You can't predict that. To just bring the country down. Now they are going to start rebuilding. You think there will not be insurgency? Look, it's going to be a long fight.
There will not be. These people
will be. They may likely bring the government down, but the fight is not going to be over. So
their life will be better under Russia than it is now.
How will it be better? Is Russia better? Have you do business with Russia? Have you been to Russia?
Don't worry.
You don't fall for for Europe. Go Russia and see your yourself.
America still does business
I'm a driver.
with Russia.
I've been to that place. So you don't
ammunitions brought to this country are from Russia. So that Russia is demonized to you is still vital in this world of today.
The language they speak in that country is Russian.
Of course.
So what are you talking about?
Oh, not all. In Osato said that very two places that Russia pick, they speak mainly Russia. So the other part, large as scale, they speak Ukrainian. So it's not just Russia that the
language of business is Russian in that country.
And Russia is the same. It's just like Oyo man and Ondo man. Is it not? Don't they hear each other? So when they come and tell you to differentiate them, you see the problem in Ukraine today was caused by NATO, because when Russia wanted to invade Cuba, that was when America had a deal with them, and they said they will never come to the borders. NATO will never come to the borders of Russia. And today, NATO said they want to take Ukraine. So that was when they violated the agreement they had. So
okay, imagine if all those countries in NATO are not in NATO. You think Russia will stop in where they are today?
The problem is Russia.
It is American failure. America is having a weak president. That's why they are doing what they are doing. So it's an American failure. If
what do you think America should do? They should throw a nuclear bomb at Russia.
No, they won't throw a nuclear bomb. Yeah. You know, this is a kind of a man that believes in strategic patience as an opportunity. So he saw an opportunity of weakness and he seized the moment. For many years, he has been ruling as the president of Russia. When Trump was there, when he looked at the characteristics of Trump, he never
took the Crimea. It took the Crimea under Trump. It took the Crimea.
No, under Obama. It was under
Obama.
But Trump got the pipelines.
Under Trump. He didn't do this nonsense under Trump, because the thing is this: when Russia is in a place, America will not go, and when America is in a place, Russia will not come, because they understand the consequences. So let him try his best. Let's anyway continue. Ayali Koko, please.
So
what we don't understand is, you see, let me say this: Democrats are not warmongers like Republicans. You see, the people that can really checkmate Russians are the Republicans, because they are warmongers. I mean, going back from right from.
Did Obama not go to war?
Who?
Obama.
It was during. Remember when Russia sees some part
please, can I interject?
Sorry, let's hear from Ife. I've been waiting to hear from Ife. So let's hear from Ife.
Rational mind. You said Republicans are warmongers. You know that America fought more wars.
What of Georgia? What happened in Georgia when they were there? What happened?
Sorry, carry on, Ife.
America fought more wars under the Democrats than even the Republicans.
There are more wars under what?
America fought more wars under the Democrats than the Republicans.
In what context are we talking about? Who initiated the war? Who started the war? Hold on. Who started the war first? Like what? The ones of the Gulf War.
It doesn't matter who started the war. What matters is who fought the war.
Who fought the war?
Listen. If you inherit war,
started
hold on now. Hold on. Let me speak. You said? What did you say?
Ife?
No, Lord Michael was speaking before. So
all right. So you see, the thing is the Democrats they usually they inherit the war from the Republicans, and they have to prosecute it in any way. Like when they were in Afghanistan, Obama cannot just pull out because he losses involved. So he has to just wait out the whole thing and see how they can, sensibly pull out from there. And until this guy was able to do it, even Trump could not even do it. So the point what I'm trying to make is this. Republicans, by their kind of way, they are warmongers, they are belligerents, everything about them is war. We just want to use force, So maybe the Russians, they understood that. But the Democrats, they are this kind of people who wants to like to use their diplomacy and whatever. But I know, like somebody said here, and I agree with that person, that Biden did a lot of mistakes. Why did Ukraine? Why did Russia invade Ukraine? Invade Poland? Poland is also, they have this air defense near they're also part of NATO, and I'm sure they share border with Russia. Why did they go in there? So you see, it goes more than that. You see, the issue of Ukraine it goes back to this USSR thing and the nuclear arsenal that they have there. They used to have a puppet, a puppet president that's kind of like subject himself to Kremlin. So you see, if you read the history of Ukraine and Russia, you understand that politics. That not just because they want to put Ukraine want to join NATO was the reason why they want to invade it. No, if not, they should also invade Poland. So the point is,
they want to use Ukraine as a buffer. They want it to be a buffer between them. But I think if I wanted to make a point, let's hear what if you were saying that the Democrats they are more warmongers than the Republicans as a rational mind was just trying to make us believe. So Ife.
Yeah. So let us look at all the wars that have been fought by America and when they invaded countries. Obama, now Biden, George Bush. Even though we know that the father, I think George Bush's father was a Republican, and
yes,
Bush himself was a Republican.
Yes.
During the wars, when USSR fell, I think it was under Reagan. Reagan was a Republican, right?
I think so, yes.
Yes, Reagan was a Republican.
You're not helping your case so far.
Yeah. I think in modern, I think Republicans.
Okay. All right.
Let me help you a little bit. You see, you might have more presidents listed up, but the wars were different. Like if you want to say Obama, Iraq, Obama, Pakistan, because getting Osama bin Laden was a war. Obama, Libya, Obama, Hamas versus Israel. So what you are saying is actually right. We've had more wars in via Democrats compared to Republicans. So what you have said is absolutely correct. So nobody can change that. Okay. You said the right thing.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you. So let me use this window to acknowledge Alexander Gomez super chat, which he points in the direction of James. He says, James boldly claims that Nigeria is a non-existent country. However, when he left Nigeria for the Scandinavia, he traveled with a Nigerian passport. Lack of patriotism, I say always. Very sad indeed. So there it is. Nigeria doesn't exist. So but the passport that you are carrying around He's telling you something else. So
how
that
did
is
you know I
James.
traveled there with Nigeria passport?
Yeah, because you're a Nigerian now.
No,
So
we
which
know
other passport
who you
would
are,
you use?
James.
We know your
I
address of
traveled
where
there
you
with
live.
Midwest Republic passport. That's what I have. I
Look at
don't have
that.
a Nigeria passport.
Look at that. Look at that. It's another savior. Another savior. Alright. Oh yeah, Ajale Koko, back to you. Ajale Koko, the other savior.
No, that is about so that is another Oba of Benin.
Oba of Benin.
Oh, I cannot be Oba of Benin. We only have one Oba.
So
you know what I mean now?
So, gentlemen, people that are saying that if Republican are the one in power in America today, what Putin is doing, he wouldn't have done it. When Trump was there, we had the issue of Syria. Why did he not cross line against Russian interests there? Why did he not cross line?
Ajane Koko, if America were to be in Syria, Russia would have come in. Just have that one in your mind. If they waited and they seized opportunity, they went in. Since they're already there, America cannot come again except there is an arrangement. I will be here, you will be there. They always respect one another because they understand the consequences.
No. Hello, Midwest, you are wrong. Sorry, let me correct you. Assad's father was installed in Russia during the Soviet Republic. So when Assad came in, he still had the alliance with Russia. So when they invaded Syria during Obama's era, that was why when Trump came in, he said America was fighting wars that does not belong to them, that it does not want anything about war. And that was why he said
America wasn't in Syria. They weren't there. Nobody invaded Syria. It was his people that was fighting. It was his people. It was his people.
American fighter jets went after ISIS in Syria.
Yes, not against the regime.
Yeah, when Trump was there. So what I'm trying to say here is that, look, these superpower, they know when not to cross each other line.
Yeah,
and
thank
they
you.
always respect each other.
That's it.
So America, if it's Republican there or Trump, what is happening today is what will still happen. There's nothing that, because they knew that that territory, Ukraine, Russia has made this position known long time ago that Ukraine, they should not, except you want us to blow up this world, and everybody agree. So, but this Western world played a very bad game when Obama was there and they toppled the regime of pro-Russia then and installed pro-Western regime, the Orange Revolution. So we saw it. So since then, they have been popping up that place with arms. They have been supporting them. And Russia saw that as a threat to its security. It will not allow Western world to install their military, to put in place their military structure in Ukraine, because that is a big threat to the security of Russia. And Russia has been letting them know this. We will never allow this to happen. So now it has happened. Russia will take over that country. Russia has already attacked their, what do you call it? Their cyber infrastructure were attacked last night. So the nuclear have been taken over. So the nuclear site has been taken over. All the military capability has been bombarded. The Western world abandoned them, because I was telling us yesterday that President Biden
have been saying this, that when this thing resort to war, they are not going to wade in. So that should have sold a clear message to the president of Ukraine to negotiate with Russia. But he was basking around thinking that, nothing not going to happen. I bet you that guy, they are looking for escape route for him now. He has to run away. Otherwise, they will grab him and take him to Moscow for trial. They will take him to Moscow for trial.
But what would they try him for? They can't try him for
genocide. They will try him for genocide. They will try him for genocide. Because let me finish this. Because they have accused him for killing the people in eastern Ukraine. Those people in the Republic of Lugansk and Donetsk, they have been firing weapon, or what do you call this, shelling them for the past, since 2014, since those people have declared their own homeland. But Ukraine have been shelling them, been killing them, and Russians have been complaining, have been telling Western what they need to stop this guy. So they will grab that guy and take him to Moscow and try him for genocide. And nothing going to happen.
He will die as an hero. Look, if this guy is
going to happen, because that will be a lesson for every other person, especially Africa, that has been killing other tribes in their country who want to be free. Because when they deal with what is going on in Ukraine, you will not see all this news on CNN and the Western media, but people have been dying in Ukraine. Those Eastern Ukraine, the people of Donetsk have been dying for years.
They've been killing them for years. But you see, the Western media will not carry that report.
Exactly.
People are starting to turn away from the people are starting to turn away from the Western media somewhat. Because anytime I'm listening to the news now, I'm listening to it with skepticism because I know that it's been spun. So I go and source my own information. So I listen all the way. I go from China to Al Jazeera to the DW, which is the Russian channel, and then to the Western media. So when there's commonality right across the board, then you're starting to, but don't go to CNN or BBC for news.
They are propaganda. They are propaganda machine.
Let's give one big example. If you see the way CNN did a full, complete U-turn from the entire story, I was shocked. U-turn, complete U-turn. It's crazy.
So it was like Mohammed that bullied them now.
Ajane Koko, you have to understand one thing. If country like Romania, Hungary, Poland, this Croatia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, if they are not in NATO, Putin would have seized the whole country. Putin only have a desire for the Soviet Empire to be restored.
You are listening to Western media.
He said it. He said it some years ago.
That is the Western media propaganda, and you pop it into your head and you carry it around.
No, he said it some years ago.
Do you know that the majority, hold on, James, do you know that the majority of the Crimea, they wanted to be part of Russia, and they celebrated when they became part of Russia again?
Because that place is a Russia territory.
Well, there you are. So yeah. But they will tell you that it was seized, but they consider themselves Russians.
It is only a matter of time. You see all these places that were divided in the USSR, the ones that are loyal to Russia will begin to come back. They need that protection. Because, because you see the invasion of the Western world to these guys is more dangerous. Another thing you have to know is China is warming up to take over Taiwan full time.
Yeah, after the Olympics.
Not Korea.
After the Olympics.
See, why we are in this mess, Chinese have smelled the weakness of Biden.
Can you see your boy? See your boy?
No, that's why I highlighted it.
One man, I have something to say. Can I start?
Let's hear from here. Your boyfriend
all of you that are here attacking the Western world, I hope all your children have gotten all their whatever from the Western world. Mind how you talk. Now my own be Daura.
What are you talking about? Look at this woman.
Hey, the one who now, the one who now.
I'm just telling you people. No, I'm saying the truth because these people are they are
Did you not get the memo? Did you not get the
they
memo?
don't
We have
forgive.
freedom
They
of
are
speech.
not like Buhari that my hand no deal.
We don't talk against them. We are just talking to what is happening around the world. I mean, it's in the public space now.
This is you see every single platform on social media is discussing this topic. Every single
but
one.
the thing is this, every country that is in NATO is safe. So that is for sure. Russia will not come to NATO.
Every country in NATO is not safe.
It's safe. Look, the war is a war
place
of
itself
respect.
in this world now. The world is a shaky place. There's gonna be another world war somehow. I don't know how it's gonna start.
Yeah, I may respect that from you, but I will tell you the Russians are very calculative. And likewise the Americans. They understand clearly with all their intelligence that Russia will surely go to that place. So therefore, we are not sending our troops there because that would be world war. Likewise, the Russians. The Russia cannot make mistake to step into any NATO territory. They understand what that means. Americans and Europeans are not so weak that they cannot challenge Russia through. They have what it takes to hold those armies.
Are you sure?
What are you saying? Is it because we are in a country where democracy is working? France is a superpower. Britain is there. United States is there. They have those same ammunition.
I believe that Russians have been busy building their superpower while the West are busy, dealing with migrants and other things.
They have enough. Russia knows that it can seize Ukraine and nothing will happen. It cannot cross. Don't expect it to go to NATO territory.
You see, the thing is, the problem is
when it comes to war, you don't fight war with only weapons. You fight war with starvation. You fight war with sanctions. Do you know what Russia supplies to most parts of Europe? Electricity. If they seize it today, those countries will be on their knees.
Which country is this supplying electricity?
Germany. Where you are, Germany. They could supply Germany.
Yeah, listen. It is Biden that is causing the war. It is Biden. When Trump was there, Trump saw it and he made America a gas-producing nation in the world. And as he was growing, Trump came in and stopped everything and make these people to be addicted to Russia. And Germany decided to go and construct another pipe to bypass Ukraine. And look at what is happening today. So the truth of the matter is that it is the weakness of Biden that is causing this problem. And China is going to follow suit. Just
why do you keep blaming Biden?
I think sorry.
Do you know wheat? That most of Nigeria's imports of wheat comes from Ukraine?
I don't know that.
What is that? What comes from Ukraine? Ukraine feed the world with corn. 60% of the wheat and corn from the world come from Ukraine. That's what they said. A lot of wheat come from there. It's a large country. It's not a small country.
That's why it's going to come now. It will continue to come. What will stop it from coming still?
Russia will stop. You know when the war is going to end? You think these people will not fight for their land?
What war?
Guys,
they're taking over the country now. What war?
One thing you have to understand: when superpowers step into a country, it is easy for them to stop the government. Russia did it to Afghanistan. It was easy for them to seize the place. But to achieve their aim became a problem. America went to Iraq. How many days did it take them to collapse Iraq? But to achieve their aim became a problem. If the West is ready to supply these people, this war will be there for a very long time. I'm telling you.
Midwest, can I say something?
There's no war going on. It's an invasion that is going on. So you're using the wrong language. It is not a war. It's an invasion.
Sorry. When America went to Iraq, it's an invasion. When Russia went to Afghanistan, it was an invasion. It took them a few days. They took over everywhere. But to achieve their aim became a problem, and they left with shame.
No, but America, the Ukraine. Hold on. The Ukraine already has a functioning system.
Yeah, they have. It's a very good country.
But Iraq, whatever, all these third world countries, they don't have functioning systems.
No, they were not even better. Some of them were even far better than the Ukraine. Country like Syria. Did you see any
better than Ukraine?
How many Syria citizens did you see outside their country before the war? Everything functional. Go and interview them. They were having one of the best healthcare. Only you don't talk about the government.
You don't get it. Don't worry about it. You don't seem to get a lot.
Midwest.
Syria, we have a lot of Syrians.
Don't worry, James. Let's hear from Ife because I don't know what you are talking about. Yeah.
Midwest, you are saying Syria was stabilized. Were you seeing any Ukrainian outside Ukraine during the Soviet era? Was it not when they collapsed the whole system for them? Then they started giving them aids. Now their citizens are leaving Ukraine. And that was
Let
what
me tell you why
prompted.
you don't see them outside.
Wait.
By communist law, you don't go out from your country, you will be killed. So you are
James,
not allowed to go out.
now, James.
Let people talk now. Today, as I'm speaking with you, you have Ukrainians that I work with. You have Ukrainians that came to the UK for education. They are more or less like migrants now. But that was not what is happening when they were under the communist era. And this was the part of the things Putin is saying, that they have left their natural history, now importing Western history into the territory, which is affecting the structures they have, apart from the other things that are happening that made them invade. He said that about 31,000 of their doctors left Ukraine, that the basic fabric of the economy is dying off. Even let's say it's a pretext, but those are some of the truths. It's just that the Western media will not tell you these things. That even he even said that they launched a terrorist attack from Islamist terrorism from Ukraine to Crimea, that they foiled it just last month, that they are infiltrating that place to attack his country, and he will not allow that. That he has been shouting, but since they don't want to listen to him, then he has to come into the fold and clear things out the way he feels is right. So are you going to blame him? Nobody is saying that war is right or war is wrong.
What is the guarantee that it's not? It wasn't something planned by the Russian intelligence themselves. You see, Putin. Yeah. Putin's an animal. Do you know that?
Putin's an animal. Let me.
All of them are. Hello, wait. All of them are animals. All of them are animals.
Why do you call him an animal? Why?
Well, I mean, that guy's a former KGB spy. You know, that guy's an animal. If you see what if you hear what people say, that guy is doing.
So what? So what if he's ex-KGB? So what? So what if he's ex-KGB?
So what? What do you mean by so what?
Well, okay, he's ex-KGB. What does that mean? George Bush Sr. was former director of CIA.
Yes, was George Bush Jr. not an animal? George Bush Jr. was not an animal?
Exactly.
They are all animals.
One man.
You know how many people George Bush? Do you know how many people George Bush Jr. killed?
We know all these
them collateral damage. You know that was when that language came in, when human beings became collateral damage.
Yes, have you ever heard that phrase from Chimamanda Adichie that says is it called the dangers of the single story?
I detest that woman. Well, I know that single story. Yes, it's a black narrative.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I detest that woman.
Yeah, but this is kind of a symptom of that, of what she was referring to, because here you can see clearly, and Ajay Kuku said it, you know, the brainwashing by the corporate Western media is amazing. People stop to think for themselves. They stop to analyze situations for themselves. They stop to look at things and say, oh, well, everyone's like, oh, Putin is an animal. Russia is invading and destroying and killing innocent civilians. These same people were defending America when they were bombing Iraq. These same people were defending America when they went into Syria and they destabilized that country. Today, that country is still fighting Al Qaeda. These same people were supporting NATO when they created a no-fly zone.
The only thing you have to say,
Gaddafi, and Gaddafi's weapons fell into the hands of Boko Haram and Al Qaeda, and they are terrorizing Nigerians today.
You know. Thank you very much for that last comment you said. But the only thing you did have to say, just 4 words: weapon of mass destruction.
Mass destruction.
This is what they told us now. You're talking about propaganda and lies.
Exactly. One man.
You know that thing that you said, those weapons, they came through the Sahel, and that is what we are. That is what is killing us in Oyo now. It's the Gaddafi weapons that is killing people in Oyo now. Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Yes, now it's Gaddafi weapons now. You know that Gaddafi, he built the strongest weaponry base in Africa.
Yes.
And when they destroyed that country, they did not put anything to insulate. So they just destroyed the country, and then they just put some weakling to say he's president. And all of those guns, they fell into the hands of the Tuaregs, who then took them through the desert to go and be fundamentalists all over the Sahel. And now, of course, the beacon of the Nigerian money was just like a beacon. They were like a flies they were like moths to a whatever. You know, and this is what is killing people in Yoruba land now. Those Gaddafi weapons that are
not only Yoruba land,
all over Nigeria, everywhere.
In Burkina Faso is killing.
This you see what one man said.
Wait, my brother, let's
let Aizon land. Yeah.
Okay, I will give you microphone back, I beg. Yeah. Okay. This Ukraine story.
Aizon, make you do your speaker well. I want to enjoy your talk, I beg. That's your speaker. You do
my brother.
You see, made in China. Made in China.
No, so this Ukraine situation, I've debated it with 3 people today. And everybody, when you talk to them, they are echoing. It's almost like you're listening to CNN. You're not talking to a person. It's like you're listening to CNN. But the problem is, I always ask them this question. I'm like, look, Ukraine shares a border with Russia. You know, Ukraine shares a border with Russia. I said, imagine this. Russia creates a military base in northern Mexico. That's what NATO is. NATO is a military unit. They can, if they agree to this, they can put missiles in Ukraine, and Russia will do nothing. I said, let Russia have an agreement, military agreement with Mexico. See what will happen. See how quickly America will act. If they won't send troops into Mexico the very next day to shut that whole thing down. I said, that's the problem. People are looking at things and just, you know, you might not like Putin. I mean, I don't care about Putin. But you have to see things for what they are in this world. You know, in the last 20 years, how many countries has Russia invaded and overthrown their government? How many? How many has America invaded and overthrown their government? The corporate media lied to you people and told you that Saddam was on the side of Al-Qaeda, and I believe them. Told you that he bought weapons of mass destruction from Niger, and I believe them. Today, waiting to happen. Everybody has found out it's a lie. They want to make George W. Bush the bad guy. But how many of them? Everybody jumped on board, sent troops to that place, destroyed that whole country. Till today, that country has not recovered. It will never recover for the next 20 years. No one is screaming bloody mess. Like one man said, you're not calling George Bush an animal. It's Putin. Because CNN has told you Putin is an animal. I been making a think. Don't just drink this Kool-Aid.
Can I give a historical background of the place?
Yeah, coming there first. Yeah.
When you listen to Putin's speech, he says some things about the culture we share. But let us look at that culture. In the old times, when religion came, everybody was form of doing his or her own do even here in Europe. But religion came. We had the Roman Catholic bloc, we had the Orthodox bloc, and we had the Coptic bloc. The Roman Catholic bloc was in the areas of the former Roman Empire, which was part of even Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, Italy, and so on and so forth.
Spain,
the Orthodox bloc. And which way? Where did you say?
Spain. These are Roman countries.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Roman.
The Orthodox bloc were more of the Slav countries, Russia, Poland, all those places you have the Orthodox church.
The Greek.
Why the Copt and Greek? Why the Coptic bloc were part of Northern Africa and the Middle East? The truth is, all these three never agreed with each other. They have their own interpretation of how they see Christianity. Now came a time when all these countries, adopted secularism and another form of government. So we had France, Britain, blah, blah, blah. When we had those, it did not affect, it still shaped their culture. So that's why you find that it is easier for the Frenchman, the British, German to speak at the same level. It is not easy for them to come in terms with the ideology of the Eastern Europeans. And if we look at them, the way they behave, the ideology towards life is different, even though they have some form of similarities. Now came the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union came, it still had mostly that Orthodox Christianity. And our own here, they had their own form of Christianity. Even in Rome today, all the EU members have a seat in the Vatican, if I'm very sure, except Russia. So now the issue of Ukraine came in. Ukraine has more historical leaning to Russia than even the other European countries wanting them to join NATO. In that case, you even have Russians who are living in Ukraine, even though we have the Ukrainians being majority. The country itself was carved out from the former Soviet Republic, which is Russia.
My brother, let me ask you a question. When the Germans invaded Ukraine, did they invade the Soviet Union? Because Ukraine was a country then when the Germans stepped in. So now Ukraine has been a sovereign country. And that is why when the Soviet Union collapsed.
No. Wait.
The Germans invaded them. They didn't invade the Soviet Union when they invaded Ukraine. Yeah,
they invaded it. Wait. When did Soviet Union collapse? Just 1992 here. When did Germany invade the Soviet
1944.
Union?
1944, the German invaded Kiev. And it was a country of its own.
No, it was part
the same thing happened to Poland.
No. It was part of the Soviet Union. Go and check.
Anyway, that one is a different thing. But
it was part of the Soviet Union. It was
part of the Soviet
Union. There was no Soviet Union during during Hitler's time.
1944, when the Germans went there, they went to Poland as a country. They went to Ukraine as a country.
Yeah.
They never went there as it was when the Russia started coming. Then the Soviet Union came into existence. So that is when the Soviet Union came into existence. So they started living as Soviet. Russia was not in control of these people. So when the Soviet collapsed, all of them left. They have been an independent country, but they never really have a chance to govern themselves, like what the Poland. It is not that the Polish are governing themselves. The German came in, the Russia came in from the other side in the name of defeating the Red Army, and they took over everything. So now when the Soviet collapsed, these people were free. Thank God these guys are in NATO today. That one guaranteed their future. Everybody want to live in freedom, not to be, using your superpower to be terrorizing people. Both America and then they are not good, but it's better they are in the Western part, which is the best. Democracy.
Democracy and economy is better for them.
There is no form of government that does not have its pros and cons. So don't let us push democracy.
Let me ask you a question. Where do you stand in this matter? Because the way you just keep talking about, are you pro?
It sounds like it's pro-Russia. You are pro-Russia, aren't you?
I'm going to where I'm going. Now, when the problem of Soviet states started happening, US came to the aid of the Europeans. Russia too said, okay, if that's what we'll do, which will go to Cuba. Actually, they carried the missile system to Cuba. So they agreed that, okay, we will not harm our neighboring countries if that's the case. And Russia stood to its word. America did not stand to its word. Now, where Ukraine had the problem is this. Ukraine had the Russian-speaking part, and they are indigenous people. You know what that Ukrainian president did? They made a law.
Let me also come in here.
Hold on, James, man. For goodness sake. Sorry, carry on, Ife.
they made a law that saw these indigenous Russians as second-class citizens. They did not pay, they were not paying their salaries again. They removed their curriculum from school. They were not allowed to be speaking Russian. So they became a separatist. If that's the case, then let us have our country. Instead of allowing them to go, you start bombing them. Putin saw that opportunity, what's it called? Infiltrated the system. So he said, okay, if that's the case, I'm going to help these people. All the infrastructures you have in Ukraine today that are military were inherited from former Soviet nation. So if you are saying they don't understand what is happening there, they actually understand everything that's happening there. It's as if I built a house now, and somebody took the house from me living there. I still understand the architecture of the house. Even if you change everything, if I go into that house, I will understand what you have changed and what you have not changed. All the so now you are now saying that America should come to Ukraine. All the military bases that were inherited from them from the Soviet state, they will now be putting missiles there. That's an eyesore. What Ukraine should have done is let us be neutral between every country has its right to defend, to decide what they want to do. But at the end of the day, you have to understand the history that brought you up as a country. It does not undermine you as anything, or say you are not going to live your life. Ukraine should not have said they wanted to join NATO. And funny enough, that their president was a former actor. He was a former actor.
He was a comedian. He was a comedian. He was a comedy guy. It's like Chris Rock being the president of America, or Baba Salah being the president of Nigeria, which might
it was the Ukrainian people who chose away their pro-Russia president away because they want to be part of European Union. It was the power of the masses.
You don't get it right, James. It was not European. It was.
What did you not get right?
Yes,
right. They chased him out.
No.
It was his people. It was his,
yeah. You don't get it right. What happened was that the Western power backed those people calling for Ukrainian nation. You know, they backed them up and they toppled that government. They toppled Lukashenko government.
One man, if you look at
that was the part,
if you look at what the Polish,
and that was when you saw Hillary Clinton went there on the street jubilating with them in the street of Kiev, and they were jubilating together for independence and stuff like that. But the people in eastern Ukraine does not want to be part of that. They said no, they want to go with Russia. They prefer to be with Russian system and not Western back Kiev control system. But instead of the Kiev control system backed by Western nation to negotiate with them and see what they can do together, they started bombarding them that they are declaring an independent state. And that was the beginning of the problem. Because the eastern part of Ukraine, you know, just like I said earlier, back, I mean, they were overwhelmingly supporter of the person that was toppled by the Western back separatists in Kiev.
We understand.
So that was the beginning of the problem.
We know, but you see, it's more complex than what you're talking about. You see what I think I tend to
and then hold on, let me chip in this. You will talk. I will let you talk. Then when that problem started, they now came to a negotiating table. The Western world with the Russia put up a proposal to help them, to finance the Kiev-backed government with every financial need and everything for them to function and collaborate. The people from the East, they didn't take it. They didn't take it.
You are right on that. You are right
but
on
right,
that.
they want to stick. They want to stick with Western world. So, and you knew quite well that the Western world is enemy. They are both they are enemy of Russia. Russia is their own enemy too. And why do you want to be a middleman between my enemy and me?
But one thing I don't understand, I don't think Russia, but really, they're supposed to be neutral. Because Russia is not stopping them not to be European Union. Like Sweden here, we are in European Union, we are not in NATO.
No. Western, I mean, Russia doesn't want them to join NATO.
Yeah, but he can allow them to join European Union. Why didn't they stay neutral? Like in Sweden, we are not in NATO. Finland is not there. We don't, although they are close to them, but
yeah,
we are in European Union. You understand me? So I don't know why those people never use their brain anyway.
The politics of that region is a little bit complex than what we tend to like discuss here. You see, the mistake that Ukraine did after they after they chased out Lukashenko is that she should have remained neutral, not being pro-West or pro-Russian. Just be that buffer zone between NATO-controlled countries, NATO alliance countries, and Russia. But the problem that they did was
rational mind. One thing right there. You see that Ukraine cannot stand on its own. They need financial help.
They need
stability. They need financial stability, either from Russia or from Western world. But Russia provided that financial distance. They didn't want to take it, and they want to join with Western world. And Russia said,
the problem is.
Yeah, that is where the problem. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say,
rational mind. Before, let me just add another thing to Ajale Kuku's point. There was a debt that the Russian Federation inherited from the collapse of what's it called, from Soviet. That debt was agreed to be paid by Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine did not pay it. It was only Russia that paid it. That finished paying it in 2012. So it's just sort of another dynamics I want to guys to see.
And they were trying to strangulate the economy of Russia through the Russian gas pipe. You know, it is because of Ukraine that Russia built this Nord Stream 2 pipeline. It's because of Ukraine. Because
Ukraine was collecting royalty.
Yeah, Israel was trying to correct royalty and was trying to mess with Russia economy. So they said, okay, don't worry.
That one happened. It started when the old guy, the pro-Russia, was there. Because that place is very complex. That shutting down started when the pro-Russia
No. It was after the pro-Russia guy was toppled. That was when the Nord Stream pipeline, they decided they're going to build.
No, I'm not talking about Nord Stream. You know, when they were shutting down their pipe, they will shut. When they normally have problem, Ukraine will shut off the gas flow. And it was their pro one. Sometimes the economic, something is not balanced. So I don't really know. That place is really complex, man. That is just the truth of the
politics there. Yeah. You see, it's a failure of diplomacy. You know, it's just like what we have going on in Nigeria when we had this IPOP thing. If this guy had, what's his name, Buhari had really been proactive about it, maybe those people, those lives that we've been seeing has been lost in that area, would not have been lost. Because if he had come to a table and maybe bring these people to a table and to discuss, they would have averted so many of this loss of lives that we've been seeing in that in the eastern part of Nigeria. So you see, when people fail to do what they're supposed to do at the right time, this is how it resorts to this kind of things. If what's his name, when this guy voted, when he was voted in, Vladimir, what's his name, this president, Ukrainian president, he was seen as more of a go-between, like somebody who is neutral. But when he got in there, he got drawn into the politics of the Western world and Western politics, and then Russia sees that as a threat to them. So you see, the thing is, if they've done what they're supposed to do diplomatically, if he had reached out to Putin and okay, I want to be a friend to you, and also okay, the West, I want to be, just be that buffer zone. play politics, play ball with both of them.
Do you even know? Another thing was even Putin was even begging him that I don't want problem. Please come, let us talk about this thing. He was what's it called, jumping about not
do you know when that war started yesterday? He started calling Putin, and Putin did not respond to his call.
Putin did not respond again.
You see, another thing again is had it been other Western countries like France and the US, Canada, all of them, they put boots on the ground there. Maybe that would have also deterred Russia from invading.
No, they cannot. Rational mind. Everybody knows their history in this war.
They made mistake. They're supposed to be there 2014.
Guys, we are seeing history repeat itself. This is how what's his name? Hitler invaded Poland, invaded Austria, invaded other part of Europe, and the Western people were just looking, even especially the British Empire. They were just looking like until they invaded all parts of Europe, and they were stretching towards to Russia. They got to Kremlin. I mean, this is what they did. And then at the end of the day, when they saw the whole thing that Hitler was aiming for what's it called, US, and then that's when US had to come into the matter. And then what's his name? The British too. I mean, they took over France. It was the only place that was remaining was British.
Italy was even clapping at the beginning. You know, Italy was clapping for them.
So this is what they do. They watch as these things goes on, and only for them to see. Well, I tell you, if Putin succeed in taking over, annexing Ukraine, it will start aiming other parts of Europe. It will start aiming
hostile world forever.
That will result in war. So they should have nipped this in the bud right now, before it escalates into anything, but they will never do that. If they had put boots on the ground, perhaps they've sent in their military guys there, especially like US and Canada and Britain. I'm sure that would have served as a deterrent to Russia from. I mean, maybe they only take over that two other republic that is closer to them, which is part of Ukraine that they said they speak Russia. Maybe that's the only place they will just invade. But now he wants to go into Kiev.
Let me put something here. For example, you start sending French troops since 2004. You think the France will sit down and be clapping for any prime minister or president who does that? So you should understand, it's a very complex situation. If you put British soldiers there,
it's not just one country. I'm talking about all the NATO alliance. The NATO alliance. Let them
the people would have been protesting against it because it would have sounded very loud that, look, even if you people are here, I'm still going to fight because I don't have a reaction space. That's what is complaining. These guys are too close to our capital, and they are very powerful.
We're going to see a return of, a repeat of Hitler happening again.
Rational mind. We're not going to see a return of the Third Reich. No, you have to realize. Rational mind, you have to realize something, right? The Second World War and the agenda of the Nazis were expansionist. They didn't just stay in Germany, and people came to Poland and said, okay, we're going to establish military base in Poland, so they felt they had to defend themselves. That was different. They were expanding. They were marching into countries.
What is Russia doing?
These guys, Russia is not marching into any country. Russia has been in its own country up until, wait,
do you not know what the Russian argument is? Rational mind, whether you agree with it or not, do you not know what they are saying that the NATO, they are too close to their borders, and if Ukraine, if they become a member of NATO, which is not yet been decided, they will quickly institute a base. And that is the end of Russia.
That's a threat. That's a threat to their security.
It's not even a threat. That's the end of them now.
Correct.
That's the end of them now. They just pump.
That's the end of Russia now.
That's the end of Russia.
Rational mind is saying that they are expanding. Their expansion.
Rational mind. One more point, I beg. One more point. The thing is, rational mind.
Bigger than what? They will have guns in your.
Rational mind. Listen to CNN 24 hours. That's why.
No. I'm a very balanced hearer of news. I don't just stick to CNN.
Rational mind.
I curate all my news from every sources. Go on, please.
No, let me beg everyone on this forum, please. I'm using God to beg you. Do not just rely on corporate media for your only source of information. These companies are owned by corporations who have agendas. War is big business and it's good for ratings. So please, the next time you find yourself sitting in front of your TV, listening to people, so-called experts that are bringing on who used to work for the defense industry or the Pentagon come and talk about why it's important
These
for
are we know
America
all of
to
this.
be
Just goes.
military.
What is the point?
No, Russia had no choice.
You know,
So they had no choice. You
yeah,
know.
and what's rational mind? I am making the point. I'm stating clearly that people regurgitate what they hear on corporate media. So you have to be careful not to use corporate media as your only source for information. Now, back to the point you are making. Keep in mind, these Western NATO countries, they took Poland into NATO. They put missiles in Poland. Russia didn't. Russia said, "Listen, you guys are coming too far. You need to relax with this stuff." They kept expanding. Now they have brought it to their very doorstep, to a country that is joined to Russia, not just in geography, but linguistically, in culture. There was a Russian diplomat on TV saying his parents were born in Ukraine. Essentially, he's Ukrainian, but he's in the Russian government. This is how intertwined their communities are. So imagine now someone comes to put military and missiles and everything right at your doorstep. It's threatening. It's an aggressive move. And these Western nations knew what they were doing. No one can tell me Biden and all these guys didn't know that, if we put
And
this
that, by
in
the
there,
way, is why they are not fighting it so hard. All these Mickey Mouse sanctions. You know they didn't sanction Switch, or is this SWIFT, the financial portal. They are not sanctioning the oil, which they need. They are not sanctioning the gas, which is starting to spike up, but they are sanctioning music and drama or whatever.
Yeah, one thing that Vladimir Putin did that I think is a lesson for Nigeria is that he saw this thing coming when these guys were expanding. You know what Putin did? He went and he paid off all of Russia's debts. Paid off all their debt to this international banking institution. So that way, these guys don't have any leverage financially to control the Russian economy. He took care of all the debts.
You know,
so now
I think
all
he
they
would
can
have
do
stockpiled money because he knew they would go to sanctions now. One thing we know that Putin is not a fool. So he knew as soon as he moved, they would go to sanction. So he would have insulated that.
Oh, he said that in his speech. He said they are ready for their sanction. He said, what are they going to do? That, but for them to allow them to get closer and get and threaten their the security of Russia. He said that is the last thing that will happen to Russia. He said that is the last thing that they will allow to happen to Russia.
Let me put something here.
Wait, please.
They want to put Burger King in the Kremlin. They don't need Burger in the Kremlin.
Midwest, please let me say something. You know that when Putin went to meet Xi Jinping, you know what he said? He said 2 men have met and have talked. He did not say 2 leaders. He said 2 men have met and have talked. And after that, China said that what's it called? Russia is. I think he used the word. Russia is.
That they are very good friends and nothing can separate them. Something of that nature.
Nothing can separate them.
If friendship without nothing like a I don't know, like you must merit on certain level before we can be friends. Something of that nature is not there. Just plain true friends. I can construct that sentence very well, but that was what I was trying to mean.
They've had military drill together. So I mean, do
you know when this problem started? When North Korea tested their missiles, Americans said they are going to, install their something high missiles in Romania. So that in case if North Korea tried to come and shoot any long range missiles, they would be able to intercept.
UK had already sent sling missiles to that area. Sling missiles, catapult missiles.
That one we know Russia. So
you see, guys, I
want to quickly learn something. Wait, when Americans said they are going to install those missiles, Russia just called them politely and told them, look, this thing that you are calling defensive can also be offensive. Our time of reaction, if you put this thing here, in case if we have differences, we don't have enough time according to the recommendation of the military expatriate. Are we lying or not? America understand very well. If Russia put that kind of system close to them, they are not going to be happy. Yet they push it aside. That's where the whole problem started from, right from time. That's where this man becomes so skeptical about these people. You see, there are people that you cannot trust. And when they went back, they now even discovered that there was an agreement indeed that, look, you people will not expand to the Eastern Bloc militarily. And they agree, but it was not in a paper. Okay, like also Ukraine today, Ukraine was having a nuclear weapon. So now they were not thinking, we don't want to leave this weapon in the hands of Ukraine. So all of them, both Britain, France, and even the Russia, guaranteed that nobody will come to Ukrainian territory. You understand me? So they gave up the weapon. But today, the Russians is taking over everything. You see, they are just a victim. They're supposed to use their head, because there is a reason why Finland said, we will not join NATO. The boundary with Russia is very long. So it's better they are neutral.
Hold on. Sorry, Thomas. Let Sally in. Yeah. So let me let Sally in. I think she has somebody she wants to introduce. Sorry, carry on.
Me?
No. I was talking to Thomas. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on. Yeah. So have you finished? Oh.
Yeah. So let me take up from you. You know that when I was analyzing before, I said the Baltic state has an orthodox lining of reasoning when it comes to the structure of their government. Part of the reason why you will see that Poland, Romania, and all those countries are part of the EU, but would not want to be part of NATO or would not want any aggression with Russia is because they share some form of commonality.
They are NATO member. Poland is a NATO member. Romania is a NATO.
You guys are not talking about Nigeria anymore, Nabi.
No, we still talk about Nigeria now.
No, the only thing we should learn from this is that don't allow your enemy to surround you. You see the way Russia surrounded.
Exactly.
One day everything is over. So we should be very careful, particularly I think our leader said we should not say such a thing here anymore. But for me, I would have thrown something there. So I don't know whether one man will allow me to say something.
We'll be talking
what do you
here.
mean allow you? You can say anything you like. Just don't propaganda.
We are not saying the obvious here. The obvious to me, from what I just said in my submission about the aim of this animal in Kremlin, that is Putin, is that he has this expansionist idea.
Yes.
Ideas should not be the same. Like somebody was trying to like equate the ideology of the Nazis and what this one is doing currently right now. I mean, the Nazis, we know their own idea. It doesn't have to be for goals to be the same. Ideas could be different, but the goals can be the same. So the goal here for me, for what I'm seeing here from the obvious, is that if we're talking about missile defense system, NATO or whatever, because invariably, if he invades Ukraine and he annexes Ukraine to become part of Russia, he's still going to be faced with Poland still pointing their missile defense system on them. So what's the point? So the thing is this: using that excuse of we don't want you guys pointing your missile directly on Russia, and that's the reason why we're invading. Yes, which means if I invade Ukraine because I don't want them joining you people installing your missile defense system there, then after I do that, then the next country that is having missile pointed at me I'm going to annex it too. That's what's going to happen at the end of it. Because if this guy succeeds,
Rational mind. Please let me quickly talk. Please.
Okay.
Rational mind. Have you seen the geography of I think go and check the geography and map of Europe. You find
that's what I just brought up now, but carry on.
Yeah, please bring it up and we'll discuss it together. Just can you help us to bring it up?
Go on, talk.
No, I can't put it on the screen. I don't know how to. If anybody knows a better streaming thing, please recommend it. This StreamYard is useless. I pay £10 a month for this shitty little thing.
Now, if we look at the way the topography is there and the way the country is, you have the Black Sea.
Let me just give you let me give you this which might aid what you are wanting to say. So the countries bordering Russia, the Ukraine cuts immediately into Russia, and then you have the Black Sea, which is a mass of ocean. Belarus cuts into Russia, Latvia, Estonia, and then Finland to the far end. So Poland is just a distance. So you have to go through Belarus to get through Russia. And Ukraine is the largest country that borders Russia, and it borders it aggressively. So that's right in Russia, Ukraine.
Exactly. So if Ukraine joins NATO, automatically the Black Sea is gone, and the Russian naval base are situated more in the Black Sea. So it's like you have encircled them already. If you read today, when they were doing their bombing campaign, they hit some of the Turkish naval vessel, because Turkey also is found in the Black Sea.
Is that
it's
true?
Like
are you sure what you said?
Yeah, Turkey has.
Did they hit any Turkish military vessel today?
Yeah. It's on.
Are you sure?
Sorry, can you see anything on your screen?
Yeah, we
are seeing the map.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at the map, that map, you can see that since Ukraine is there, and now and that was why they annexed Crimea. If Ukraine enters NATO now, you see the whole of that Black Sea, that green part that we are seeing is Turkey. The whole of Black Sea now, you've already boxed Russia. See, look at Finland. Finland is not part of NATO, but they are part of the European Union. So you still find that along the borders, they don't have missiles in their area. But Ukraine now wants to join NATO, and if they join NATO, it causes a problem in that Black Sea area, which is controlled by the.
But actually, they don't want to join NATO.
I'm not disputing that fact that Ukraine is not strategic to NATO when it comes to this military alliance, and
but they didn't want to even join NATO. They didn't even fight for membership.
Being able to put Russia in check. But the point is this: you see, what I'm saying here is this. Like I'm saying, this is just the beginning. Because if invariably they were succeeding in invading Ukraine, more is yet to come. But I'm always ready to be proved wrong.
Okay, which other country would they invade? Which other country then? Is there another country?
We just sit down, look. We will see what
they are already in charge of Belarus. So any other brother from there is a NATO border.
The next country will be Poland, isn't it? And Poland is pointing.
No. They can't try to Poland. That would be so complex for them.
They don't need to try it with Poland, is a thing from that map, because Poland, I think what they want is a buffer between them and NATO, and having Ukraine as a member of NATO.
And also Belarus. You think they are going to allow Belarus to go again? They are already in charge of Belarus.
So maybe Ukraine should have been a buffer, like what we're saying.
No, not that. That's the safest thing.
Rational mind.
That's the safest thing.
Rational mind. I don't know why you are giving that bad description about that man, about Putin.
Putin's an animal. Do you know what that guy is doing in Russia?
What is he doing in Russia?
Oh,
they love him there. He has
they don't love him. A lot of Russians are on the streets right now protesting against the war.
Yes, but Russia is a large country, but majorly is a popular president.
It's silent president.
He raised the country from hatches. He raised the country from dust. The country was totally down.
You know, the Russians feel that he has reinstated their pride in their country. He has put them where they feel they should be. A strong.
When they invaded Georgia, don't you see everybody was mocking Russia? Their machines were broken down, no tools, no military tools. The West were so happy. Now they are so surprised that he's even having a hypersonic missile. So the man has done a great thing when it comes to protecting his father's land. So they love him. Don't say they don't love him.
Rational mind.
Let's be straight.
No, rational mind is like from CNN. Are you the anchor? What is that done? What is his name?
Rational mind has a
point. I try to be balanced in my view.
Sorry, rational mind. Rational mind has a point. Putin is not a man with a mindset of war. I don't even see why Ukraine joining NATO should really be a problem. It's just a man that has a mindset of war. And that is why I support.
You don't see why Ukraine joining NATO. Look, hold on. Repeat what you just said. Hold on, D. Repeat what you just said. You don't see why Ukraine joining NATO will be a problem.
should really be a problem if
he doesn't
have
know
a
now.
mindset of
He doesn't
war.
know the strategic
Maybe you should
importance of.
stop talking
I know the
because
strategic
you are going to look
importance,
silly
but if you are not
continue
looking to
talking.
go to war with people, why would you be?
You don't know why
does OG
Ukraine being a member of NATO will be a problem for Russia.
Does OG when Russia was in Cuba, why was America crying?
Russia's arch enemy? Who is Russia's arch enemy?
I want to ask this guy a question, please. When Russians were in Cuba, why were American crying?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you know, when some years back they were in Cuba when they were installing their missiles there. When Russia was in Cuba,
yeah, it's for the same
reasons.
They were
restless.
It's for the same reasons, and it's because they know is Russia. Okay, is anybody complaining anything about this? Is it North Korean guy? Nobody's really saying anything. He's doing what he's doing. But what I'm saying is, Putin himself has that mindset of war, and they all know it. The whole world knows it.
No, let me say this. Let me say this to you, D. If Ukraine becomes a member of NATO, then the North Atlantic, whatever alliance, whatever treaty, they have Russia in a position of surrender. That is a surrender position right there for Russia.
No, that's not.
One man. Hello, one man. Wait. Sorry. That even puts Russia in a negotiation table where they will be at disadvantage all the time.
Of course, now when they have the guns on you.
Because part of the reason why you can negotiate is when you know your borders are safe enough for any infiltration, both military, and that's another thing. Do you know that this missile system? Yeah. Do you know that all this
guys?
Wait now. That's your number. Wait. Do you know that all these missile systems are used to track what's it called? Communication around countries.
Yeah, you know they can jam them. They can jam their missiles if they have that close a proximity.
You know, there was a day. There is a time Russia came to the sea at Long Island. UK gave a warning that people should not be sending information via their phone, because they know that they can use these things to track the communication on your phone. So when a country is saying that it does not want some things, they themselves know the capabilities they have. When
listen, espionage, cyber espionage, or whatever you call it, is something that has been on ground for so long. Not just until when you install military defense system before you can.
But that's not what this guy is talking about. He's talking about the dangers those things carry as a whole, not only espionage.
Hold on. They've been spying on each other. I mean, espionage is something that it has a long history. So you see, the thing is this. You see, this some people are talking about there's this controversy out there that isn't this 5G. That is one reason why Trump said he never wanted that 5G in America. 5G, something which China created. They said they use it to spy. They can use the 5G to spy on other countries. They want to do that.
No, you are saying it different. You are misrepresenting the position of Trump right there. What Trump was against. Hold on. It was against that Chinese company.
TikTok. He didn't want them to buy TikTok. Was that TikTok?
Yeah, you don't want the Hawaii. What's the name of that company? You know, to
Hawaii. I don't pronounce Hawaii.
That was a company that it was against. It wasn't against 5G. So those misrepresent Trump.
Who was making the 5G? Who did allow to have 5G? Was it not the
America? He was pushing American company.
All right, we're getting further and further away from Nigeria. Now we're in China.
Do any contract with Huawei, and he threatened Britain. Then, because Britain already have a contract with Hawaii to build 5G for British, he told Britain back then that, look, I will sanction you people. I will kick some of your company out here in America. I will sanction them. I will tax them heavily if you continue to do business with that Hawaii organization. They surrender. It threatened Canada too. They all surrender. They kick off Hawaii from their space.
Even Sweden, they kick that company out. It's no longer
kick them
here.
out. It's for strategic reason.
Okay, so either strategic or not strategic. What I'm talking about here is that we're talking about spying on each other. Every country does it. I mean, every one of these superpowers, they do it. China does it.
Yes.
Russia does it.
Right.
I know somebody was talking a while ago that saying that they had to they were fighting cyber war with Ukraine. They've already jammed some of their military. I mean, is it their military or their civilian or ministry website have been attacked? You know, so what are we talking about here? So it's not until when you install this system.
Even since 6 months, America were aware that this guy was already planning to attack this place.
They were 6 months ago. The satellite could pick it up. They saw it. I mean, there was this satellite thing that was shown on one of these.
No, just the planning. They knew this guy was around, but the planning itself, they knew that he has made up his mind he will do this thing. That's why they were persuading.
No doubt, there must have been spying there too. Espionage going on there. So you see, the thing is, we can continue making.
It's not spying, no. It's just satellite. You know, these people, they have satellite on each other's countries, and they could see the heavy movement of military kits. So
the movement never just reflect only the decision. What they since 4 months, they knew that this guy has made a decision that
they knew because they could see from their satellite monitoring of that space that heavy military equipment were being moved.
But the guy was telling them, "I'm not going to fight." But yet,
we are putting 150,000.
Okay, one man.
Hold on. You are moving 150,000 troops, and you are telling people you don't want to fight. Are they going to dance?
One man. Can you relate this to one man? Please relate this to our country. As strangers are surrendering our land, would they not just take us one day? I want you to ask people, because just relate it with what is going on in Yoruba land everywhere.
But that's what we're saying, that the movement of troops was what signaled to the West that these people are intent on striking. So they don't.
What of our own in our country now? Some strangers are moving around our villages.
We're not doing Fulani. No, don't worry.
I didn't mention Fulani. You are the one that mentioned them.
No, who is in the bushes? Who is in the bushes?
But we
were having quite an elegant conversation just then.
But honestly, my own annoyance is with the US, the EU, and the likes of them with what they call devastating sanction. I'm sure Putin is just laughing at them because I don't see what they are doing, honestly, and just makes me feel for Ukraine, honestly.
Deep, what do you expect them to do? To go and fight Russia?
I'm not saying they should fight. I think there are better sanctions.
Yes, you know, they had to do something, but they wouldn't do something that would damage their own interest. But they had to do something. So this is the best they could do. Just some empty noise sanctions.
They said Javelin. They catapult this thing. They've done a lot of things. They sent Javelin.
Yeah, that's just posturing now. And they're not going to Javelin because Russia says anybody that Javelins them, they will Javelin back.
Yeah. And one man, don't you think, I mean, you also notice how all these guys, they come together.
Sorry, let's hear from Aizon. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, really? They come together and they unite to punish a country if the country doesn't comply with whatever it is they want. So, like now, they see this thing in Russia. US has come out and placing sanctions. Canada, I'm placing sanctions. Australia, I'm placing sanctions. New Zealand, I'm placing sanctions. UK, I'm placing sanctions.
You see, Aizon, the only two sanctions that will matter will be from the United States and the European Union. I don't think Russia especially cares what Australia does. Who is Australia? What is is it kangaroo that they'll stop saying?
Even European Union sanction doesn't work.
It works because it's more immediate to them. Russia is an European country now.
Yeah, but
they analyze the one they put there since 2014. People just analyze it. If you see how they flop these things, they were just on paper. Nothing was there working. Because they are so addicted. As we speak today, they depend on gas from that country, oil and everything to survive.
What kind of sanction? This switch, they need switch to
but
one man. They need the switch to pay for all this material. So if you cut it off, they are not going to survive. It's like they are sanctioning themselves. You see it now.
Yeah, but one man, this has become the system in our world today, right? So today, let's say we get a president that comes in to Nigeria and says, okay, you know what? I'm going to make sure we do X, Y, and Z with oil, and we put new policies and regulations for the country. If these guys don't like it, they will just say, okay, we're going to place sanctions on Nigeria, and all of them will place the same sanctions. That's the way they operate. They will all place the same sanctions, and that's why in our world today, you have a system where certain countries, usually a lot of these countries are former British colonies who have their own nations as a part of settler colonialism, like the Canada,
you know, people talk about one world government as though that's something in the future. It's here and now. It is here and now.
It's here right now.
But it will soon be over. We are seeing the end. We are seeing the end. Many countries are watching.
What do you think NATO is? Let me ask you this, my brother. That said to end. What do you think NATO is? What do you think? Having all these countries join under one military umbrella, what do you think that is? What do you think? What do you think they're planning on doing with that kind of power?
Is this. Let me tell you.
Hold on, James. We can't even hear Aizon's question. Let's hear Aizon's question and let Ife address it. So ask the question, Aizon, and let Ife address it.
Yeah, I was saying that with this thing with NATO, right? Everyone just looks at it as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Okay, what are they? What is the significance of it?
Was that not an offshoot? Was that not an offshoot of the Second World War, NATO?
That was their claim, right? That okay, we'll create a unit that will create for the security of this country. But which security? What have they used it to do? Except they invaded Libya. They were responsible for Libya when there was a genocide in Rwanda.
Yugoslavia,
they stepped in and separated the country. So let me ask you. So essentially, NATO is an enforcement arm of the one world order that one man is referring to. That is my opinion.
They are declining. Can they face Russia now? Can they face China? Are they not declining? The world is changing. That's why I tell you everything is coming to an end.
But you have to understand something. Listen to this. Why do you think Russia and China in Western media are always demonized? Because these are the two entities that are standing in their way.
Iran.
Everybody now understands that Western media is evil. They are not. Don't you see the way Trump ridiculed them?
They are the ones standing in the way of this united world order that has the NATO military might as the enforcement arm. Which nation wants to say, okay, I don't care what NATO says? They will destroy you in under 2 days. So it's evident what's going on, and this here is the expanding of NATO into Russia territory is strategic. They know what they're doing, and it's just a matter of time.
I have a question, please.
Before you ask that question, let's just add some data to what we're talking about. So the countries of NATO: Albania, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Montenegro, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Turkey, United Kingdom, and of course, their daddy. So there it is, essentially an American setup.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And that's why that's why Trump was criticizing it. Trump said, what are we doing with NATO? Why are we the ones paying for this thing? How come all the other countries are not paying? Essentially, he said they should be paying us for their security.
Then he further said that why is America prognosing in wars that does not concern them? Wars that have been fought for centuries. America is just prognosing things that
the thing is this: they need to project their power. Ability for you to project your power, you will influence the world. Through Syria, Russia was able to come to the surface of the world again. And now they are able to project their power successfully. China is growing. That's why I told you with this war in Ukraine, China is looking. I will tell you clearly, if Russia managed to finish with Ukraine, they are not going to stop there. They may not attack NATO, but they are going to disturb them and burden them seriously.
and China will take advantage and seize Taiwan. And once that one happens,
they'll do that after the Olympics because they're
not
going
they will seize Taiwan, and the whole world will now realize that America is no longer a superpower, and they will decline.
So what Russia is doing now? Hold on. What Russia is doing now? It's if they succeed, then it will significantly diminish NATO in terms of how the world sees it. It would diminish it quite markedly.
Well, it would diminish them because they are going to seize Taiwan. Not only Taiwan, many things is going to change. Just forget it. Even we in Africa that cannot make catapults, maybe we will think of how to defend ourselves. Because most of these dictators, they can step in anywhere. China have chance to see so many areas in Africa. After all, we are holding them. Are you who's going to fight for us? You think they are fools? They are going to leave this money for us for free? Don't worry. When they come for their money, you will know that they have power. And the Western media can.
Yeah. What I want to add now is to tell you how strategic Russia is. You find that they've helped Burkina Faso to topple their government. The Burkina Faso soldiers and Mali, the Burkina Faso and Malian soldiers were trained in Russia. Now, it gives the Francophone and we, even Nigeria, the Anglophone, a problem. If we are not strategic in West Africa, especially the Sahel region, to manage these things, the outpouring of arms into that space will be what would destabilize us further. Because now all the Sahel countries have insurgency. You cannot imagine one of these entities you are discussing now decides to arm these terrorists. Automatically, it means that all our money and GDP will be used not in development, not in doing infrastructure, not in providing education, but to keep on fighting insurgency. Funny enough,
this is not the way. I want to quickly tip in something here. When Russia moved to Central Africa, they stopped the war that France pretended to be, peacekeeping for so many years. Now, I want to tell you one thing. When they dethroned Gaddafi, the purpose was, it is France that led that war, not even America. Obama was not willing for it to happen that way. But they convinced him and he gave them the permission. The reason is that they knew when they dethroned Gaddafi, then France will have more excuse to deploy their so-called peacekeeping force. And once they have a peacekeeping force in a place, the war will remain there and while they will be siphoning the resources. That is what they're paying. If Russia come to our aid in Africa, because it is the fall of the Soviet Union that gave them chance to rubbish the whole continent. If Russia start coming to our aid, they will realize that they need to help Africa. I'm just telling you the truth. Don't think when Russia start coming there, when Russia goes to a country, they want a stable government, but they don't work with democracy. That's just the truth of it. So if they step in, they want to protect the government to exist. They don't believe in going there. Move. Yeah.
Do you know that under Jonathan's time, Putin wrote Jonathan that he wants to develop that Jakarta steel plant. You know that it was Russia that built it.
Yeah.
He told them that they should allow him to run that Jakarta steel plant. For whatever reasons, they did not allow it. And I know it is our big brothers here that were also orchestrating something. Do you understand? Do you know what it means that Nigeria has a functioning steel complex?
We will be rich.
That is economic power now.
No, that is everything. No, if we had steel and we have gas and oil, we don't. That is industry now. That is industry right there. That's self-sufficiency.
Yes, that is economic power that we can use to compete with any power in the world.
The problem is that what I feel is that the problem we have, my brother, like what you said, like this guy, we in the South, we believe we are very intelligent.
I don't do Fulani, please.
No, I'm not talking about Fulani. We thought we believe we are very intelligent. We don't know how to negotiate a deal. That's why Jonathan did succeed. So when you want to negotiate,
it's not that we don't know how to negotiate a deal. There are certain deals.
We don't know. That's what we feel. One man, listen, let me
No. We know how to negotiate a deal. when the powers that rule the world, they don't want to move in a certain direction, then you cannot move in that direction. If they are telling you that,
okay, one man, look at
go and ask Gaddafi now. Do you want us
one
to
man,
send you?
see the way it works. When you look at the Middle East, most of this country is run by king and their kingdom. The American allies, they are progressing. Why? They pay for it. So you must be ready to give and lay down also your own interest. The problem with African leaders, when they negotiate, they will negotiate to give, and they will only negotiate for their own selfish interest, not their land. So this is the problem we are having. So we thought we know how to negotiate a deal. We don't negotiate a deal for our land. They just come in and promise you, the leader yourself, one thing or the other they will do for you under the expenses of the country. You will also take the remaining deal and give it to them. So that is the problem we are suffering. So like what this guy said, they were trying to negotiate with Jonathan. Why didn't he see the whole reality on ground and say, look, this is a big opportunity. We need to embrace it. So you can, I don't know. So that's why
because he's telling you that Britain weighed upon him. Was that not what you were saying?
What kind of Britain?
Yes, that was what I was saying.
My brother, let me tell you, you see why I say we don't know how to negotiate. There are a lot of factors on ground. If you put everything before him and you are willing to pay, this man, our country would have been the first place he would have stepped into. He knew very well we have enough resources to sustain those deals. But we don't want. We want to serve the people.
So even negotiate, you need competent people to do that negotiation for you.
No, I think we have some. No, we do. I don't think we can say that. Nigeria has
no. Hold on, one man.
No. I don't think
if you have competent people, will your country be like that? You don't have competent people in the position of power. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you,
You don't make use of our best. That's what I'm saying.
No, but
you don't make use of the best brain.
Hold on. What do you mean we don't make use of the best brain?
Okay, tell me the best brain that we have used that have developed that country.
Okay. No. We do make use of the best brain. And some of the best brains that we have used in that country, for that country, they have now been headhunted by the whole world itself. Mazamu Gonzi, Akinwumi Adesina, all of these names, they are Nigerian brains.
One man.
Tell me that
one man.
What you are saying? Okay. Let me respond to one man, please. 1 minute.
When that break come to Nigeria, because she's in the midst of incompetent people, they almost rubbish her. So we are saying the same thing.
No, I'm not saying the same thing.
That woman was there to. That woman was like a God sent. You can see all our policy failed because the policy was given to incompetent people.
Which policies failed?
You cannot. She lay a lot of financial policy for this guy, and all of them supposed to
like
work.
Like what?
Like what Russia did to say, "Let me build you," and they were not able to negotiate. So let us continue.
It's just this.
Blankets.
You just make blanket statements. You don't make blanket statements. That's how you came in, and that
what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that look. Most of the time, we want to blame Western world, we want to blame Britain, we want to blame America for our problem. But in the real sense of it, we are our problem. Why did we embark on building Ajaokuta in the first place when we don't want it to work? Why did we embark on building it? Something did not make it work. It is not the Western world that stop us from not making it work.
Actually, we can pull it up to see when it started. But the idea was to industrialize Nigeria. And for that industrialization, you needed steel, which we had. You know those steels, if we had concluded Ajaokuta, all these railway systems that we were saying we wanted, it would have been something, we'd have even forgotten that there was a time all these things we could have gotten from that space. But the concept was there. Then we had this military period that just ruined everything. So that was the ruination of that space. And by the time it became obsolete, the machinery, and it became mired in corruption.
No, let me ask you a question. Please, can you give me a chance here? That is to say, if we elect TINUBU today, and TINUBU revive those things, another set are coming to bring it down. So this is what I always say.
That's your own narrative. I don't know what you're talking about, my guy.
Because because we're not designed to succeed.
I think he has a point.
We're
no,
not
it doesn't
designed
have
to
a
succeed.
point. It doesn't have a
I
point.
already tell you.
Hold on.
He doesn't have a point. Hold on. No, he does not have a point. No, hold on.
Let me give you the reason.
Hold on. Can you hold on? He does not have a point. Obasanjo came and he opened up the telecommunication space, which quickly took off as a real space that functioned, and it continued to thrive under every other administration. So there's nothing to suggest that something that is successful.
You sometimes you just use some kind of things I don't understand. Sometimes you only look at it. Hold on.
You are not
You just give a good example. You yourself, you just kind of like let me say this. Obasanjo came in. He did a lot of things, perhaps. Now after he left there, did those things continue? Most of them. You only gave an example of
like what?
Ajaokuta still is there. When he was there, he was trying to revamp. Trying to bring up that space. He gave it out, I think, is it the Russians or whatever. And then after that,
he gave it out to Indians who wanted to strip it.
Okay, so now what is the current condition of that country? I mean, let's just look in a general sense. When he was there, the country was picking up a little bit. But now compared to when Obasanjo was there to when this guy is there right now. So what the point he's making is this: even though if this guy, anybody goes in there, either TINUBU or whoever gets in there, and he did a very good job, is there any way we can tell that whoever comes after him will continue that good work or will continue building on that? That's the point.
Thank you for helping me.
That's the point he's making.
No, but there's no reason to suggest that he would not.
But what he said, James said is right. It's
like what?
Like
when?
It's like what he's saying is that this is a country that developed a plan but does not follow that plan towards
you know, Ajaokuta was never a going concern at any point in time.
It was. Bad guys came in.
When?
The people who started this thing were having great vision. They were trying to build our future.
No. Do you know what a going concern is?
A going concern is to have interest.
You know, something that is already up and running. Something that is already up and running.
Must it be up and running? There are projects in United Kingdom that are still battling since 5 years. It's not yet running.
Nigeria is not.
Or even 20 years.
I don't know.
There are projects that one man looking. There are some projects these people will invest upon. It takes a lot of years to materialize. It all depends on continuity for them to enjoy it. Like our space. What I'm trying to point to like this. When you look back to Nigeria history, when you look at people like this, a wall of war, the rest, just early stage, man, you will be wondering when you compare to this generation, you wonder the kind of intelligence that was in those people and the huge foundation they laid that we missed. We don't want to teach our people. So that's why I say, if TINUBU come in now and start feasting in a country whereby after TINUBU, another man will say whether he merited it or he say, no, I'm an Hausa man, Yoruba have rule, it is my turn. Igbo man may come. I know, people will be ruling. Or one person, another tribe will come. So we have a huge problem that we need to admit and address so that we can move forward. TINUBU, people say TINUBU is bad, it's too old, it's too old. Who told you that? He may come in and start trying to feast it, but he's working in a country that doesn't exist. It's artificial. It was founded upon a crisis and it's still in crisis. That's just the truth.
All right. That's the whole point you wanted to make, isn't it? Which you have said about 50 times already, but thank you. But that's all he wants to say now. He wants to attack the Fulanis, which is really what he wants to do.
I didn't mention Fulani. I didn't mention. I said
you swapped it with Hausa this time around. You swapped it with Hausa this time around, but still the same thing. That's just the one thing you want to say, isn't it? No, I don't see why if he's able to work Ajaokuta in a working way, why anybody would then come and bastardize it. They could sell it off, but I don't see why they would bastardize it or, why would
Let me give another example. When the Russian, after this Russian Prime Minister, Medvedev, when he came to Nigeria some time back, was it during Yadua or Jonathan Obasanjo? They said there was a contract they signed that they were going to construct a gas pipeline or an oil pipeline that will go to Europe from Nigeria.
It's called Nigas.
So, what happened?
That's still in the works. That is going through Morocco, isn't it? Through Niger Republic, through Morocco into Europe.
When people say they want to do things like in Europe or in America or whatever, develop a society, when they put their hand, when they sign a treaty that they know is going to benefit them economically. Now look at what is going on now. If they sign that gas pipeline from Nigeria to Europe, with this war, people will cut off that's economic advantage to Nigeria. They will just cut off Russia. And then Nigeria will be supplying the whole of Europe that gas. And that will be money for Nigeria. You see, when we have leaders that doesn't think, that are futuristic, they don't see ahead. Like this one that is there now, they say he's making plans for 2030. 2030 that you're not going to be there till 2023. You'll be gone. And you're making plans for somebody that will be coming.
Rational man, if I may interject.
You see, this country, you have leaders that lack focus, that lack vision. You are planning for people that will be there after you are long gone about 20 years ago. Why don't you plan for yourself?
But government business is continuum now.
What are you talking about?
The
country have to have a master plan now.
Yeah.
The country have to have a master plan.
Yeah. Do we follow that master plan? Do we implement it? That is the problem.
No. Yes. So that's another thing.
Yes.
But they must have the plan now. So if he's planning for 30 years for the benefit of the country, then what is the... It's not saying he's staying there for 30 years.
Babangida was there.
And that is what James was talking about.
To be one jingle on NTA. Do you remember that NTA jingle? Join us, walk with us. By the year 2000 when? What did we see? The Millennium Project, they said they had that back then.
Yeah,
did you see anything come to fruition?
Yeah,
they don't implement the plan.
Yeah, but that's a separate thing. That's a separate thing. What are you talking about now? That's a separate thing now.
Hold
on. They have to have a plan. So not executing it is a separate thing, which is down to incompetence and corruption. But they must have a plan. Must they not have a plan?
They should have a plan.
What
I'm having out is this. When you have a plan, why don't you have a short-term goal that you can achieve on your own? This present administration, they are making some kind of
embedded within the plans now. Do they not have short-term goals in this administration?
Okay, let me give you a good example. They said they want to increase the megawatts of the electricity, which is a good plan. But
which they have achieved.
What are they achieved? Give me.
Ola was just telling us now. Ola pulled up data the last time now.
How is it reflecting on the people?
There's light in Edo State everywhere now. There's light.
There's light everywhere.
Well, there you
constantly.
Well, more so than there was before.
That is what one man want to hear. One man want to hear that. That's why.
Whether there is light in the Edo State or not, Ajande Koko, were you not here when Ola was telling us that the international trade electricity thing? You know, Ola is a data man. Were you not here when
Ola pulled it up? He said they have increased the on the megawatt production.
Just the distribution. Yeah.
So Ola what are you talking about? And they should have short-term plans.
They are distributing it to houses without meter.
Don't worry about all that.
Without meter.
Don't worry about all that. You said they should have short-term goals. They've built railways, they've built bridges, they've built roads. What? I don't know.
But the point I'm trying to make again is that this goals that they are planning for the people that are coming in, like this guy said, Midwest. What is the guarantees that they're going to implement it? Other people will come, they will scrap it.
That's a separate matter, isn't it? That's a separate
matter. Don't keep trivializing.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
No. Is it not? Sorry. What are you suggesting, that they should not have a master plan for the country?
Well, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm just saying is that.
Should they have a master plan?
They should.
All right. So what are you quibbling then?
And they were having it before.
My point is this: that they don't follow through.
That's a separate matter, though, isn't it?
It's not a separate matter at all. Because my point I'm still trying to make is this: that country is not viable the way it is going.
Right. Look, let me tell you, Ajaokuta will never function as long as you have government hand on that.
They should sell it off. They should sell it off.
It has to be managed by competent private company that
but
really know about that.
It is the government that regulate private. It's the government that regulate private.
Yes, government must just do the regulation, put that policy right there.
So
how they should
government that we need to, they will tell you what they need before they will sign paper officials. How will it work also?
So
you see, we have a long way to go.
So it's not going to work as long as you will see we have Mr. So is the head of general manager of Ajaokuta. All they are doing is to raise budget, is to make up budget every year and get their monthly subvention and pocket it, and that's it. Corruption will not let it work.
Okay, one man. One man. I want to take this one.
Hello.
And then one man related to this one, please. Not one man.
Sorry, let's have from Ife. Yeah, Ife. Yeah.
Before we move on, we still have some other topics we've not talked on. Can we just let this space lie low, please?
All right, thank you, Ife. So, Ife, let me come on to you then, and we go back on track, and then I'll put the. Let me put the. I am ready to step into. I am ready to step into. No. That wasn't what I was bringing you. I look forward to being ex-president of Nigeria in 2023. So Buhari now essentially the language of surrender, the white flag. Enough is enough. So enough is enough, and I'm saying that, look, I understand that you've put in your best, and if you want to leave now, then please, without permission, it is granted, just go. So Buhari now saying he doesn't want a third term anymore. But then, what are you making of this language that this Aboki is speaking?
Yeah, in a short sentence, we understood that he was old, and we wanted him to perform magic at his age. But age it does not lie to everybody. So at the end of the day, unless we want to kill him and he understands what his body is telling him, just even if he can bring forward 2023, that the election comes tomorrow, everything finish up next week, I know he will get it done. But he's just telling us, man. Guys,
I believe that. I believe that he has had enough too. He cannot. He's just holding on to leave.
Yes.
The
next one. So let me just go through it so that others can talk.
All right. I am ready to step into Buhari's shoes. TINUBU, he continues his campaign and is with the Owa of Obokun this time around. So TINUBU campaigning hard, where they are telling us that is falling apart physically. The guy traveling all over the country, shaking hands and having conversations, but they will have it. They will have it that is at death's door. So what are you making then of TINUBU's relentless thrust towards the seat?
Yes, seeing is believing. Even you, one man, you know that he was Buhari was even stronger when he had not become the president than what we have TINUBU is performing now. So if he becomes the president, maybe he will also be coming here to recharge his battery all the time. So the way you are portraying TINUBU, for me, it's not what is realistic. We are just trying to build another castle in the sky. But unfortunately, castles has to be built on the ground. So it's just badadash.
Is it the only castle though? What other options do we have outside of TINUBU?
Outside of TINUBU, there are options. We have the vice president there. We have the so we have some younger people in the mix.
You see, you've run out of steam. You see,
no. I'm not after. We have Fashola. We have we have Prince Mogalu, who is in PDP. We have Wiki and Co. We have Tambua. Who do we have? We have Rufai. There are people who are young who can go do this job. We have.
I wanted to ask a question.
We have former Senate president. So can we move on? We have people who can still do the job.
I want to ask one question, one man, please.
So sorry, James, you've had plenty of say. Let's hear from the other voice and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Okay.
One question for you.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. And I'm just curious because people always say Tambuwal. Can you please tell me what Tambuwal has done that makes me?
It's only because it's a Mala now, but
no, it's only I'm speaking in terms of the age, not in terms of because
but
I'm
he was a former
people.
speaker. He was a former speaker. And is now a governor of Sokoto. That guy has really achieved.
And that same no, Ajanle Koko. And that same Sokoto today, the Sultan of Sokoto is complaining that if we want to know if they release the number of people bandits killed all the time, Nigerians will pity for them. So what's the
No. I'm talking about Aizon was asking that he want to know what he has achieved politically or something like that. So I was trying to let
I was asking about accomplishment.
Yeah, even politically now it passed. No, there's nothing about accomplishment there. No accomplishment. I'm just speaking in space of age. That's the also.
Okay.
But how do you know it will not deliver?
All right. You mentioned El Rufai Ife, but El Rufai already discounting himself. 2023, El Rufai speaks on contesting for presidency, supporting Southern candidates. So he says he has absolutely categorically no ambitions in that direction. The second headline actually mentions that. I have no ambition. I will support any Southern candidate, Governor El Rufai. So El Rufai, he removes himself categorically from that equation just to surrender the space to the South. So what are you making of now this new lack of ambition that El Rufai has suddenly developed and the ceding of the space to the South?
No, I think El Rufai himself has said that at his own age, he does not think he should even come for the presidency, that anybody that wants to come for that Nigerian president actually needs a young and vibrant person. That's a Rufai stand. So I think he's calculating that in the next 8 years, that age that he is talking about will not be on his side again, that he wants younger people to come into the space. So that's a Rufai stance.
All right, thank you. Nigerian security operatives again arrest human rights activist OMOYELE Sowore. So quite why they call this guy a human rights activist is beyond me. But what is even more beyond me is just this recycling of, cat and release, cat and mouse game that this guy plays with the security operatives. He will go and throw himself into harm's way. He will get arrested so that he can go on social media and huff and puff. So the continuous vicious cycle that is Sowore and the DSS, Ife.
Yeah, because Sowore also understand that the Nigerian security system, there is no professionalism there. You understand? It's just made to oppress people. So what do you expect for him to do? He will get his traffic on the social media space, and also, who knows, this could sell his political projection for the future, because either good or bad, his name is in the space, and as long as his name is in the space, positive or negative, the way he wants to.
Do you think he will ever have any political? Do you think he will ever have any political impact in terms of holding an elective office in Nigeria, Sowore? Do you think he will ever occupy any space of significance other than the Aluta space, which he already?
Okay, so let me throw the question back to you. Do you think an actor would ever be a president of a country?
Well, no. Reagan was an actor, so Ronald Reagan was an actor.
No, comedian. I made a mistake. Let me help you.
Yes,
he said
comedian.
I know what he meant. I know what he meant. You are talking about the Ukrainian guy, yeah. But Ronald Reagan was an actor.
Yes. But it wasn't a comedian. It was an actor.
Yeah, automatically you cannot write off anybody from any political space. Yes, Ajanle Koko, sir.
Okay. When Obasanjo left government, handed over power in 79, I don't think there's any Nigerian that we ever thought that Obasanjo would become a civilian president. Nobody.
Yes. Yes. So
the same thing with Buhari. When they sack him, they topple his government. Nobody ever thought that he would be president again until what we saw. So, but you never know. Tomorrow,
you can't compare those guys to Sowore. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was just
it.
thinking that these were people that have always held office.
Yeah.
So you can see
I have
them
a
in
question.
office.
I have a question. This guy that is shouting now, that we used to shout, Festus Keyamo.
Yes.
Do you ever thought that Festus Keyamo would one day be a minister of the Federal Republic?
But that's an appointed position now. That's a staff.
No. Irrespective of appointment or not, do you ever thought of him coming into the political
space? I can see Sowore being, because I think they actually offered him a ministerial post. The rumors was under Goodluck Jonathan, so he can be appointed, but can he carry ballot to success?
Yeah, it depends on times and season changes. Times and season change. It depends on if he would use what is happening now to his own political advantage. Times and changes.
But is he using it? Thank you. Is he using it?
He still has.
And is what is happening? Is he even to his advantage?
Wait, how old is he? How old is he now? Wait,
he's 50.
How old is he now?
50.
How old is he now? 50.
Yeah.
Automatically, he still has 18 years. He's still of 16 years from now.
And you think there won't be any other game players in the game by then, in 18 years?
But we don't see, we haven't seen them now.
What do you mean by 18 years? It's in 50 now. You don't tell him, but Buhari is 78, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
you still have a good 20,
another 25 or 25 years or 30 years.
So that's what I'm just trying to say.
Maybe not 30, but at least 25, yeah.
And they tell you that 24 hours in politics is a very long time.
You don't think Sowore is a busted flush? You don't think he's spent?
I don't think so. Even before now, have you ever thought?
One man, be nice now.
I'm not telling you any one man now.
It's getting a bit smelly. That's just the thing,
one man, be nice now, please now.
No, not. You know what I mean.
I know. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I still want people to have that space. So 24 hours in politics is a long time. Sowore still has that time. And also he has the media, he has a media company to change the narrative of things, especially if people are dumb and cannot think for themselves. So who knows? Anything can happen. That's what I'm just trying to say.
All right. So no one has any idea what to do. We have been reaching out to the Nigerian embassies since last month. The narrative of the Nigerians are stuck in the Ukraine, and the Nigerian response to that is protect yourself. So India are asking their citizens to go to the Polish border, but the Nigerian government is telling the Nigerian citizens to protect themselves. So as Putin is dropping those bombs, they have to call on Ndugurudu and the spirits of their ancestors, Ife.
Yeah, Midwest is always saying that we don't have a country. For some reasons, I think we don't have some structures that actually define a true country. Most countries have their airline carrier. India has one, so they can easily use that state resource to get their citizens out. Even they know the exact number of Indians in Ukraine. The question is, even does Nigeria knows the number of its citizens living in the countries year in, year out? If not for international media, we don't even know that we have some people who have been sold in Libya that are being repatriated. Millions that are in sex slavery in Mali that were being repatriated recently. So the same way, even if you go here in the UK and you want to renew your passport, you know the type of hurdle you go through. That's when there's no crisis, and now there's crisis. So I think at every point in time, everybody who leaves the shores of Nigeria must be realistic to what he expects the country in itself to do for him or her, because you know the state at which he left. So if I was in Ukraine, I would not even expect Nigeria to help me. Maybe if I see a Ghana, embassy trying to repatriate themselves and don't to go back to Africa, will just sneak into the midst and tell them, Charlie, you guys just have to help me, because the space you were coming from.
You shouldn't have said that though, because I'm sure Vin is listening, so we won't hear anything tomorrow now. He will be saying tomorrow night will come and attack us.
So it's unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. A country as big as Nigeria, irrespective of the corruption, should at least have an airline carrier.
They have to call Earpiece again. Remember, it was Earpiece the last time.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine?
It's just a disgrace, But when Buhari's son was having his wedding in Kano, 100 plus private jets landed in that airport in Kano. 100 plus.
That's another thing. I was telling you about the ideologies and how countries were formed. You see, in Africa, we had this monarchical system where a little few in the circle of the kings or in the elitistic clan control the resources.
Is that in Africa or in the north? Is that not a northern Malays? What you are describing?
Who are the richest? So the question is, who are the rich people in West Africa, even in our Yoruba region? You have the kings, you have the top businessmen
the kings are not even rich.
So sorry, carry on.
So they have some sway into what you can do at times or what you cannot do. If you want to do some businesses in the western part, you need to pay some royalties to them. You understand? So those are the things you have to look at. So it is now left for us as people to now say, oh, this system is not working. Let us sit down and have a good conversation. But TINUBU is moving about. Is he moving to the populations or Nigerians to campaign? No, he's still going to the kings. Ooni of Ife tomorrow, Awujale of Ijebuland next tomorrow, Sultan of Sokoto. So you have to look at the structure we were practicing before. You understand? So now, and we have a servitude inclination. So now find out that a rich person, instead of questioning the riches, people tend to see or give him a respected status. So I will not be surprised that somebody, instead of the populace to be thinking of what should be good for us as a general people, we tend to think of this person already have it. How can he help me? You understand? But here in the Western world, we don't look at how can people help me. We look at what is good for us as a people. So I think those are just the dynamics. So the only difference, like Midwest said, was what ingenuity did the likes of Awolowo had that make them different from what we are.
Do you not think that was a different time, simpler times? Because people conjure up the word Awolowo, the name Awolowo. The Nigerian population was around about 50, 60 million then. Yoruba land was just a vast virgin land that you could drive from Lagos to Ibadan. You couldn't even come across two cars. It was just simpler times now with simpler resources and simpler minds. This is a more complicated, more sophisticated world that we're living in now. So would Awolowo succeed in this world that we live in now?
I'm telling you, he will succeed 100%.
You think so? Think so?
Yeah. And why am I saying this? Even before Awolowo, Lateef Jakonde already had paid for the rail system in Nigeria. Unfortunately, in Lagos State. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Buhari truncated it. Yeah.
Truncated it. That contract, Lagos State paid up, I think, 5 years ago.
No, I think Buhari actually refunded. He paid a penalty because there was a penalty in that contract that Jakonde signed, and Buhari cancelled the contract and paid the penalty just for Lagos not to have that metro line. Yeah.
No, it was Lagos State government that finished paying that penalty. You understand? So it still tells you. So you can imagine a Lagos State with a metro line, at the time of Latif Diakon, they have not been given birth to in this time. We are talking about one man. Are you telling me that
can I tip something in?
But quickly though, because we are getting towards closing the sessions now.
So,
like what he said, not only Lagos, Ogbemudi are also paid in the whole of Midwest, the whole Bende. So you can see these people's mind. When you look at their mind, look at the people we have today. Only self. So it's very heartbroken because this is the aspect I'm talking about. No one have the country in his mind. Like what my brother said, we don't even have a headline as big as Nigeria. We have the money.
So those are the things that so because that generation that ought to have.
Does the United States have an airline?
No, you have to understand that United States is a capital. Is an
Does the United Kingdom have an airline?
Yeah, British Airways.
British Airways. That's a private company now.
No, but
they regulate it. They carry their name.
British
it's a private company.
It was once owned by British government before the transition to private company.
But Nigeria once had a Nigerian Airways as well. So, but
where's the private
one? Died now. It died.
So there you are. But this one sold off. So how many nations have national carriers?
America used to have airline too. Pan American. It was so. Where is Nigeria? Where did Nigerians sell their own to?
Yeah, but the point is that it's not the business of government to be running airlines. They are not.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. Yeah.
One man, even Australia don't have one.
We don't even need it. You know what? One man, we don't even need airlines. They should allow private company to take up those airlines. We don't need government.
They should liberalize the space. That's the thing. Yes.
Nigeria don't need Nigerian government in anything.
Is there any?
What of from Nepal to power
holding? To please, is there any space? Any other space? That I've not spoken to one man.
Oh yes, let me take you to this space. So he called a world conference just a week or so ago, preening and peacocking, telling us what the problems of Nigeria is and the solution. He even spoke about the IPOB space, that they were just misunderstood children, and he had a plan for them. So fast forward to this week, just even today, court okays the forfeiture of his Abuja property, the life and times of Iberiberism. Rochas Okorocha for president. What says you, Ife?
Oh dear. You see, we have compromised politicians. So, since we have compromised politicians, it is easy to get them manipulated. I think these are the problems we have in Africa and especially in Nigeria. So, since they have their assets outside the country, it is easier to say, oh, if you don't do this, we'll open your back. And it's unfortunate that it's because Nigerians have not sit down to actually iron out the problems we have, that we are seeing people as IPOB, people as Odudua. For Christ's sake, we have countries in Europe that have 3 official languages. Canada has 2, English and French. Belgium has Dutch, French, and I think, I don't know the third one. But what I'm trying to say is, what stops us in Nigeria to make our languages indigenous? For me, IPOB is fighting in the eastern space. Why should it be the headache for me, who is a Yoruba, and I'm in the southwest region? The Fulanis have their own problem too. Why should their problem be my own problem in the southwest? Because at the end of the day, even if we want to look at it holistically, we will say, oh, wàhálà Hausa ni ẹ, àwọn Igbo ni ẹ, wàhálà Tawa ni. When Oduduwa people's
we have a saying in Yoruba land, Gambari pa Fulani.
Yeah.
We didn't really care for these people or about them.
Exactly. So let's be realistic about who we are as a people and sit down and iron these things out. For me, when people are talking about hip hop, people are talking about Fulani herdsmen, I see it as, if not for Nigeria, there will be nothing that would attach me as a Yoruba man to this conversation. At least, or let's say I have a Western region, there will be nothing that will attach me as a Yoruba man to it. So let us sit down and fix this.
Are you a Yoruba nationalist, Ife?
Yeah, I'm more of a Yoruba nationalist.
So you are not for one Nigeria?
No. I will be for one Nigeria if Nigeria can sit down and iron these issues out. These issues are drawing us back seriously. And as long as there are differences in languages, religion, and there will be differences in ideology, these things are drawing us back. One man, if you become the minister for housing tomorrow in Nigeria, the type of house you want to project in Yoruba land will be different from what a Hausa man want to project. It will be different from what an Igbo man wants to project because of our culture. So that's just the truth. The same thing is happening.
Do you think the cultures are too divergent to form a nation? Or do you think we can pick from that culture and evolve a Nigerianness? Do you think we can pick from our cultures to evolve into... Because you remember when we were talking about Wazobia as a template for the country?
I think we are just beating about the bush. You can imagine when Nnamdi Kanu was adopted in Kenya, the Minister for Justice, MALLAM, was addressing the northern people in Hausa. Can you imagine that? He should have spoken all in English if we really believe in one Nigeria. But he categorically
they said it's not true. People said it's not true.
It was so true. I think it was in video now.
I saw the video now.
We all saw the video.
That's true. Don't let anybody.
And I think he was even addressing BBC something.
BBC,
yeah.
But people said he was addressing BBC Hausa.
No.
You know, we have BBC Hausa, we have BBC Igbo, and we have BBC.
You just told us it's not true now, and you are saying it's BBC. Which one is it now?
Thomas,
I said when people say it's not true.
Now, no, it's true. When you finish addressing Nigeria, automatically it changed to Hausa. So those are
what do you think the language of communication in Aso Rock is? When Buhari is being briefed, which language
do you Hausa now?
Yes.
It's Hausa now. And I'm very sure at some point, if it is a very tough conversation that they don't want people to hear, to go to Fufude. They will start speaking Fufude.
Are you an Nnamdi Kanu adherent, Ife? Are you an Ipobian?
I'm not an Ipobian, but because he tends to speak into the space of an Igbo nation, and I want more of a Yoruba nation thing, it tends to sway me a bit, but I don't really accept everything he says. Because if you are saying that the Urobos are Biafrans, the Efiks are Biafrans, and I served in Delta State, knowing that the Urobos have a more similar culture to the Edo people and the Isokos, Ishekiri, and I don't see any Igbo in them like that. For me, it raises a question. Because when an Urobo man is speaking, an Igbo man will not understand what he's saying, you know.
All right.
For me, it raises an issue.
All right. Thank you, Ife. So, Ife,
careful. One man thinks we're all the same. So just be careful with that.
Who is we? Who is we?
All of us from Delta
man now. You are an Edo man now. So yeah.
Me, Edo man.
Or you are not Igbo, are you?
my eyes on.
Yes, now.
Eyes on. I'm a German.
Who told you that? Who told you you are a German? Where did that rumor start?
Woman, are you the one that will tell him where he's from?
No, remember we've had this conversation before. All right, I'm only joking.
Woman, where am I from? Where am I from?
You are a German now. You are from the Creeks.
Oh, okay.
You are from the Creeks.
Okay, but according to Nnamdi win the war. Nnamdi thinks I'm Biafra. So
this is it, but you don't want to. That's the thing. Whilst we're still talking about ethnic spaces, do you believe the fact that there are certain crimes that essentially associate with certain ethnicities within Nigeria? So I'll bring you this headline and then you speak to it off the back of what I've just prefixed it with. Nigerian businessman arrested with drugs worth 31 million naira in India. So who is that man by your reckoning getting at it? And do you think there are certain crimes peculiar to certain ethnicities within the Nigerian space?
The truth is, even though we may want to be politically correct, we all know who we are in that country. You know, even there is one of this eastern state that has this street saying, "One thing must kill a man." And when you are saying one thing must kill a man, it means desperation. I can do anything to become rich, you know. So if you can do anything to become
be
rich,
controversial and pick crimes and associate them with ethnicities.
Yeah, okay, violence. When it comes to violence, or lack of value for life.
Who are the drug dealers? Who are the drug dealers?
Drug dealers, I think according to what I heard, it was the Yorubas that brought drug into Nigeria, but later the Igbos hijacked that trade and got better in it.
Who are the fraternity people? The black axis, the whatevers?
What you have to know that secret cult and secret society, we're having it in Yoruba space, but those two have their own.
Who are the armed robbers? Who are the armed robbers?
Armed robbers, everybody has a form of armed robbery. Everybody.
Okay. All right.
Everybody.
You know, well, because we had this conversation, we tried to have it, and we were beaten out of it, but it's come up again.
Everybody, but when it comes to drug dealers, Yorubas brought drug into Nigeria, but the Igbos beat Yoruba to the game. Yeah.
It used to be the Alliance.
Can I play a scenario for you? Can I play a scenario for you? Something happened here in Australia. 2 weeks ago, somebody went to a cemetery and cut off 3 heads in the cemetery. Immediately I hear that news, I narrow it to my people in Nigeria. Because and they are describing that person as a black. I said, what would white man do with a head? So I'm not criminalizing Nigeria, but we hear more of that.
But why would they be cutting heads in Australia? To what purpose?
That's what I'm saying.
No. I think that story, it was even a white man that did that crime.
No. Are you here?
Wait.
Why would a black man be cutting heads?
I read that story. Let me see if I can paste it to him. I read that story.
You don't need to press it. It's near my house. It's near my house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why would white man go and cut head for 3 heads, one man in 1 week?
Yeah, but why would a black man go and cut a head in Australia? Where is the Babalawo that is taking it to in Australia? It will fly.
One man, they cut people from Africa here now with their juju. They will say this is my belief.
One man.
People have them.
Do you know in Peckham they do ritual and they put it on the road?
Yes, I know. Peckham is not part of London now. You know that. It's just it's Mushin. I've only ever been to that place. You know, the only time I went to Peckham, and I kid you no lie, there were Fuji music blazing out of shops.
Of course.
Yeah, it's Aleko style.
Even the guys selling
and then
in the market,
those bleached faces of the Alajas all over the Peckham. Pomo spilling on the God.
One man really? In that your London?
Peckham is not London, no. Is Peckham London, D?
It's not.
No, it's not. It's not United Kingdom. It's Aleko.
So I was wondering who will go and cut 3 heads of I don't know. So I said because we have that crime in our country, I was ruminating it in my mind that I suspect Africa to this crime.
If you don't hear the story, whether it's black or white, it could actually be a white person. Believe me or not.
Yeah, man. To get to that point.
Yeah,
you understand that white people practice pagan worship.
Yes,
and they practice they practice Wiccan, and as part of their own practice, they do ritual practices as well. So, my brother,
Eloison, that's why I'm telling. That's why I'm telling Thomas that it was even a white man that carried that act out. I read that news and I'm looking for it. I'll look for it. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I read the news.
It's not if you are looking for it, me, I'm living here. You say you are looking for it.
The news is still the news now. Whether you live next door to it, the news is still the news.
It's not far from my house. I drove there every time.
Are you sure it's a black person?
No, I said they are guessing. They are guessing. People are guessing. That's what I'm saying. I don't say it's a black man
that did it.
You said?
Was it you that did it?
I'm a Christian. I can't do that.
Okay, the people that are doing money rituals, they are not Christian, Abi.
I don't know about that.
The pastor himself is a babalawo. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that. You should ask.
You don't know that the pastors are babalawos. You don't know that.
I don't know that. I don't know that one. Yeah, I don't know that.
You know that Shotito Bire. That one is not a babalawo.
No, nobody has. They have acquitted him. You can't confirm that.
And Daboski is not a babalawo.
That one is a nuisance. That's one is a nuisance.
Guru Maharaji, Jesu Onyibo is not a babalawo.
Guru Maharaji is not a Christian.
What about Olumba Obu? Is not a babalawo.
He's not a Christian. He's not a Christian.
The Olumba is not Christianity.
No, it's not a Christian. It's not a Christian. Olumba is a religion himself. It's not a Christian.
All right.
I know what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a pastor that is not a babalawo. They are all babalawos as far as I'm concerned.
No, they are not all. They are not all. They are not all babalawo, one man. You can say many of them are babalawo, but there are still good Christian, good pastors out there.
All right. Name one just before I let you go. Name one good pastor.
I can't name one. I can't advertise for them. My pastor in my church is a good pastor.
All right. But it's collecting.
And it's not a mega church in Nigeria. So I don't worship. I don't believe any mega church in Nigeria. I can't worship there.
All right. No, those mega churches, they are not churches now. They are entertainment auditoriums. People go there for the music and the dance. That's just what they go there for. But thank you,
Faye.
Dance away your sorrows, and then you put in your 10% just before you leave. That's the entrance fee. Because if you go to a cinema, you buy ticket. If you go to a concert, you buy ticket. So why would you go to the church for entertainment and not pay ticket? So your 10% is your
have you
ticket.
Paid your tithe this week?
But but
your wife do pay.
Well, yeah, that's our business. That's our business, that's not my own business. That's our own business.
Well, man, I caught you with something,
What's that?
Yeah, Sowore, why you don't like Sowore? You said one section that he pick fight with you. That is why you don't like that man.
No. He didn't pick a fight with me. I actually picked a fight with him, but I don't dislike him. By the way, I just don't follow in the way that others do. But thank you. Let me go on. Thank you, Fair. Let me go on to DOG, who been waiting patiently. So I'm going to wrap it through now. So DOG, let me take you to the space. If I did not get to comment on this, we talked about Buhari saying that he cannot wait to be ex-president, but then the follow-on headline to this is a space that is not going to go away till it reaches its crescendo one way or the other. But where is it going to fall is the thing. Buhari says, I cannot wait to be ex-president, but the follow-on headline, 2023, I am ready to step into Buhari's shoes. TINUBU visits Owa Obokun. So he wants to leave and he wants to come in. So the two should fit in just seamlessly, but it doesn't look as though that is likely to happen. D, what are you making of those two positions? Buhari passing the baton to the I was going to say the crippled man. This is what they are making us think now. So to that,
yeah, I suppose because people always say we think Buhari didn't want Jagaba, but I think they've come a long way and they could actually sit down and reach some gentleman's agreement and know that, oh, once I leave this for you, you are not chasing me for anything and all those things, because his only fear might be Jagaban tracking all his records and everything they've done down. But I don't think he will really have a problem with TINUBU, to be honest. The only way he might really have issues supporting TINUBU if is really about this Fulanization, and where they have a problem now is the zoning thing. Is really an issue for them, that zoning. So they can't really continue any finalization, and that is why he's saying he can't wait to be ex-president. So he can go and live in peace with his cow and enjoy the money they've all looted in peace.
So are you still hopping from hotel to hotel, D? Because I remember a time you were hopping from hotel to hotel. Are you still are you in some hotel?
I'm at home now.
Okay, that's good.
Then I was trying to set up a business.
All right. Okay. Hopefully you've done that successfully. Well done.
Yeah.
So let me take you then to Rochas Okorocha, who says he wants to be president, but the EFCC are busy seizing his properties all over Abuja. Iberiberism, President Rochas, have you heard of anything more ridiculous?
I'm telling you, those likes of Rochas are just making noise. They are paving ways for themselves to be a player when the election come and the real contenders comes out. They want to be part of it. They still want to share the national cake, and they all have Abakari in their nature. All these guys, so they know what they are playing at. Richards is not contesting any president. He's just going to fight for it and put himself in pole position when it's probably 8 years time.
Sharing time. All right.
When the East think of, let's take it now. And like I said, was it 2 shows ago, like the Igbos, now is the time for them to start struggling for it. Though they will know they won't have it, but they need to start playing that ball now. Because that is what we always say. They've not been playing any ball at all when it comes to if they can get opportunity to take that position as a president in Nigeria. They are so far from it. So I think now is the time. They can use all these troubles and rogbodinos going in both parties to carve themselves in a proper position for the next one, maybe in 8 years' time or in 4 years' time. So it's just nice.
All right. And to the Nigerians stranded in the Ukraine, protect yourself, the recommendation of the Nigerian government. But what does that mean? As the Putin drums,
everybody was there when they were shouting people should leave. US has said their people should leave. So I think they are too late to want to leave. Even the trains are not working. The underground is now the bomb protect for most Ukrainians. Now everybody has run to hide their heads there. So where would you go to? Where bomb missiles is flying up and down? Which plane will fly? Any plane flying from Ukraine now is even a threat to Russia. So you don't want to even lose your life. I think they left it too late. They should have left 2 weeks ago.
Oh, all right, thank you. And El Rufai, I have no presidential ambitions, one, and I'll be supporting the best Southerner too. So, which of those two statements do you agree with the most? He claims he has never had presidential ambitions, but then he'll be supporting the best Southerner for the ticket. So, just those two comments from the little man from Kaduna State.
What that just tell us is those guys have zoned the thing to Southwest in that party. So that was why I was even wondering. I was just a bit busy yesterday when one man was trying to argue. Ajani Kuku was trying to
I don't
argue.
know what he was doing then, when they tell you they've zoned it and you are telling us they
My
have not,
couldn't
they are
come in at
saying,
that point. I'm thinking,
you
why is Ajani
know.
Kuku arguing this thing? It's obvious. So yeah, even if he has the ambition, even if he says it now, what difference does it make? And it's part of the party, so it's just going to ball along. And probably when they say maybe it's the northern and next, he will come out and say, yes, it's my time.
But it said something interesting that it could be the south, the southeast, the southwest. So he's saying just you go and fight it out amongst yourself. And I think that is the tone that we're going to be hearing from the north, that okay, you want it, go and fight it out. Because we have the thought that they want a Yoruba man. But the most likely Yoruba man is Tinubu, but they don't want him. So now they are bringing Goodluck Jonathan into play. So how do you see that space playing out, D?
Firstly, is good luck in APC.
Don't worry, he only has to do a press conference now.
Would it come in? So yeah, let me say it like this. Number one, Tinubu is the only person in APC that has that might, that is really very certain he can do stuff and work out stuff to end the vote. And people will still vote for him, even if some people don't like him, they won't have a choice if he's left to Tinubu alone. How many people in APC of today in the southeast or south has that might of Tinubu? The only people that have that same might in that party are Tinubu's boys, which you would just think, okay, maybe credentials. With credentials, you can give it to them. But as we speak, if I'm APC, obviously I will be looking at giving it to Tinubu if he's the only person. The only way is if Tinubu is going to step down for likes of Oshibanjo or Fasholas and co to take up the baton and run for the president. But as we speak of today, and that's why I was saying which other day was that, like, even if the North in PDP, if they zone the presidency to the North, they will never give the vice president to Southeast or South. They rather give it to somebody from the Southwest, because the Southwest just follow when it comes to national voting the president. The majority focus on one person. They don't distribute their votes like the Igbos. Igbos share their votes, and that is part of where their politics is killing them. So they know at the long run. Now Tinubu has not gone to all these guys yet, southeast, south. He knows he can, and I said this one time, like, he knows he can deal with them when their time comes. He knows how to deal with them. He knows the votes he needs from them. All he needs is the support, majority from the...
Are you surprised that not enough big name people are coming out? Are you surprised that Fashola is not yet on the Tinubu train? We can understand that Oshibanjo, he has ambitions of his own. But all this Ngige, all this Fashola, all these names that he made, only someone who has broken rank so far, who tells us that he will have a magic. Are you surprised that they're not sufficient enough big names, rallying to this guy's support.
I'm not surprised. Like I said sometimes on the show, I think some people in the party don't really want Tinubu, but because of his grip on the party and how far he has come in achieving his lifetime long ambition, it's hard to come out and say things. People are saying things behind him. And people like Fashal, I think they've been dealing with Tinubu for some time now, so they know how to handle him. They know when to talk and they know when not to talk. So everybody is just at this point in politics, everybody is for themselves until the main candidate come out before they now start speaking, because they will believe there can still be twist and turn in the situation. So everybody's just keeping quiet to see how it turns out. But I have no doubt likes of them Fashola will still support Tinubu, because if he go and win the election, they'll be in pole position for the strongest positions when it comes to ministerial
Secretary to the federal government.
you know,
That's
yeah.
that's
Even
the
it can
power
be
space.
it
Yeah.
can be our Malami. It's his
Yes.
son.
Yes.
It can be our Malami at that time, So yeah. So everybody has what.
The best Malami would have been Yemi Oshibanjo, but because he's been vice president, I don't think he will be able to take that.
Yeah,
Because he
exactly.
will see it as a step down,
I'm of
But
that too.
all right. So if there's something that's almost as certain as night follows day, there's it's just a recurring decimal in the headlines. Every time you pick up the headlines, you see it. Sowore in court, Sowore being chased by hoodlums, and Sowore being picked up by the authorities. So one of those again occurs again today, catch and release this time around. So is it time now for this chap to pack it up and pack it in? Just this continuously being beaten up by our security operatives. Is it enough? Has he done his bit? Is it time for him to take a graceful bow and fade into the background?
Yeah, I was going to chip in something when you were mentioning something about him, and some people were saying, I've seen why one man doesn't like Sowore. To me, on this platform, I don't say like you don't like Sowore, and I think I'm with you when it comes to Sowore. And anybody that knows politics will know, if you really want to make wave in politics, you don't play it the way Sowore is playing it, not in Nigeria. You might go to maybe, I don't know, some other African countries and be doing your aluta and make crowns there. You can't play politics. And that is
Do you think Sowore wants to be a martyr?
Nah, he might want to be, but if he wants to be, he's doing it the wrong way. So, and I think right now they've turned him to, they just pick him up anytime and lock him up. That alone is making you lose your grip on the people that believe in you. Is demeaning your reputation when it comes to how strong you can be, and is him involving himself in different issues when it should be even far from them right now and doing something else. Now we are saying, oh, who are the people that's going to be president? We look back, we look everywhere. We don't have a choice. People say, oh, people keep talking about these guys. So who should we talk about? Sowore as a person that should have propped up, probably make alliance with some parties and come up with, even if
Do
it's
you
not.
think we need a Sowore but not Sowore? Do you think we need a Sowore
Yes, we
but
do.
not
We do.
Sowore?
We do.
Yeah.
Even if it's possible, because I'm thinking about something this morning. I have some couple of friends contesting as
You have
honorables.
friends. When do you have friends? I'm your only friend now. Where do you have? You don't have friends. You that are antisocial. You think we don't know you?
One man.
All right, carry on. I'm only joking. Yeah.
There are contests, and I think about it. If we have somebody like Sowore and all these youths are infiltrating themselves into all these two big parties and trying to contest, is that another way to use their party platform to capture it from them? But if you have somebody like Sowore, but that thinks differently from Sowore in that direction, it might be a possibility. So right now, that's the problem we have. We want new government, we want new people. Ajaloko will say, let's vote them out. Who are we voting out? Who are we voting in? Okay, we vote them out. Who do we have that we need to vote in? We can't just go to a party, APGA, and choose somebody that has no track record that we can say, okay, we can trust this guy. This guy has done this, let's vote for him and see his manifesto and see what the plans they have and all that, and the people with him. So the majority of all these people are in this party. So I think it's a way, if somebody like Sowore has merged up since when he lost the last election, keep merging with all these small parties that are 18 parties, bring like 11 out of those parties together, talk to like ABGA, form one party, then build the momentum from there to talk to people, sensitize people. By now, it will be a different story because there are loopholes with these both.
How would he have achieved that when they restricted him in Abuja?
I mean, because he's doing what he's not meant to be doing.
Oh, really? Look at it. Can you just listen to yourself? Can you just listen to yourself?
Traveling up and down.
What is it? What is this supposed to be doing?
What I want you to understand is
Nigerians. Just listen to yourself. What has he been doing that is not supposed to be doing? What has he been doing that is not supposed to be? And they've not convicted him. They've not put him in jail. They have not done anything. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Ajana Koko. Nobody hates Sowore. I just don't like the way he goes about his stuff.
No. I'm not saying you should like. Hold on. It is what you are saying that I'm questioning. You said that he's supposed to have. He should have been forming alliance or going to this and going there to form. I say, how will it be? How would he have done so when they restricted him within Abuja and they didn't let him go?
Why are they restricting him?
So you don't know. So you don't know. So you don't know that they restricted him within Abuja. So you don't know.
What led to
I'm asking you, do you know or you don't know?
Him after election? Was he immediately
I am
after
asking
the election?
you, did they restrict? Did you know whether they restrict him or not?
They restricted him.
They restricted him. Okay, and why are you still? Why are you still talking low about him that is not doing the right thing? When you know why they restricted him in Abuja?
Because even after he lost the election, he should be making those steps.
Should he have been restricted? Hold on. Should he have been restricted in the first place? Is it right to restrict him there?
This woman today came out and said, sometimes we talk about Nigeria as if we don't understand the system. We understand the system. This is a system that even if you know you're right, sometimes your right self will even put you in more trouble.
Oh, okay. So people should not fight for their right. People should just sit down and allow dictators to continue.
Depending on where you are, there are places in. Okay,
how would you get that country out of this? How would you get the country? How would you get the country to run well when you don't fight for your right? When some people don't fight, hold on. When some people don't fight for your right, how would you get the country to run well?
You are taking me back from what we understood, back to what basis, because we understand these things. What I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If Sowore have not gone to the street to say revolution now, campaigning, protesting, and all that, they won't say anything. And what has that yield to? I think it would have been more effective.
Hold on. Look at this thing. Look at the way you are saying. He jumped on the street to say revolution now. Did he violate the law by saying revolution now?
But we know the kind of government we have.
Look at what you are saying.
He violated the law, though. He violated the law.
Okay, why has he not been put in jail if he violated the law?
Well, what is the law for? Well, is in court.
That's why they are using all that against him now.
For what?
For treason is one of the charges. Calling for a revolution, defacing public property.
One man, you know what you are saying. You are completely wrong. You know you are not helping people listening to us around the world.
You are the one that is not helping people. It's not right. You see, all these things you are saying about rights, you think Nigerians don't know Sowore is on his rights? They know he's on his right. And why people, we said the other day, why are people not go out to contest and say, oh, protest, oh, release, what's his name? This guy locked up with Kutonu and not Inamdi. They know they will lock them up too. They will pick them up.
Sowore did not challenge them on the street.
peaceful protesters were gunned down. That is the kind of system we are in. So you now look for a strategic way. Let me talk. You've just been saying.
No, wait. Let me point out something for you. Sowore, you don't know. Sowore did not jump because you people will say something here and you will be preaching wrong sermons here. Sowore did not jump on the street.
I'm preaching the right sermon.
You are preaching wrong sermon. Sowore did not jump on the street. Sowore did not jump on the street challenging the result. He jumped on the street.
What result is he challenging?
He did not challenge the result on the street. It is not on the street that he did not jump on the street for the result of the election. He jumped on the street because the government is violating the right of Nigerians.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's the wrong approach with Nigerian government.
He was calling for a revolution.
Nigeria, you can't be doing that because of how the system is. If you are in the US, if you are in the UK, you might try that and say you are on your right. But when you understand the system, let me talk, Ajanleko, please, because you just always take me back to basics. All those things you are saying, all Nigerians know it. We know Sowore is on his right, is doing the right thing, but you can't tackle Nigerian government in that manner, and that is what result to them restricting me in Abuja. When now all those periods has been going to court back and forth. If he had not started all those things and he has focused in attention in margin,
was it right? Was it right, D, to go onto the streets and call for a mass revolution? Was it right to do that?
It's not right. And even if
did he leave the government any choice but to act by doing that?
It doesn't leave them any choice. And at that point, it's not with somebody like Buhari. Maybe another president would have called you and said, come.
You can't go on the street and call for a revolution the government will not rest. That's not part of your human rights.
And that's what I tried into this position.
When you are talking like this, one man, you are empowering.
You are sounding as if you are being naive
to trample on the right of common people in Nigeria. That is the way. I mean, when you people, Nigerians, this way, you are encouraging them. You are telling them that you are fueling them with energy that you are doing the right thing. Continue to oppress the people. That is the implication of this statement. Instead of you guys to condemn what you are doing, you are saying, because it's not in Nigeria, it can only work in UK. It can only do like that in the UK. So what is in the constitution? The government should not respect the constitution.
The constitution does not permit you to call for a revolution. What D is saying is that Sowore shot himself in the foot by going on the streets to call for a mass revolution.
That is so you believe
it shot himself in the foot. We always come here and talk about solution.
Do you not believe that?
When we start talking about the solution, when we start talking about the solution, that is when you want to bring this issue of Sowore. We all know he wants to do the right thing. It means, well, he's tackling the government. Fine, but that's not the way in the system you have. It won't work for you. So what is it that you don't get there?
Why don't you want to support the right thing? You just mentioned it. You just mentioned it now. That he's trying to do the right thing. But the right thing does not work in your society. How do you think that your society will be a better society when the right thing does not work there? You just said it yourself now that
that's what I'm saying.
But the right thing does not work in Nigeria.
There is not ever a one way to a thing. You look at the circumstance and you look at the best way to tackle
it. You have to fight for the right thing. You don't wait for the right thing to work for you.
Go and save him in DSS. Go and release him in DSS. How many Nigerians has gone out to protest?
He's not in jail. He's not in DSS office. He's outside. So it's you people that are wishing him to die in DSS. He's not going to die there.
Can he move? Can he move? Can he do anything useful for us now? No.
Okay, it's you people that are fueling the government, that are giving the government the energy to oppress him and restrict him.
People will keep quiet because people won't go out. Nobody wants to get arrested. Nobody wants to be locked up. People that they found in Sowore Igboho's house spent almost 2 months, or how many weeks did they spend in police custody, in DSS custody there? Did anybody go out to protest? Sunday Igboho has been there. Nnamdi Kanu has been there. Has anybody carry placard on the street of Nigeria saying, "Oh, release these people. They are speaking the truth," because they know they will get picked up. So that is
a
the
lot of
system we
people have
are. That is the
said
system we
you
are
have seen
in.
it.
So what is now
I've
the
seen
best
a lot of
solution
people.
for somebody like Sowore? Can you let me just continue and finish my talk?
You have seen a lot of people that are protested for Igboho in Nigeria. You have seen them. So don't just be talking like this.
When?
How many are they? How many are they?
Yeah.
What is the many? What is the many in it? Did you see some people? Is it many? Is it many that matter? Or people on the street to register against the oppressive administration, oppressive regime? How many?
Please let me make this statement for Ajali Koko. He normally say this every time. If the crowd that Igboho supposedly pull in Ekiti came out for his release, do you know things will be more changed than 20, less than 30 people going out there? And one man said the other time that, do you think the crowd Igboho pull in Ekiti, all of them are supporters of Yoruba nation? One man said that time that let me finish that. It could be bystanders. They just stand there. Let's see what is going on. So you will weigh the crowd he pull, and when this guy get into problem, did anybody come out to say anything? That's what we are saying.
Okay.
So what is now the solution?
The little people that came out. So it is the protest that matter. How many people in the protest is a secondary. So if you know the purpose of protest, I visited United Nations. I went on the protest at United Nations. I saw some countries that are there protesting against the aggression. There are just 3 of them carrying the flag and they carry placard. So you just know the meaning of protest. I mean, the purpose, objective of protest is not crowd that really matter at most. I mean, most of the time.
So hold on, let me talk. Please, all those things don't matter in Nigeria. You are saying you go to the United Nations. Is Nigeria a United Nation? You are not. You are in the US. You are in the US. We are talking about Nigeria. All those things, the way you see it, like in the space of the US, the UK, how things work, like same people. It doesn't work like that in Nigeria. They will pick you up. They went to that guy's house. They dismantle his house, break everything, break his cars, kill people in his house, arrest his wife, arrest anybody, arrest a blind man, arrest everybody. They lock them up for months. That is the Nigerian space. So how do you tackle these people? Somebody like Sowore puts himself in that corner, because if Sowore was not on the street shouting and they won't see his own, if he's playing his politics and is going about forming alliance, they'll probably even be underestimating him and be thinking, this boy doesn't know what he's doing. What does he know? They will leave him. By now, he would have achieved a lot. Whatever party he has formed, now that are loopholes in the parties, the big 2 parties, maybe we would have been able to capture some of those spots that we need people in. And gradually, that is how you can take over. And I was saying something earlier, that maybe even the alternative means now is for people to infiltrate themselves into these both 2 parties and try to fight
that's the best and quickest way, you know.
Exactly.
To go into these 2 parties and take it over.
And be fighting. They will keep locking you up. I've said it. Sunday Igboho, even if they will release him, they won't release him until after election. Nnamdi Kanu, even if they will release him, they won't release them until after election. DSS will never give Sowore a free hand to move around. They won't let him leave Abuja until after election, even if they will grant him anything. That is the problem. And if you want to start thinking as if we are in the US, compare it to Nigeria, it doesn't work like that. If you go on the street, soldiers will pick you up, they will lock you in the barrack, they will forget you there. If you hear the atrocities that Abakari has caused, a guy said he escaped their death. They kill people. Ordinary police person like that is just a squad leader. They kill people anyhow. Nobody question them. Family of the people they've killed know that they killed their people. They can't question them. That is the space. That is the country we are. So if you want to start going on the street, they will pick you up, and that is why you don't see Nigerians
you
going
know
out.
That's one of the problems that I have with the Sowore narrative. It will say it is my right. It is my right. So it turns up at Nnamdi Kanu's court appearances. You know, when it's a high security situation, Nnamdi Kanu, a high profile person, his followers, they are quite fervent and fanatical. The circumstances of him landing in Nigeria are very controversial. So all of that then means that there will be a security blanket, a security ring around him. And Sowore will turn up and say it is my right to be in court because I am a Nigerian. I want to. So these are just the things now. Every Nigerian has that right to be in court now, but everybody understands that that particular space is just a tight security space, and you go there and make all these scenes and dramas, and then tell you that they've beaten him up, they've done this, that, and the other, and they try to
aside
shoot
that,
him.
it's
You
a
know, it's
sensitive
just I don't know
place
what
to
it's
the
doing, man.
government. The government doesn't see Nnamdi Kanu as a simple person, as a little person. They see him as somebody that is causing them trouble. So you that are causing them a bit of trouble, they are still dealing with. You are still going to poke nose
Then you
your
are
own in that
turning up
matter.
in the. You
Won't
know,
you
he
have
will
been in
leave
a
his
better
own court and go
position?
to that court to go and
Exactly.
be.
Won't you
You
have been
know
in a better position
what
to
are you
fight
doing,
your
man?
way, into the government, find close to people that can take over? Then you can even be fighting for people like Nnamdi Kanu in the future. But you are involving yourself in things you shouldn't concentrate on. He's concentrating on the wrong thing. If he really want to be our savior that he claims to be, he won't be playing it the way he's playing it. So that's why sometimes I always agree with woman. Not like I don't like what he's trying to do.
What do you mean sometimes? You always agree.
No,
What
I
times
agree
have you
with
ever
you when it comes to
disagreed with me?
Sowore. I mean, I'm just talking because
G,
I'm very
let me make one
with
statement. Let me
one
make one
one
statement.
Sorry, Thomas. Just I was just waiting for D to finish, so I go to Lord Michael and I start to round off because
You
we're
know,
in deep
when
hours
Ajani
now.
Koko
Yeah.
always say, "Oh, this guy, you people always condemn me. What are you painting?" Whatever you are saying, Ajani Koko, 99% Nigerian understand it. Nobody wants you. They know they will pick you up, and they've not. It's not a new thing. They've picked Fela's mother, pick Fela, pick all those people. They pick them steady. So you, who are you to even compare to Fela, the Nicola Pose? Then you've come in the platter of, oh, you want to contest for president. That is what we know you to be. Even though you were SUG and you have this aluta thing in you, but we see that this guy have what we need. But if you have propelled that energy, channeling yourself to align with people, we would have built something by now. But that is my own pain. We didn't build
Is he a yam
anything.
head? Is he a yam head?
Yeah, we didn't build anything. Rather than you now, you are even secluded to one particular area in Nigeria. You can't leave. They pick you up anytime they want. You are useless. You are useless. They pick you anytime they want, and you can't even. You can only question them. They will release you, and you can't still leave that same Abuja. You understand? So where are we now? People will now come. You people are talking about TINUBU. Those are the people on ground. If people like Sowore have pushed things in the course that we want, we probably have a name.
D, we are not talking about TINUBU by choice, It's not as though
Exactly.
I think it was Ayo that said he will hold his nose and pick one. We are holding our nose and picking one
I'm
now.
picking one,
Because
it
all
has
we
come
have
to
are
now.
smelly people in front of us.
And we don't have a choice, still have to pick one.
You will never
painful.
stop.
It's very painful.
You people will never stop closing your nose and pick one. You will pick TINUBU for another 8 year. Another 8 year will come. You have to close your nose and pick another bad one. I mean, we should just listen to what we are talking, man. That we don't have options, we don't have another option. And this is the best we have.
Let me ask you a question. Let's forget what we are saying on this platform for 1 minute.
Yeah.
What are the impacts you are putting in a party, any party in Nigeria? I don't want to know whether it's PDP or APC. What are the impacts? Who are the people in that party contesting? Let us know.
Impact and putting in fraudulent party. Just ask yourself that question.
So, and you want us to vote them out and put somebody.
In a fraudulent party? You want me to put impact and support fraudulent political
party. I didn't say PDP. I didn't say APC.
AAC. I stand for AAC.
AAC. So who are their candidates? Who are the candidates?
I stand for Sowore.
Is Sowore contesting?
Yes, he's going to contest.
Is going to, and we've not heard anything.
How is that a problem for you? Whether it's going to or
please.
How is that a problem for you?
It's a problem because you come here and say,
how is it a problem for you? You want to support Tinubu. Support Tinubu.
We are
leave
not
me alone
supporting
with Sowore.
Tinubu by choice.
No, you are supporting. You said you don't have any other choice but Tinubu.
You see, Nigerian situation has turned to the point now that the people we desire are not available. So if they're available now, you have to desire and you have to just pick one. And like is it the rational mind that say we have to maybe close our nose and pick one? We don't have a choice. Yeah. And that is what leads us to this point now that we now have to be talking about Tinubu. And that is what is painful, that people like Sowore that asked that push from onset when he first contested should have focused more on building. We would have been saying it would have been a different narrative right now. We won't be here talking about DSS picking him up. It was what he went to involve. He went
you don't need be calling. You don't be. You are just people doesn't know what you want. You are just looking for excuse. You don't want. You just want to continue supporting wrong candidates.
We know what we want. We need a Sowore, but not Sowore.
What are you talking about?
We need somebody that fits in the mold that Sowore is describing, but not OMOYELE Sowore, because he doesn't fit what he is even describing.
Why does he not fit what he's describing?
Because it's just it doesn't like D was just saying then. So he'd opened up himself in a political space.
It's just an excuse. It's just excuse upon excuses. Excuses all the time. Excuses drive us to this place. Next case we have. Next year, next 8 years or next 4 years, you will give another excuses. Excuses upon excuses. That's it.
Oh, they are picking him wrongly. Sunday Igboho's house they went to raid is wrongly. Nnamdi Kanu being picked up from Kenya is wrongly. But nobody can do shit about it. Sorry about my word. Nobody can do anything about it. You know, so the only way you have to be strategic. The only strategic way is somebody like Sowore that has that momentum, that has that thing in him, that came, he wants to be president. That is what we see. That's in the light we are seeing him. Then he turned himself to a Aluta Continua, going to the street when you know they will pick you up. They will keep picking you up. Then you will be you will be useful for yourself. Even if you don't want to channel that energy to somewhere else, they've put you in that space. They will never allow you.
Do you know that Buhari was demonstrating in 2013?
Yes,
and he was not picked up by Jonathan. I mean, you people just I don't understand. You don't follow the trend, man.
No, hold on, Ajale Koko. So thank you, D. I'm going to go on to Lord Michael next, but I'll ask Ajale Koko a question. Just answer it, very, very short answer to it, and then I'll go on to Lord Michael. When Sowore was going on the streets asking people to join him in a mass revolution, did he know that they were likely to pick him up? Did he know, and should he have known that they were likely to pick him up?
Why should he be afraid to call for the when the constitution of the country
that wasn't the question. I said,
the right to protest?
Did he know, or should he have known that they were likely to pick him up?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Given the antecedent, did you know? Okay, leave Sowore. Did you know that they were likely to pick him up?
Why should they quit you when the
I'm not saying why now. You know the antecedent of Nigeria.
He wouldn't know when it is not unlawful to protest in Nigeria. It is not unlawful.
No.
So why would he know that? Why would he know that it will be picked up?
Are you evading the question, Ajale Koko? I'm leaving Sowore. I'm asking you as a political aficionado who knows the Nigerian political space back to front. When Sowore called for this mass march in the streets and he proceeded with his crew to start to initiate that mass march, calling for a revolution against the Nigerian government, did you have the thought that it was likely to be picked up, given what you know about the Nigerian state?
I don't expect it to be picked up because the constitution of the country, because the constitution of the country guarantee him to protest. So what else?
Right.
What else do you want to do?
Right. So Ajale Koko is doing a good job as a spokesperson for Sowore.
You support one man. So you support lawlessness. You
no,
support
I don't.
people that
I
that is
don't.
what that,
I
so
don't.
if you are supporting
I don't.
so you answer that question, one man, the question you asked me. Answer the
Okay.
question.
Let me answer it. When Sowore went on the streets that calling for a revolution against the government, I knew he was going to be picked up, and I was surprised that they did not pick him up at that spot, and they waited to pick him up a couple of days later. He was asking to be arrested now, was he not? That was what he was asking for. What else could have happened other than that?
Quick one before Lord Michael comes in.
Yeah.
Look at is it Duro Toye? The Duro Toye guy that came into that space. Did you see him going on the street? But all these guys still go on TV shows, makes sense. Even probably they are not really doing anything. But Sowore that has that energy that I believe so much in. If he had done what we are saying, we won't be in this space talking about TINUBU.
You'll be saying a different thing. You'll be saying a different thing now. It's a different thing that you'll be saying. You'll be saying a different thing. Yeah. You're just looking for excuse here and there. Let us look for excuse just to deny it.
It's good to be patriotic and do as if, this is the right thing. But when you know the space you are in, you need to work with what's happening around you. You don't go and be doing as if you are in the US when you are in Nigeria, when you know they will pick you up and lock you up. It's even lucky they've not put him somewhere that we can't even hear from him again. Please, let's deceive ourselves.
Among every job I can offer Jalegoko in this space, I think even the way one man put that question to him, which is very crystal clear and simple as he can put it, very understanding for Jalegoko
was on the run now. He was on the run.
Politically maneuver that before Sowore. You will be a very good campaign manager for Sowore. I did a great job. Today you try. All the attack, you defend it well. Actually, only roll on.
He didn't say roll on. He told his roll on. Look at this guy. All right, thank you, Lord Michael. Are you still there? It's not like you to be quiet, Lord Michael.
I am here. I've been watching drama and listening to all of you.
Look at that. So, Lord Michael, to you, the Sowore space. I try to avoid Sowore as a topic, but he never stays off the headlines. Cut and release this time around. They didn't put him in the room. I think because they had Nnamdi Kanu in situation and they don't want them in close quarters. But Sowore again, is it time for him to pack it in and pack it up? Pack it up and pack it in. Is it getting tiresome somewhat, this Sowore thing?
No.
Not Sowore as but this constant here. Yeah.
It's time for the people to up their game. This is the time Sowore should stand up high, heads high, shoulders high. This is the time for the Nigerian people to stand up and say what they want. You know why they keep doing these things? They have studied us. They've been studying Sowore. They've been seeing all the people around him. They've been teasing us, and they've noticed that these people are just weaklings. They only make noise today. Tomorrow, it's just like chicken. You chase the chicken, it runs away, throw some corn, the chicken comes back. So these people are playing us like pawns. From what I see, the Nigerian people are not ready for anything. We are going to continue like this 50 years to come. There's something Nigerian people need to understand. Nobody is coming to help you. If Ukraine, who is a European, a white-blooded person, a white-skinned person, nobody is coming to help them now. 13 hours ago, a military fighter Ukrainian jet was down. They shot it down. It had 14 occupants. I don't know if those people are alive or if they are dead or if they are just injured. Nobody is coming to help them. They are on their own, like the popular Nigerians saying, you are on your own. So if we don't stand up, this crop of greedy politicians will never leave us. It's just like holding somebody to the neck and strangling the person, and you are somewhere praying that one day that person is going to leave you. No, if you don't fight back, you are going to continue like this. In all sincerity, I condemn what these wicked Nigerian regime is doing now. They should leave Sowore alone. They should leave the people alone. But
although Lord Michael, it looks as though it's Regina Daniels' husband that arrested him this time around for yeah.
They can use him. So why did he arrest him?
No, defamation, I think it was.
Sorry.
Defamation.
Lord Michael. Lord Michael, I have a question for you as a You know why Sowore go court safe?
Why Sowore?
You know why I was in court today?
It was fighting Leonard Ezinwa, wasn't it?
Yes. Now politics can go court. Now I know. So na presidential movement, when Ajalekoto say he go run, I believe him. So if you want to buy racket today among the presidential candidates, it's more talked about after TINUBU or maybe Atiku na Sowore. So the man his plan is picking up gradually. I don't respect his move now. So when they just the shut up for that is political.
Under which party? Under which party is he going to run?
AC now, that is fighting for the top, the leadership of the AC. That's why I actually called it.
That's why he's fighting for it.
Why they declare Uwaziribe as the chairman of the party. That's why he's in court. So the politics is on in the play.
In the Nigerian space, I've not seen anything AC party anywhere.
No. At this point, even himself.
Bros, it's too late. Forget.
Listen,
you can't beat these people.
Can you allow
it's an AC that is busy all these years.
You attack Ajele Kokose no allow you talk. Allow me finish now. Sowore knows himself he no go fit win presidency in 2023. He knows. You think he don't know? But he's young. He has age on his side. If they play game, he can come 2027. You go see this strong. Come 2031, you go see strong.
If you know he's young, he's not the savior Ajale is looking for. Then
no, see. There's so many directions to his presidency or whatever that he's doing. That one
what to speak for me.
But now politics, this man is playing at this point. He no go just say na revolution now can go court. If they go challenge INEC, why they declare other person as the chairman of his party? So this is strictly political move. And another way to come there,
did he get a judgment?
They have to find
hold on. Did they get a judgment?
No. I don't know. I'm still there. I've not gone disinvited.
No, he did not get a judgment. So the party is still outside of his clutches.
Yes,
and we're 11 months from the politics. So in a few months' time, he will be back in court again fighting Leonard Ezinwa. Is in the appeal court, by the way, and then that one will challenge him to the Supreme Court. So he wouldn't even have a party to contest.
Yes,
never mind.
They go only negotiate now. They know how they do. But since the Nigerian main media,
who will negotiate with whom? Who do you think is sponsoring Leonard Ezinwa?
But whoever they know how they go do it, but let me make my point.
No, Sowore is not going to be on the ballot. That's the thing. So
well, we see. But what I'm trying to say,
because he doesn't even have his own, he doesn't have his party. His party has been stolen from him.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is since the Nigerian mainstream media no one talk about that, and he didn't go find way to make sure they talk about that. And one of the move be this, him being arrested, released, and all those kind of stuff. Now, all part of the game. He's doing well. Since they're not going to give a
game towards what end?
You got to be in the news. Now, don't forget where there's American trained media.
No, not all that. To what end? To what end?
He's a young man. What is again? Self-actualization at the end of the day. That's the top of
what does that mean? No. What does that mean?
One man where I try going, but I want on himself to what is the word where they use. It's also part of it. I mean, at this point,
what does he have to do? What you are saying is
I just say self-actualization.
What does that mean? Well, that doesn't mean it. What self
to him? Now only he go feel say this is what it means to him. Now we can only speculate.
Yeah, what are you speculating? What are you speculating to? You say he wants to keep himself in the news. To what end?
We are in information age.
What are you doing now? Well, to what end now is the question now.
I just said he has a chance come 2027, 30, 31. I said all that.
A chance for what?
To go out there to be president of Nigeria.
Okay, now so that's what. So why don't you just say that? Why do they have to drag it out of you? All right, thank you.
Now waiting everybody know. That's why I say now strictly politics in the play. Now this is political move as a presidential candidate.
It's not a political move. He's just punking himself. That's just punking himself. That's
this is no way. This is no way of doing it. This is no way of doing it. Don't forget again where now who they pay the money they take the don't. People now they sponsor them. You have to keep them abreast. Now investment. You have to get any sponsor that I'm still here. I can still make move. Keep donating.
All right, thank you. So Lord Michael, talking about politics still, but is this really politics? He declared his intention to run for the president, and very promptly AFCC they seize his property in Abuja. Rochas Okorocha, to me, Iberiberism to you. But what are you making of this guy? It's just a lot of people needs to just pack it up and pack it in. He one of them as well. Rochas, Lord Michael.
Well, they see him as a real challenge because Rochas, it's one of the controversial politicians we have in Nigeria today who has steps everywhere. Today they will tell you Rochas is from the north. Tomorrow they'll tell you he's an Igbo man. Next tomorrow they'll tell you he's a philanthropist. He has philanthropies around the country and stuff like that. So I don't know to what end, and I don't know if this is part of Malami's scheme. You know, Malami has not come out to say who is supporting because, you know, from what I'm seeing these days, Malami is the one that rules this country. Maybe one day we'll hear that Malami arrests Buhari, you know. So I don't
You know, he has the power. He has the power now.
Yeah.
As the Attorney General.
So I don't know who is trying to skim Rochas out, but you know, they all have blood stains on their hand, and they know themselves. So it's part of the game. Maybe this will even make him more popular, and the people will be sympathetic to his cause, and they will say maybe he has repented. He wants to save the country. That is why some bad people are after him. You know, these guys, they always have their storyline. So for me, it's not new. Very soon, you hear that Ojus Okalo FCC will invite him. Just mark it today. You hear that.
All right. I never knew Rochas was schemed in to be schemed out. You are saying who was to scheme? When was he schemed in that they are scheming him out?
They know themselves. For me, I don't even believe in any of them. They are all criminals, and they should belong to the jail now. That's where they all belong to.
All right, all of them. Are you obviously with the exception of your man Sowore, Abi?
Sowore. Yeah. He's to me. I cannot really put my hands on what he has done, except somebody can tell me this guy has done this and done that. I would not make any sacred cow. If I know today and I can confirm the story that he's one of them, then I will not say he's a saint. Then if I say so, then that means I come here every day to deceive myself.
All right. And finally, Buhari, I am ready. I look forward to being ex-president of Nigeria, Mallam Buhari. It looks as though now, you know, that's just the white flag of surrender. You know, a man in his 80s, just weighed down by ill health, he just wants to take off his shoes and just kick back. So Buhari surrenders.
There is something cooking. You know, a thief cannot just come tell you that one day I'll be caught by the police. You have to suspect it. There is something he's trying to distract us from. He knows he's going to be ex. Why come on the social media to tell us? I mean, they discussed
I think he's trying to debunk the narrative that he might look to seek a third term.
In which part of the world? He can never seek for third term. How?
No, I think that is what he's trying to debunk by continuing to tell us that.
Well, if that is what it is, then it's a good thing. For me, I just know that he cannot seek third term, and he's just there to make noise or to distract us or to want to make the people believe I am still relevant. Maybe nobody is talking about talking about him in the news today. TINUBU has stolen the spotlight and every other politician. So maybe he wants to remain in the news.
All right. Lord Michael, I'm going to play you a video clip now. I want you to react to it just very briefly, and after that, I start to round off. So watch this and then give me a reaction to it. So watch this. Hopefully, I don't get kicked off by this StreamYard again.
Wonderful love. Anywhere I follow you, no matter how far. If you like, play me, long as say nobody know.
Oh, okay, so in that video, you could see clearly Kwakwanso, clearly Abubakar Malami, and clearly I think I saw Ganduje there as well. So Kwakwanso telling us that he's forming a third force party because he says don't vote APC, don't vote PDP, and after that, then this video, Malami, if you go on his Instagram page, you see just endless clips, Malami 2023, and we saw shadowy figures of Ganduje-like person in the background. So what are you making of that clip?
Okay, you see what happened in 2019. The talks between Kwankwaso, his camp, and Obasanjo failed because Obasanjo didn't want Kwankwaso to come up anymore. He just want him to be politically relevant. But looks like they refused. They still want to be in power. And after that discussion broke up. So they'll be like, okay, let's go form ours. And I believe everybody is seeing what is going on now because we now know where Malami is. So this might be an indication that maybe Kwakwanso has been the one ruling this country from the judiciary angle. And we were thinking maybe it's Buhari. So for one thing I want people to understand is that when people come out to blame the North, I don't really blame them because sometimes they just come and tell us different stories. But if you look beneath, you will see they are all connected. They're all connected. Who could say that Malami is working with Kwakwanso? Kwakwanso, who appears to be Buhari's enemy, all of a sudden, like Ovie will say, all na politics. And it's all playing out. There is more to be seen. Make we just watch. Now movie set today. This is part one.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. So I'll start to round off here. We're coming up to the 6-hour mark. So no more than, gentlemen, with your permission, a 2-minute window because I really want to just shut down. So we start to round off to land on Ajanle Koko and we kick off with Thomas. So just a literal 2 minutes, Thomas.
One man, don't go. I will give my minutes to Ovie to speak. Thank you, one man. Bye.
All right, thank you. So that was Thomas. From Thomas, we go on to D. D to you.
Yeah, my people.
Don't try pidgin English or you don't know how to speak it. So just leave that to Lord Michael. He knows how to speak it.
Yeah.
Thomas, you the spirit of consensus. Give me your time. Spirit of consensus.
We need somebody like Sowore, but who is not Sowore, who would have propelled us in a different direction with probably a party or even infiltrate their party and make changes. But now I don't know where we stand, and we are left with this Abakari spirit kind of politician still. So when we come here every time, not like we want Sowore, we want TINUBU, or we want this, but that is what the space has left onto us, and we don't have a choice than to talk about them. So yeah, thumbs up, like, share. Thank you guys. One man, kudos to you.
All right, thank you, D. A real delight. So from D, we go on to Ovie to you.
Just to answer the question you asked before about Sowore, that how is he going to contest? All he need to do is to go and beg TINUBU to release the party back to him, because I believe TINUBU is behind. What's that guy's name again? The guy in charge of the party now. So if he begs him, of course, they will give him the ticket to run again. Yeah. What's her name? Salibi. No, I know the road though. But I won't sleep now. That's why. So I'm not on the road. Mike, I did. Yes. Back to my question to you. My message yesterday: election has consequences, and there's a lot to do. That carries a lot of message. So we can come here and deliberate and talk what is going on, blah, 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 and all that. But at the end of the day, without participation, Buru Buru say, oh, nah, everything will come back to square one. Even though you are not on ground to vote physically, you can motivate, you can encourage by investing in people's life. Today, if you send $1,000 for those in America, go your community. Trust me, if you say me they vote for anybody, they will listen to you one way or the other. I'm not saying everybody has the power to do that monetarily, but there's so many ways that you can affect your community that when you talk, they will listen to you. So all your knowledge that you have, if you are not putting into practical work, on a waste. It's not about what you know, but what you can do with what you know. Now, what make these politicians, they take advantage of us because at the end of the day, they no go just go the community, go they preach. Even as they lie, they see they back up with what they have, which is money, as most of the time. But what I'm trying to say is that we can do more than just permutating and analyzing. We can actually reach out to our brother and sister in a way, in the practical way, to motivate them to listen to us. On that note, I say good night, everyone.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ovie. So from Ovie, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, my liege, your words.
My dear people of God, I'm glad say this one man they use small batala. You know, say I be one attack and say they just abandon me, but he can use the church mind because to make it follow me here and small. But anyway, we not get plenty things to talk today. Una don't see as they be now. You don't clear for an eye like color TV. Una don't see them now. Help not they come from anywhere. See Ukraine now they find. In fact, if Ukraine if you call IPOB, make if the IPOB help them, they go call IPOB. They not see who help them now. So when would they hear they sing? I dey always they shout out, make una help una self. Ajale Koko they talk the same thing. Make una come out, make una help una. Una don't see them now. It don't declare now. No help, not they come from anywhere. Other of una what they think say US go help now lie yo. Una now they die since how many years they come now. Nobody they see una, nobody send una. In fact, they even want make una die finish. Make they come collect what the small one I get for house. So make everybody wake up. Make everybody sit up. If na Sowore una want stand for him back, una stand for him back. Gidigba. Nothing they happen. If na divide, na want divide the country. Make una divide the country. But you see all these criminals who don't they come, they don't they act film, movie here, movie there. If not them, we not take get hope. And they hear some people they talk say maybe TINUBU fit come do. What do they talk? That way they piece of body already. When he become president, now shit he go to shit that time now. So make una forget all these guys. So make everybody sit up. Make it be as it be now. Tomorrow we'll go jam again. Good night.
All right, Lord Michael. You know that your closing remarks is now starting to get a cult following. People are now saying to me that they want more of it. So you've started something that you have to be able to finish. Now everybody looks forward to it. So that's Lord Michael as ever. So from Lord Michael, there's one like no other, one of one, bad man looking good in Dior, the might that is Ajale Koko. Just a short summary, Ajale Koko.
Thank you, one man. I thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution quite meaningful. 2023 election is going to be the most important election in the history of that country. And why so? It is either you vote right so that you can leave the country, take the country out of the problem that the country is going through, or you vote wrongly and put the country down the hole. So I believe a lot of our people know the right thing to do, but most of the time they want to choose or rather vote for wrong candidate because of their tribal sentiment, religious sentiment, and some other sentiment. So if you play sentiment this time around, just like Ovie says that election have consequences. Yes, it have consequences. We have been voting wrongly, and the consequences are what we are experiencing now. So it never reached anything on a small one that they see. Now small one that they see now. In 2023 beyond and beyond, if you now make mistake, na go kolo where that time. I never see anything. So other than that, let me thank our brothers behind the scene, chatting. You are the strength of the platform. I thank you all. I thank our brother, our great brother, father before father, brother Alexander Gomez. And I thank my brother Alexander Akashi. And I thank our sister in the house, Celibi. And this other sister right there, I can't remember her name. She always have on her image, she have what is it, face masks on her face.
I think it's Bongsy or Bongsma. She calls herself Bongsma.
Yeah, Bongsma. Okay, I thank you. I thank you. You're lot doing great. And for our listeners around the world, please do us a favor. Do yourself a favor. I believe if you have been staying on this platform for 5 hours or 6 hours, that shows that there's something you are getting on this platform. And for that reason, and for us to help the algorithm of this platform on YouTube, press the like button, click on the like button. We want this thing to go far. We have to change the psyche of our people. We have to let them know how to do the right thing for 2023. Please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification button so that anytime one man went to more is going online, you will get notified. Thank you, one man. I thank you once again. Tomorrow is another day. Surely we will continue the struggle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So that's Ajan Lekoko, and you know him already, so no introduction needed. So the mighty Ajan Lekoko sums it up in his own inimitable way. So the inimitable Ajan Lekoko passes it on to the bald-headed Oyo Alaafin man, only for him to say, we carry on the conversation in the comment section, and here I say, peace.